Because he protected Earth, Yomi-young was granted 3 privileges and 2 chances at reincarnation. At first, he only wanted to use them to live a quiet, ordinary life. But everything changed the moment he saw that smile. She was the leader of the demonic cult, betrayed by her own husband. Because she chose to save him, she gave up her own life without hesitation. Before dying, she had only one wish. If we can start over, please love me, so I won't lose myself to blind love again. Deeply moved, Yomi-young used his final reincarnation to rewrite fate. Perhaps he had already fallen in love with her. Now, their story begins once more. Amid the burning houses, a thought surfaced. The ultimate supreme. Must it be utterly lonely? The others fled in chaos as the fire grew, cutting them off. The Murim Alliance had approached the primordial demon pavilion. So many were pouring out. Absolutely do not let them inside. Then a lone figure ran the other way. The young man's steps grew more hurried. The main unorthodox Murim Alliance, numbering tens of thousands, swarming like ants, which only made him rush faster. As he flew along, a shout forced him to stop. "Chief Steward, are you still not out of here?" Jin Yomi-young turned to see who called him. "Oh, Commander Sandojian." Sandojian hurried up and said, "Why do you have no guards with you? This place is too dangerous. Come with me." Yomi-young hesitated a little and replied, "I must go welcome the sect leader first." After he ordered the whole sect to abandon the main mountain. For some reason the leader still refused to move. Sandojian replied anxiously, "But the current situation doesn't look promising." He continued, "At this rate, within half an hour the defensive line will..." Before Daozhan could finish, Yomi-young patted his shoulder and said, "You should go hide." He bowed his head slightly and said, "I'll gauge his intentions and withdraw afterwards." Watching Daozhan leave, Yomi-young thought silently, "It's probably too late." He sighed and whispered, "This life of mine is truly a wreck." Saying that, he immediately ran off to welcome the sect leader. Standing before the great gate, Yomi-young called loudly, "Sect leader, I am Chief Steward Jin Yomi-young. Are you inside?" Receiving no response from within, Yomi-young called even louder, "Sect leader, this is Chief Steward Jin Yomi-young." Yet the heavenly demon pavilion's gate remained slammed shut, not moving an inch. Yomi-young, losing patience, shouted, "Hey, sect leader." This time the sect leader finally responded, "Come in, Chief Steward." The unexpected voice startled Yomi-young so much he nearly bit his tongue. He thought, "Good grief, you scare me half to death." He began pushing the door with trembling hands, thinking, did he hear me blabbering to myself? Yomi-young took a step forward to steady himself and reassured, "I've always been like this, so it should be fine, right?" He used all his strength to open the huge gate before him. The door creaked and was eased open. Despite his best effort, the door only budged a little, making him angrily think, "Damn it, why is no one opening the door for me? It's heavy as death." Yomi-young pushed the gate with all his might. Sweat poured from him like rain, splattering onto the ground. After a long, hard struggle, Yomi-young finally got inside. The sect leader of the heavenly demon Din cult sat on high, sweat streaming from her. She looked at Yomi-young and said, "Your martial skill as chief steward is worse than third-rate graveyard ghosts." Hearing that, he thought silently, "She's seen everything?" Then Yomi-young breathed out and whispered. Luckily no elder or grandmaster saw this. But even his quiet words were heard by the sect leader, who then said, "Indeed, if the great elder saw you speaking so brashly to the sect leader just now, he would never let you off." Yomi-young trudged up the steps to the sect leader, his heart silently screaming. She really heard everything. His steps halted, and he began to perform the ceremonial bow. This time Yomi-young didn't dare be rude like before. He was very polite and bowed to the sect leader. The 29th leader of the heavenly demonic cult, Grandmaster Heartless Demonic Empress Cheon-yura, sat regally on the high seat, her face stern as she asked, "My weakest chief steward, what business do you have with me?" Yomi-young looked up at her with a puzzled gaze and asked back, "Why are you still here?" Yura's body was somewhat weakened, sweat smudging her face. She said nothing except the names of the poisons present in her body. Thien, sap poison. Van Du Huit Fak poison, Team Bisin poison, Cực Tình Hóa Cốt powder, and Kumatan D&D Gay. Hearing this, Yomi-young clenched his fists in anger. Could it be? He gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he said this must have been caused by that damn demonic lord. The demonic lord's name was Han Mubik. He was chosen to be Cheon Yura's husband, and he was the one who flung open the gates of 10,000 mountains to the unorthodox Murim alliance, the ringleader of the traitors. Yura lowered her voice and said, "Before he left, he told me this." Her body weakened by the day, and her voice faint. She said it had been extremely difficult for him to gain the favor of the previous leader and of her. "He poisoned me so I could understand, in some measure, the hardships he endured." Hearing that, Yeomyung angrily said, "That bastard is despicable." But when he realized he'd spoken out of turn, he cleared his throat, covered his mouth with his hand, and said sorry. Yura gave him a faint smile and looked at him. "You really are quite an interesting person." Yeomyung replied with attitude, "This is not the time for you to be joking around." Standing before her now, he thought inwardly, a person always so dignified, proper, and stern, yet at the very end she still smiles. Yeomyung hesitated and asked, "Is it too late?" Yura answered, "Perhaps. The Thien sap poison has already seized my dantian. I can handle other things, but this one has my dantian burning and about to explode." Yeomyung pondered something and then hesitantly said, "Sect leader, if..." He stammered nervously, and Yura asked, "Well?" Yeomyung lowered his head and continued, "Actually, if..." Yura, losing patience, grew a little angry and began to threaten. "Say one more word and I'll cut out your tongue. Get to the point." Hearing that, he went pale. Yeomyung gripped his thigh, mustering his courage, and asked, "If there were a chance for reincarnation, what would you do?" Faced with a question that seemed impossible, Yura still thought about it very seriously. "Reincarnation." Yeomyung forced a smile and answered, "Yes, reincarnation. Didn't we talk about this before? That in my past life, I saved the whole world." Yura leaned back in her seat and said with resignation, "But I don't believe a chief steward like you saved the world." Yeomyung replied helplessly, "Just humor me for now." Yura calmly asked, "So what hope do you want to give me? If such a chance existed, you'd surely be too busy with your own affairs already." Yeomyung continued, "First, I'm not the kind of person who likes taking losses. Second, this would be an opportunity to repay the person who helped me." Yura wondered in surprise. "Repay you?" He looked up at Yura and smiled gently. "You don't have to overthink it." Yeomyung began to recount their meeting long ago. "Our connection was simply that I was once one of the candidates for your political marriage. Perhaps you would think that." But Yura began to take a bit of interest in Yeomyung's proposal. She propped her chin and asked softly, "Reincarnation? What if I really could be reincarnated?" Yeomyung, hearing her coy words and barely able to wait, asked, "Then what?" As he asked, a stream of thoughts talking to himself surfaced in Yeomyung's mind. "But you won't remember what happened." "Still, I've made up my mind. The traitors of our sect, the riffraff from the Orthodox Murim alliance, have infiltrated 10,000 mountains. And third-party forces are also responsible for this mess. If I truly could be reincarnated, I'd bet my soul to slaughter every single one of them. So please tell me, if you have any wishes, Jin Yeomyung, I will do my utmost." That was his thought, but the answer he received from Yura was wildly unexpected. "Can you seduce me?" Yeomyung couldn't believe what he heard. His eyes went wide as he asked back, "What?" Thinking Yura was joking, he continued his report. "I believe I can stop Han Mubik from becoming the demonic lord." Yeomyung nervously scratched his face and added, "But becoming the sect leader's partner," he lowered his voice, "I'm afraid I'm not worthy." Yura whispered back upon hearing that, "Do you hate me that much?" Yeomyung calmly replied, "Actually, you know as well as I do that that's nearly impossible, right?" He went on, speaking from a pure place in his heart. "Love needs both people willing for it to work." After that, Yeomyung said in a gloomy tone, "To be honest, when the sect leader was a young lord, she was an unstoppable tyrant, not only refusing any man who dared approach, but crushing every one of them. One reason Han Mubik gained the position of demonic lord was that he was the only one who could endure her temperament." Yura spun her head away and, angry, said, "If you don't want it, fine then." But Yeomyung said, "Who says it's impossible?" This surprised Yura, and she turned back to look at him. Yeomyung slowly knelt and reported more boldly. He climbed the steps one by one and drew nearer to Yura's position. "For romance begins when one person has feelings." Now standing before Yura, Youmyung smiled and continued. So those feelings towards someone who has none. With his handsome face and a smile as bright as a flower, he said, because I trust Miss Yura, this means nothing to me at all. Hearing Youmyung call her Miss made Yura blush as she said, Miss? What are you saying? I'm all past 30. That sounds odd. Yura's embarrassment accidentally caught his eye, and Youmyung couldn't stop thinking, she's so beautiful. After that thought, he gently said, please promise me one thing. He grabbed a fold of Yura's robe and continued, if I ever spoke poorly of you before, forgive me. And if you have any flaws, I'm more than willing to listen. Youmyung's sincerity made Yura's heart stir. But in the next instant, a dense, murderous aura spread out, sending a chill down Youmyung's spine. If this matter leaks out, I swear I'll risk my life to kill you. I'm only saying this once. Listen carefully. They exchanged matters between themselves for quite a while. Youmyung at the side could only answer obediently. After hearing it all, he trembled and said, you were fierce back in the day, weren't you? She beside him clenched her fist in anger and told him to shut up. Suddenly her expression changed. Her eyes were no longer playful, but heavy with emotion as they dropped. Youmyung, it seems our conversation ends here. The door that Youmyung had struggled to open all afternoon now gently flew wide open. Or rather, she was kicked out by someone. Yura looked down from above at the arriving crowd and said, uninvited guests over there. Then she turned to him teasingly and asked, if you need, shall I see you off for the final bit? Youmyung bowed respectfully and replied, please do. He turned to Yura and smirked. If possible, I want to see this whole final moment with my own eyes. The leader of the group, the representative of the Orthodox and Unorthodox Murim Alliance, Sword Elder Sage Guanhyun, spoke, I never thought I'd witness the demonic sect's destruction in my lifetime. It is an immense honor. Youmyung was a bit agitated and hurriedly asked, do you know who the person beside you is? He not only ignored the question, but confidently answered, of course. He pointed at the person beside him and boasted, throughout this time, the heavenly divine dragon has shown sacrifice and endured humiliation for the glory of our Central Plains martial world. At this moment, Mubeek has earned a new title given by the true man. He is the great demonic achievement, the heavenly divine dragon. Hearing that title made Youmyung snort with amusement. Heavenly divine dragon got that grand nickname just because he hobnobbed with the righteous side? Mubeek pointed at Yura and shouted, demonic great master, heartless demonic empress, it's time for you to pay for all your crimes. Yura replied with a cold laugh. My hateful husband has returned. Has he? He replied slyly. All for the Central Plains martial world. Seeing Mubeek talk so much, Yura retorted, you do it for the heaven-defying society, don't you? Everyone overheard her and began to murmur. The heaven-defying society, what is that? Even Youmyung didn't understand what she meant. Heaven-defying society. Seeing Yura mercilessly expose him, Mubeek grew furious and pointed his sword at her, shouting, leader, don't be fooled by that witch. This is her last cunning ploy to divide us. Sage Guanhyun agreed and began calling on everyone to support Mubeek. Of course, the words of the demon clan, Mubeek nearby, continued. The sect leader is near death. There's no need for single combat. Capture them with full force. Yura and Youmyung didn't sit idle waiting to die. Both took ready stances, swords in hand, facing Mubeek and Sage Guanhyun. Yura looked at her cruel husband and shouted, even if I'm poisoned, I alone am enough to deal with a lot of you. Sage Guanhyun sneered smugly and said, such bravado, sect leader, but power must be matched by action to inspire fear. So Yura began to display her strength, heaven-slaying demon sword art. Those present were stunned to witness her like this. Is she still that strong? Sage Guanhyun then shouted, Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword, attack the demonic henchman for me. Both sides immediately lunged at each other with two opposing killing auras. The only difference was the number of people on each side. Youmyung's gaze grew a little dreamy at that moment. Seeing this, Yura asked, still alive? He looked up at her in panic and called, Sect leader. Yura, pierced by dozens of swords but still optimistic, replied, Thank heavens, at least I can say goodbye to you before I die. They retreated because I activated the demonic hall's self-destruct formation, so they fled on their own. Hearing this terrified Yomi-young, sect leader, Yura turned to him, slightly surprised, and asked, "Why are you crying?" Yomi-young's face was streaming with tears as he looked up at her and answered, "Because I feel sad." Yura gently raised her blood-stained hand and reached out toward Yomi-young. She softly lifted his chin and called Jin Yomi-young. With her body riddled with wounds, Yura asked him once more, "Will you seduce me?" This time Yomi-young did not refuse her offer. He gritted his teeth and replied at once, "Yes." Yura's gaze dropped, a sad trace for her fate glimmering in her eyes. But then she brightened into a radiant smile at him. That smile was immediately snuffed out. Her whole body collapsed backward, prompting Yomi-young to spring up in alarm. He cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. Yomi-young held her in his arms, thinking to himself, "No, this is my final life now. My first life was pretty decent too. A hero saving humanity, you protected the world. And as a result, I received 3 privileges from the gods along with 2 reincarnations. At first, I planned to live a wild, carefree life. But when you saw Yura's face, pained yet still smiling, well, that's good enough." He decided to spend his final life on her. No sooner had that thought ended than his face was wet, leaving him dazed. Before Yomi-young stood a novice monk beaming as he said, "Young master, you're awake?" Yomi-young asked suspiciously. Gu Chil replied brightly, "Yes, I am Gu Chil, the young master's loyal servant." With his face soaked and seeing Gu Chil's cheerfulness, he thought to himself that it seemed he'd returned to the past. He regained some composure and asked, "What's with the wash basin? If you wanted to wake me, you could have just shaken my shoulder." Gu Chil was a little embarrassed. Before he could finish, a voice carried from afar, "I told you to do it." Hearing that voice made Yomi-young tremble with fear. Damn, he realized exactly when he'd been reincarnated. At 17, he had dreamed of being the charming son of the demonic sect and ended up in a pleasure house. Knowing the situation, Yomi-young stammered in fear, "Father, head of the household." The other replied coldly, "You're not yet of age, and you sneaked into a brothel to drink." Memories flooded back of the time his father beat him mercilessly and dragged him home. Yomi-young's father toyed with the wine jug on the table and said, "You're the eldest son of the Jin clan, and you've only managed half a bottle before collapsing?" He glared at Yomi-young, grinding his teeth, and in front of other clans' descendants too, useless boy. The one scolding him was Jin Gunake, patriarch of the Jin clan, also known as the Azura King. Yomi-young staggered toward him. "Head of the household, the thing is..." Before he could explain, the jar in Gunake's hand shattered. Bound by filial duty, Yomi-young couldn't resist and knelt, replying, "Yes, sir." Gunake thought to himself that his son was weak, and if weak then at least be clever. "Do you know why I personally came to fetch you?" Relying on memories from his previous life, he thought that last time he failed to answer this and got beaten. So he risked it and replied, "It's because my betrothal meeting with a young sect leader has been set, right?" Yomi-young began to remember. The betrothal meeting was the meeting with Chion Yura. "You became the young sect leader at 17 last year. With descendants from the 6 great clans, including Ma Ba Chiu Huin too. The meeting was essentially to choose a husband for the young sect leader. But in his previous life, the young sect leader's husband wasn't chosen there, and the traitor Han Mubik later won the selection to become the demonic lord. Remembering this, Yomi-young vowed silently, "This time I won't let that happen again." Gun-AK looked at him and angrily said, "The reason I have kept you alive until now, despite your lack of talent and will, is because of this moment." Hearing that, Yomi-young thought to himself that Gun-AK was truly a heartless father, willing to treat his own son as a tool for the clan's glory. He cast a look of the clan's head and ordered, "Can you win the young sect leader's heart and surpass the others in the clan?" Unlike in his previous life, this situation matched his current wishes, so Yomi-young answered, "None of the others from the 6 great clans can possibly win her heart." Gun-AK seemed very pleased with his son's reply. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Good. If you don't want to disgrace the clan's name, you'd better sharpen some protective arts." After seeing his father out of the pleasure house, Yomi-young remained on the upper floor watching him go, thinking that who would have guessed he'd meet his father as soon as he opened his eyes. Yomi-young sank back in his thoughts, but reincarnating at this moment felt best. Not in 10 years, not in 20. There were still plenty of opportunities. Suddenly, Yomi-young recalled Yura's words from his past life when she exposed Mubeek. "You are for the heaven-defying society, aren't you?" Her remark made him more alert. They were certainly active at this time. A cold thought rose within him. I must root those bastards out completely. Lost in thought, Gu Chiel suddenly shouted, "Young master, what on earth are you going to do?" Yomi-young turned and asked, "What?" Gu Chiel fumbled with his hands. "What else would you do? Didn't you boldly declare you'd become the young sect leader's husband?" Yomi-young fell silent. Perhaps silence was the best response at the moment, but it turned out Yomi-young was silent only because he had forgotten. So he looked at Gu Chiel and blankly asked, "When did I say that?" Gu Chiel hastily reminded him, "No, just now." She hadn't finished speaking when you interrupted. "I never said I'd become the young sect leader's husband, you know. I only said the other guys would get dumped by her." Gu Chiel wore a giant question mark of confusion. "Wasn't that the same meaning?" Yomi-young replied, "Completely different." He thought to himself that Cheon Yura, at this time, couldn't be conquered by any means. She was currently obsessed with perfecting her martial art. Who would she bother to glance at someone weaker than herself? Thinking that, he felt a sting. "I'm probably getting dumped too." As Yomi-young sighed, a voice from behind suddenly said, "Still haven't left yet?" Yomi-young turned to the question. The newcomer looked a bit odd, and he silently thought, "That guy is." As the man's face became clear, the answer emerged. The second young master of the dragon demonic clan, Ma Cholsu. He had just appeared and asked in an unpleasant tone, "Why, did you just see a ghost or something?" Yomi-young answered somewhat surprised, "No." Suddenly Yomi-young remembered something and asked brightly, "Where's Younghee? Why are you alone?" "So it's Cholsu and Younghee." Hearing Younghee's name, Cholsu flew into a rage. "I don't have a sister like that. Why do you keep spouting nonsense every time we meet?" Then he pointed his sword at Yomi-young and shouted, "I want to duel you." A big question mark popped into Yomi-young's head. Why suddenly demand a duel? That didn't happen in the previous life. Realizing the likely cause, he thought to himself that it was probably because of the head of the household. Since he wasn't beaten or dragged away this time, things like this happen. The societies that jointly rule the heavenly demonic cult with the Cheon clan, the 6 demonic clans, are Ba, Si, Chu Ma Huin, and Tran. Among them, the relationship between my Heaven Jin clan and the Dragon Ma clan of Ma Cholsu is the worst. Thinking that, Yomi-young spoke up. "The 6 families forbid private duels, but Cholsu insists there are exceptional clauses." Yomi-young asked in surprise, "Exceptions?" He took a few more steps, thinking, it's not about the clan's survival, nor an official martial tournament, so it must be something concerning the Cheon clan. Yomi-young turned and asked gently, "Is it because of the young sect leader?" Cholsu immediately replied, "That's right." Cholsu began the ritual. "Yomi-young of the Jin clan, if I defeat you in this duel, you must forfeit the betrothal meeting with the young sect leader." Yomi-young sneered inwardly. Wasn't it his younger brother who was attending the betrothal meeting? He retorted, "Why should I agree to that ridiculous demand? Is your little brother so weak he has to resort to tricks?" Cholsu snarled in anger at Yomi-young's taunt. "What? That bastard?" Yet Yomi-young continued coolly, "Stop playing the clown. Get lost, unless you want this to turn into a feud between our clans." Yomi-young's words not only failed to deter Cholsu, but made him angrier. He charged at full speed, sword in hand, shouting, "Don't underestimate me, Yomi-young." Gu Chiel, usually innocent and mischievous, immediately changed expression when he saw his master in danger, his reflexes sharpening as he prepared to draw his sword and duel Cholsu. But Yomi-young stopped him. "Absolutely do not intervene." Gu Chiel, Yomi-young thought, it's time to use the first privilege. At that moment, an invisible force seemed to emanate around him, his movements a bit quicker than before. He could easily dodge Cholsu's attack. The first privilege he used was awakening the instincts of his past life level. Gu Chiel cried out anxiously, "Young master, you know nothing of martial arts. What are you trying to do?" But Yomi-young didn't think so. To him, Gu Chiel had just triggered that instinct, Chalsu's swordsmanship as the demonic house master aside, what about Chalsu the youth swordplay? A spark seemed to run through Yomi-young's gaze as he taunted. Do what? It turned out Yomi-young could foresee every sword line Chalsu executed, so he could catch it with just 2 fingers. After grabbing the blade, he calmly answered Gu Qiu's question. I'm only subduing him. A martial trainee like Gu Qiu, seeing this, immediately recognized it as the no-hand hunter body technique. Chalsu and Yomi-young continued their fierce fight, but in the end it seemed Chalsu was the one who got injured. Gu Qiu stood by, stunned and covering his mouth, thinking, what's going on? Just yesterday you knew nothing of martial arts and only knew how to play. Yomi-young looked back and said, take him away. I'm talking to those guys hiding nearby. When he wakes up he'll go berserk. Make sure you hold him back. The two who had been hiding lumbered over and acknowledged Yomi-young clearly. Suddenly he said, ah, one more thing, and a somewhat odd subordinate looked at Yomi-young. Yomi-young smiled as if nothing had happened and replied, it shouldn't be completely broken. I adjusted the force on purpose. Then he thought to himself that if the Jin clan meddled with the Ma clan's aftermath, it would be a big problem. That must not be allowed. At this moment, everyone in the Jin clan was lining up to welcome Yomi-young's return, celebrating the great young master's homecoming. Chief Steward Bayok approached and asked, was your excursion with friends pleasant? Yomi-young sighed. How could it be pleasant? Father chased me all the way to the pleasure house to fetch his son. How is that pleasant? And did the chief steward not know about this? He looked at the man and continued. Chief Steward Bayok, you jest. The old man gave a grandfatherly smile and replied, I only worry for the great young master. Yomi-young, not wanting to continue the conversation, cut in, all right, give me a training room. Hearing this, Chief Steward Bayok barely believed his ears and asked, what? You intend to learn martial arts? Not only Chief Steward Bayok but the whole household was astonished by his declaration, which secretly irritated Yomi-young as he thought. These people are really... Suddenly he remembered and instructed Family Archives, fetch a few martial manuals I mentioned, after some back and forth this one, that one, and this one too. Those books came from the memories of my second life. Back then my master said, if you master these manuals you'll be unrivaled under heaven. Hear to that, disciple. But at the time I only wanted to be a debauched playboy, so I bluntly replied, this isn't the original. I want to be a charming Ray. Mentioning that, Yomi-young's master angrily barked. Whose fault is it that my mansion burned to the ground? He sighed and said, those manuals weren't valued because they fell into the hands of the foolish Jin clan. Back in reality, Yomi-young thought privately that the family's fire happens 4 years later, so these martial manuscripts hadn't been burned yet and are originals. In his hands were 2 manuals, Heaven Soaring Divine Art and Ten Fang Sword Art. Placing the 2 books on the table, he ran his hand over them, thinking the Jin clan's martial arts are mainly palm and staff techniques, not suited to him. But fortunately his bloodline, talent, wuxing, and innate internal energy were already excellent. Not sure if he'd meet the right person this life, but I will become the grand master my master Hang hoped for in this life. Sect leader, sorry, but I probably can't keep the promise to woo you. Yomi-young bowed his head and continued thinking, with my current strength I'll surely get dumped by her anyway. I'll stay here for 5 years, focus solely on martial arts for at least 5 years. After raising my strength, I'll find and eliminate that heaven-defying society. That way, when she later becomes sect leader, at least her reign won't be shaken. Suddenly he recalled Yura's image before she died. It stirred something in Yomi-young and made him ache for the past. He clenched his hands tightly, his shoulders trembling slightly as he thought of her. Half a month passed in a blink. Flower buds had begun to sprout under the dazzling golden sunlight. Yomi-young strolled leisurely while Gu Qiu ran behind and asked, Great young master, why are you walking so slowly? Yomi-young smiled. Aren't I the last one? Either way it's to get dumped, right? Arriving at the gate, Gu Qiu whispered, but we shouldn't take the Qion clan incident lightly. Yomi-young replied confidently, fine, I'll bear the consequences myself. Then he thought, remember when I failed the meeting and was confined for a year? My father's fiery shouting, you're no longer the young master, still stuck in my mind. Yomi-young was happily imagining his father's anger. This time a 5-year confinement would be fitting. when someone was suddenly hurled out of the residence and smashed past. The gate burst open as well, witnessed by Yomi-young and Gu-chil. As if used to it, Yomi-young forced a smile and said, "A bit of an over-enthusiastic welcome, isn't it?" Gu-chil, pale, said, "Someone was just thrown out." Yomi-young began to recall. The blood-red uniform and the blood dragon sword belonged to Ma Jinyun of the Dragon Ma clan. Long time no see. From inside, a young woman with long hair and a sword in hand spoke. "It seems you've finally become more presentable." Continue. Hearing that, Jinyun grabbed her sword and ran, replying, "Of course, young sect leader." A strange feeling rose in Yomi-young when he heard Yura's voice. He turned his head slightly to look at her. Yura's face was stunningly beautiful in her 20s. Her mysterious blue hair highlighted her creamy, jade-like skin. They faced each other, petals drifting in the blazing golden sunlight, as if this space belonged only to the two of them. A petal accidentally fell right at Yomi-young's feet. Jinyun lunged toward his young sect leader, but to Yomi-young he was someone unforgettable from his previous life. Yura. Suddenly he cleared his throat. "Too bad I'm not late." Gu-chil beside him, not as calm as you, anxiously asked, "Can you joke at a moment like this?" Yomi-young clasped his hands behind his back and strolled in leisurely, saying, "Just enjoy the show." He thought to himself that the Ma Jinyun he knew would have fainted after one blow from Yura and vanished forever like a loser. As he expected, Jinyun didn't give up and kept charging at Yura. Suddenly Yomi-young realized something, but something felt off. This time Jinyun's swordsmanship seemed much improved. Even Yura praised it as quite good. Yomi-young fell into a brief reverie. Is Jinyun really that strong? Even if he's stronger than in the previous life, the outcome was still that he'd get kicked by Yura. With a single kick from her, Jinyun collapsed and rolled on the ground. Jinyun's followers rushed over, "Young master," but Jinyun paid them no mind. He suddenly pointed at Yomi-young and shouted his name loudly. Being called up while just watching the drama left him utterly baffled by Jinyun's action. Jinyun stood up and yelled, "I will never lose to you." Then he bowed to Yura. "It's truly an honor, young sect leader." She replied, hoping he'll be better next time. Yomi-young, standing aside, couldn't understand. Why should next time mean he'll be rejected? Yura gently said, "Jinyun, for your wounds go to the herbal clinic for treatment." Jinyun was delighted by Yura's words and responded joyfully, "Thank you for your concern, young sect leader." Watching this strangely familiar yet new scene before him, Yomi-young couldn't make sense of it. What on earth is going on? Aren't we supposed to be meeting for the first time? While dazed, he was called by name, Jin Yomi-young of the Jin clan. As she spoke, Yura began to step closer. "I've been waiting for you," she said. Yomi-young felt a bad premonition. Waiting for him? Why? Yura pointed the tip of her sword at him. That little demon from the Ma clan earlier wasn't bad. Yomi-young slowly turned his head and peered at her cautiously. Outside, though unconscious, Jinyun's voice could still be heard asking his followers, "So the one who defeated him must be even stronger, right?" At that remark, he bristled and glared at Yomi-young, which made Yomi-young understand why. Despite it being their first meeting, there was a 10-year-old grudge between them. Returning to the conversation between Yomi-young and Yura, she said, "If you don't meet my expectations, I'll be very disappointed." With that, she brandished her sword as if ready to take on any move at any time. Before he could answer, Yura rushed at him. Yomi-young thought to himself that this was exactly the Ma clan's problem. They try to solve everything with violence. Yura's emotionless blade flew so fast he panicked, thinking, "Is she already aiming for my head? How is this supposed to be a friendly exchange? This is clearly combat, not a social visit." Outraged, Yomi-young shouted, "Who starts with a killing move?" He thought inwardly that she'd been more restrained when fighting the Ma town. But Yura didn't listen. She replied with a cold lattice of sword strikes that brushed past him and left him terrified. What crazy girl. After his words, there was a silence between them, and Yura's bloodlust seemed to rise. She repeated what Yomi-young had just said. Crazy girl. Yomi-young panicked and hurried to correct himself. That's not what I meant. But once her bloodlust reached her brain, it was hard to contain, and Yura began to attack. Fine. Then block this madwoman's sword. He barely managed to parry that stroke. Oh no. The two blades kept clashing relentlessly. After trading blows for a while, he came up with a plan. Just take a few hits and get it over with. But it seemed Yura had read Yomi-young's thought. She ground her teeth and glared at him. You. Once again, her blood boiled. Yura poured all her chi into it, her hair flying wild. She continued to attack, giving Yomi-young no chance to put on any pitiful act. Are you hiding your true strength? Yomi-young panicked, thinking, how does she know? Then he stammered, wait, that's sword chi, right? He recalled that Ma Jinyun fought with sword waves. So why was Yura using sword chi against him? She launched an attack at Yomi-young, but instead of countering, he absorbed one of Yura's strikes. That blow sent Yomi-young sitting on the ground, coughing violently. Yura stepped forward and said, you hide your strength and still plan to fake weakness? Her angry face asked him, have you really exerted your full strength? But Yomi-young could only helplessly reply, I am exerting my full strength right now. Yura angrily retorted, still stubborn to the end. However, for Yomi-young what he said was true. He thought, I always go all out. It's just that my heart isn't fixed on winning this match. Yura didn't know his thought. She angrily pointed her sword at Yomi-young and said, if you want to deceive me like that. Yura summoned many swords and continued, then I'll kill you as you wish. Guchil on the side called out anxiously, young master. Yomi-young slowly stood up, and Guchil whispered to himself, if he can't stop this strike, he'll really die. Yura began using Heavenly Slaying Demon Sword combined with the Sixth Spirit Demon Path. She took a breath and launched the attack. Yomi-young looked at the flying sword tips coming at him, not frightened, but oddly eager for their arrival. Here we go. He braced himself to withstand the 10,000 Heaven, 6 Demon, 1-6, Open Heaven. Yura's blade sliced across one side of Yomi-young's cheek. A thin line of blood immediately sprang from the wound. Yura showed no sign of stopping. She intended to continue the assault. This time she closed in on her opponent, the sword aiming at Yomi-young's stomach. But he managed to block that strike as well. After exchanging blows, both stepped back into defensive stances. Yomi-young's hand trembled slightly as he held his sword. Despite the trembling, Yomi-young kept saying, I can block. Yura smiled with some interest and asked, block what exactly? Only then did he notice something was off. Oh no, only 18 and already has sovereign chi? I know Chion Yura at this time is extremely formidable, but this is beyond imagination. Once again the sword skimmed his throat, but thanks to his agility, Yomi-young still dodged. He squeezed his eyes shut as if accepting that this was the end of his fate. But when he opened them again, he thought to himself, I'm not dead yet. A voice suddenly rang out. What's with the temper? Is Yura trying to wipe out the demon sect? Seeing the person before him, Yomi-young couldn't help but be surprised. Whereas Yura, upon hearing it, immediately knelt down. With one hand, he had severed Yura's sovereign chi and calmly said, Heavenly demonic fortune arrives. 10,000 demons bow. Yura bowed deeply to pay respects as he arrived, paying homage to the true supreme of the cult. The newcomer began to admonish Yura. Today you nearly caused a civil war within the cult. Yomi-young knew very well who had just arrived. In the 1,000-year history of the cult, this was the third person to earn the title of supreme. He was the 28th leader of the heavenly demonic cult and the current Grand Demon Dao Master, Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong. He continued, saying if the Cheon clan and Jin clan go to civil war, their respective supporting forces would join the fray. And in the meantime, the cult's strength would weaken, and the Orthodox Alliance would seize the opportunity to strike. Sitting aside, Yomi-young thought to himself that although it sounded a bit exaggerated, it wasn't wrong. The young sect leader might not know this, but that old devil Jin Gunake, could he really start a civil war over a dead child? On this side, Taejong ordered, quickly apologized to him. Though furious and resentful, her lips pressed tight, she forced out an apology. Yet the killing intent around Yura didn't lessen at all. Yomi-young politely replied, It's fine, young sect leader. But inwardly, Yomi-young thought, I've lived this long and finally heard the heartless demonic Empress Cheon Yura apologize. After all, this is the heavenly demon Din cult, which reveres only the strong. Taejong looked at him and said, The Jin clan raised successors well, but weren't you the young head of that house? According to the rules of the heavenly demon Din cult, The head and the young head of the 6 great clans, or those designated to become them, cannot become the spouse of the young sect leader or the sect leader. Youmyung replied politely, because my talent is lacking, the young head position has already been passed to my younger brother. Taejong, a little surprised, asked, lacking in talent? He recalled the earlier duel between Youmyung and Yura and thought, but that was clearly sword chi. Taejong suddenly burst into loud laughter. Is that so? Lacking talent, huh? I see, I understand. But you're no longer the young head, correct? Youmyung, not understanding much, only answered, yes. I only came to fulfill the duties of the Jin clan's eldest branch. Taejong quickly added, then carry it through to the end. Youmyung, a bit dazed, asked, yes, of course, what flat? Taejong turned and said, when the next exchange match is scheduled, I will send someone to inform the Jin clan. By then I hope to still see you on friendly terms with my Yura. Saying that, he turned back and, with a threatening look, asked, why aren't you answering? Youmyung bowed and replied, obeying orders, but inwardly he thought, this is bad. Taejong left, chuckling loudly. I should go have a drink with that old Jin clan man. It's been a while Youmyung thought the Ma clan had probably just thrown his plan into the trash. Suddenly Yura spoke up. It's not that I want to apologize to you. I was trapped. You dislike me, so you did that, right? But by the leader's order, even if I don't want to, I must obey. Seeing the conversation getting out of hand, Youmyung hurried to stop it. Wait, I don't hate you. This explanation surprised Yura, who asked, what? Youmyung recalled how Yura had lifted his chin in the demon hall and hesitantly said, actually, I kind of like you, to be honest. As he spoke, he avoided her gaze, then hurried to clarify himself. Of course, this isn't romantic love, just admiration. Please don't misunderstand, really don't misunderstand. He spilled it all out in one breath, leaving Yura speechless. Youmyung covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, but my actions today had nothing to do with the young sect leader. This time Yura interrupted. Wait, during the exchange we're on equal footing, so stop calling me the young sect leader. Youmyung blinked and asked, then what should I call you? He began to murmur, let me see now, then I'll call you Miss Cheon Yura. Youmyung and Gu Chil returned safely. On the way back, Gu Chil couldn't help exclaiming, young master, you're amazing, top of the top. Youmyung, a bit bashful, replied, it's nothing special. But Gu Chil kept praising him more and more, saying the family head will surely be delighted. That brat from the Ma house apparently survived. But our young master has already been acknowledged by the Ma clan. All the way back, Gu Chil jabbered nonstop, wearing Youmyung out. He thought, what now? My secluded cultivation ruined. Just getting comfortable when another person from the Jin clan stepped out and said, finally you're back. Youmyung looked at the newcomer and sneered. Brother personally came to see me. What's the matter? The younger brother was the Jin clan's second son, Jin Yoan. He arrogantly pointed inward and asked, before coming to the demon pavilion, were you training in the cultivation chamber? Are you planning now to compete for the young head position? Youmyung raised an eyebrow and countered. You remember the rules, don't you? He snorted. So what if someone has ties to the young sect leader? You can cut that off any time. Youmyung looked at his brother and thought this bully's actually not stupid. Yoan gritted his teeth and said, I won't acknowledge you as my brother. You don't fit this Jin clan. Gu Chil beside them intervened. Second young master, you're being excessive. The eldest son achieved great merit in this exchange and deserves recognition from the family. Yoan glanced at Gu Chil and said, a street assassin background. How dare he meddle in matters of our Jin clan? Being called out like that, Gu Chil didn't dare say another word. Youmyung heard it but let it slide, thinking, what a ridiculous thing to say. It's the words of a 16-year-old. Go to heck. Thinking that, he took a deep breath. Youmyung ground his teeth and said menacingly, looks like I need to fix your mother's upbringing. How dare you? So that future operations won't embarrass the clan, I must cultivate more respect for elders in the one who will become the family head. Yoan, hearing that, sputtered, are you serious, brother? Youmyung began to flex his tendons and, with a frightening expression, said, come to think of it, we haven't properly fought before, have we? He thought to himself that other 6 families beat each other senseless until brotherly affection blooms. Yoan moved a bit faster, quickly attacking Yomi-young and bragging, "All you do is hide like a little mouse. Don't you have any pride?" Yomi-young only smiled and replied, "The question is, will we even get to fight?" Provoked, Yowen angrily shouted, "I'll cripple you, just to show you." The more Yomi-young heard, the angrier he became and asked, "How dare you say that? For the sake of the family head?" Yowen crazily attacked him, but none of his blows hit Yomi-young. Yomi-young continued, "I have 3 reasons to challenge you." Yomi-young began his counterattack and said, "First, it's true you've been chosen for the 6th demon dragon, but there are still people above you. When Yomi-young strikes, he never misses. Second, you dared to mistreat the people of the Jin clan whom you will one day lead." The onlookers murmured at the scene. When did the eldest son ever behave like a playboy? The second son is only 16 and already chosen for the 6th demon dragon. Yowen was very pleased to see his family's head changing. Steward Bitch beside him also agreed with Yowen. After a round of heavy punching, Yowen was forced to his knees by Yomi-young, his head all swollen into a U-shape. "I'll take that advice," he muttered. Even after being beaten up, Yowen remained stubborn-mouthed, but not next time. Yomi-young slung his sword over his shoulder and said, "Hey kid, listen to the final reason, okay?" Yowen went pale with fear, thinking all sorts of things. Yomi-young smiled darkly and continued, "It's because you don't know how to show proper respect to this elder brother." Yowen, sniffling, whispered through tears, "When did he learn sword chi?" Then turned to Yomi-young and called, "Brother, it's because I haven't yet shown boundless respect for you." Yomi-young kept lecturing, "Respect isn't just lip service, Yowen." And the Jin clan ground were soon filled with Yowen's frantic screams. That night, at Jin Gun-K's private residence, after hearing everything, he nodded. "Is that so? You caused quite an interesting stir." Gun-K sipped his tea and continued, "Even the sect leader praised you without holding back. And I even had the nerve to hand a talent like you to his daughter." Saying that, Gun-K laughed heartily. "I don't know how to take all this." He looked at Yomi-young and said, "Son." The boy replied, "Yes, father." Gun-K continued, "Do you want to become the young family head?" Yomi-young bowed his head, his eyes full of thought. After a long moment, he spoke, "Let that position go to Yowen. Unlike me, he has steadily proven his worth within our clan." Hearing Yomi-young, Gun-K hesitated a bit. Yomi-young continued, "I'll stay by the young sect leader's side and work to raise the Jin clan's reputation." He poured a cup of wine and gently said, "I didn't expect you to value the clan's honor so much." Yomi-young began to outline his plan. While other 6 great clans exhaust resources fighting over successors, if Yowen and I strengthen power inside and out together, in the next generation our Jin clan will be regarded as the strongest among the 6 great clans. Gun-K set down his cup and replied, "Clever idea." He smiled at Yomi-young and asked, "Can you do it?" Yomi-young quickly answered, "I'll try my best." Gun-K was greatly pleased and said, "Good. Lately you've shown your true nature. As your father, I should support you." Then he asked, "Is there anything you want?" After discussing with his father, Yomi-young tried to cheer up, but the more he walked, the gloomier he felt. Despair, his secluded cultivation plan, was tossed aside. Now he must uncover who is behind this. He walked while planning. The current Heavenly Demon Sect leader's era is extremely secure, so they can only act secretly for now. But Cheon Yura's situation is different. The Tianjiao lineage has many talented peers, supporters are divided, and even Cheon clan's internal factions are split. Yomi-young bit into an apple to take a break. A moment later he brooded again, thinking from now on I'll investigate what can be used as a bargaining chip to threaten the young sect leader. Finishing that thought, Yomi-young turned and loudly called, "Yowen, why are you following me?" Yowen, his cheeks puffed with food, looked at Yomi-young blankly and answered, "I want to know what you normally are to become this strong." This made Yomi-young slightly suspicious, wondering if he should take the kid along. After hesitating for a while, he decided, "You handle yourself." The boy replied, "Of course." Yowen hurried after Yomi-young and asked, "But where are we going now?" He replied coldly, "To the black market." Yowen asked with some worry, "The black market? A place trading illegal goods?" "That's where the heretics and traitors to our doctrine gather." Hearing that, Yomi-young instructed, "Remember this. in Thousand Mountains, illegality almost doesn't exist. But you of all people know this place best. It's just hidden because it's not good for ordinary disciples to find out. That means the black market is also under the influence of one of the 6 great clans. Yomi stepped forward and said, "And the place we're going," then suddenly stopped, staring for a long moment as if remembering his days as an inner steward. Only the extra luck now puzzled him. "Where is this?" Yomi boldly threw open the gate and answered, "This is the Hidden Gold Pavilion." Behind the gate stood a line of people, and Yomi continued explaining to Yoan that this place actually controls the black market. An old man with a fake smile stepped out of the Hidden Gold Pavilion and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests of the Jin clan. What business brings you to this bottom-of-society place?" Yomi answered him sharply, "Of course we're here to do things that aren't exactly above board. Bring out your highest manager for me." He smiled slyly with his slitted eyes and replied, "I am the one in charge here. Call me Gunjong, Golden Crow Demon." Yomi said coldly, "If you're going to receive a major scion of the Jin clan, at minimum, you should present someone of the 4 families' caliber." Gunjong's hand pulled back slightly. He looked at him warily and asked, "How do you know that?" Yomi smiled as if nothing was wrong and asked, "Know what?" Gunjong glared fiercely and replied that this place is the intelligence organ of Black Gold Sa clan. He began to circulate his inner energy to show force and demanded, "I'll ask again, how do you know?" But Yomi merely moved his hand and, speaking insolently, he then slapped the old man in the face so fast Gunjong couldn't dodge. After hitting him, he calmly said, "I may not often show respect to pretenders, but I have no problem using my hands." Yomi raised his sharp eyes at him and warned, "A representative of the Sa clan, and you dare brandish murderous intent at me? Are you also secretly clutching a weapon in your sleeve?" As tension rose, a woman in flowing black stepped out and said, "Stop." Yomi smiled smugly and said, "Long time no see, Miss Sa." The woman who stepped forward was Sa Baiyin of Black Gold's Sa clan direct line. She looked at Yomi thinking secretly that this territory belonged to the Jin clan, and probably few from the Sa clan knew about it. Could Jin's intelligence really be that formidable? Regarding Sa Baiyin's identity, besides being direct line Sa clan, she moonlights as a handmaiden to the young sect leader. And it was Baiyin who lent Yomi a sword during the duel at the young sect leader's meeting. At that time, she wondered why someone from the Jin clan would also use a sword. Back to the present, Baiyin asked solemnly, "May I ask what business you have here?" Yomi smiled and replied, "Recently something strange has been spreading widely in the black market, the hidden entertainment houses, and the slums." Yoan, upon hearing this, asked, "Something strange?" Not making them wait, Yomi answered, "It seems to be called Black Spotted Blood." The reply left the Sa clan people astonished. Baiyin was no exception. "How do you know about this?" "How could you know?" "Wu Liang at the 7-star house kept complaining about it in my ear," he said, recalling his conversation with that courtesan at the entertainment house. "Young master, there's a fake drug going around late." Hearing such an absurd answer, Baiyan's face darkened as she asked, "Is that really all?" Yomi recalled his past life and thought Black Spotted Blood could soon make the whole sect sick. If they've been up to tricks in the sect for a long time, then this Black Spotted Blood is surely one of their schemes. Baiyin looked a bit troubled and replied, "That must be something introduced from outside the sect. Even with my family's resources, we can't trace the source of the ingredients. So we can only speculate it's made by some subordinate organization of the other great clans." Hearing this, Yomi glanced at Youn and said, "I thought we'd be able to rely on the Sa clan's intelligence, but it's no better than anyone else's. Let's go, brother." As he turned to leave, Baiyin hurriedly blocked him and said, "Please wait." Waiting no further, he turned back with a smug look, knowing that if the matter was dealt with thoroughly, Baiyin would hand over all collected information, and asked, "Well?" Just as predicted, Baiyin ordered her subordinates, "Send the person in charge of this matter to the Jin clan. Go." Yomi replied happily, "Much obliged. Leave this matter to me." With that said, he and Yoan quietly departed under the gazes of Baiyin and Gunjong. After they left, Baiyin said, "They're gone, young sect leader. It turned out Yura had witnessed the entire incident. She recalled her conversation with Taejong the day before. That Jin clan kid didn't seem to realize when he'd gone all out. At the time, Yura didn't understand and asked, "You mean he was serious then?" Taejong stroked his long beard and said it sounded absurd. But the child's gaze wasn't on victory or defeat. It was fixed on me alone. Remembering that made Yura angry, though she tried to suppress it. If a sect leader says so, I must reassess a little. And that anger sprang from the name Wu Liang Youmyung mentioned earlier. She was truly jealous. At Yinru Valley, a secret, shabby valley on the southern outskirts of the heavenly demon Din cult, lawlessness reigned. Even the greatest families could do nothing there. Today was the day Youmyung chose to investigate. To catch the tiger, you must enter its den. Beside him, a hooded man was Sa clan intelligence agent Bayan. In a trembling voice, he said, "But going into a tiger's den just means you'll be eaten by the tiger. I don't want to go at all." But Youmyung gave him no chance to shirk responsibility and threatened. "Want me to pass the message to Miss Sa?" The man, frightened, answered, "I'm sorry." Bayan looked around and asked, "Can we really get information in a place like this?" Youmyung began to display his knowledge. He pinched his nose and said, "Look closely. Places like this are actually easier." Even with his nose pinched, he still sensed something. Mysterious smoke swirled around, putting him on guard. But what is this? He had the feeling someone had been watching him all along. Indeed, someone was following him, hiding not far behind. Yet Youmyung calmly kept walking and thought, "If you keep following me, I'll make sure you lose your head." Along the path, wildflowers bloomed in garish colors. Bayan couldn't help but marvel. "There seem to be a lot of trees around," she said. He replied coldly, "Probably." Bayan lifted part of her hood to look around and sighed. "It has a certain elegance, doesn't it?" She reached out to touch a leaf by the road and said, "Even though they were expelled from the 4 clans, perhaps they cultivate things to find comfort for their souls." Seeing that, Youmyung shouted, "Don't touch that, and watch your feet. I bet you've never actually been to the scene before." While he was lecturing, Youmyung was cut off. "Hey kids, you coming all the way here can't be a coincidence, right?" A red-headed thug with a long scar waved his hand and said, "If you don't want trouble, get out of here fast." Youmyung smiled coldly, thinking the others were just ruffians except the one in the middle. He retorted, "Not a chance. I'm here to see your leader." Hearing that, the man sneered, "I thought you were nobles from the sect, so I was going to let you go. But look who came looking for death." Saying that, he ordered his underlings, "Break one of their arms." The henchmen echoed, "Yes, boss." Bayan piped up cheerfully beside them, "I'm only skilled in lightness skill, not a fighter." Youmyung, exasperated, replied, "I didn't expect much either." At that moment, the henchmen surged forward like a storm. Deal with them, kill them. Despite the danger, Youmyung stood motionless, showing no reaction. "If I really die then." He looked at them amiably and replied gently, "You lot are going to have trouble, you know." Youmyung was advancing deep into the hidden hollow valley, with sheer cliffs on both sides. The 3rd elder, standing at the entrance, spoke up. "Oh my, what an odd sight." Then he asked in a reproachful tone, "You brought guests again?" The bandit could only bow his head and apologize to him. The 3rd elder forced a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guest of the 6 clans." Youmyung arrogantly asked back, "Which of the 6 clans exactly? If I guess right, I'll reward your family." He muttered and speculated. 6 clans means a rich tycoon. Then he'll be extravagant. The 3rd elder kept wondering aloud, "Which one is it?" Then he pondered, "How about the hidden shadow Zhao?" Youmyung asked, "Why would you think that?" The 3rd elder frowned, saying they traced our supply lines, and it turned out the Jin clan's hidden shadow, Zhao, has always avoided the Jin clan. Youmyung chuckled inwardly. "Huan clan is behind this lot." He smiled and said, "Too bad. Wrong guess. My name is Youmyung." The 3rd elder was stunned. "Demonic Heaven's Jin clan? And you're a major scion?" With his stature, number 7 standing beside him sent a thought to Youmyung. Wait a moment. Is it wise to reveal your identity like that? What if they're the suppliers of black spotted blood?" He replied nonchalantly that the clan's power could crush them. The 3rd elder bowed respectfully. "May I ask what brings the Jin clan's young master here?" Youmyung went straight to the point. "Black spotted blood. Those 3 words made him shiver. He continued, I heard the origin of that drug might be around here, so I wanted to do a little inquiry. Seeing the 3rd elder hesitate over the matter, Yomi-young tossed a large pouch of gold toward him. Let me help lighten the burden on your tongue. Will you accept it? He grabbed the pouch of gold in a state of utter bewilderment. But after seeing the amount of gold inside, the 3rd elder's eyes gleamed with metallic light. And then he explained smoothly, Black spotted blood is an outside product that passed through here, but not through our hands. Yomi-young grew serious. So who distributed it? He answered, the Parang Sect, a lower branch of the 9 flow stars. They're the middlemen. Just then a bandit ran up on one leg and shouted, No, it's not good. 3rd elder, there's an intruder. Yomi-young and number 7 froze. Us? The person he referred to was Yura. She stood amid the ruined field and slightly turned her head toward Yinru Valley. The scene shifted to a green meadow, where the sound of snoring echoed through the air. A bandit ran and shouted, Commander, it seems the young sect leader has appeared. The 17th hidden leaflet captain of the Orthodox Alliance, Jai Myungi, groggily sat up. Already this hour, and you're boozing? His subordinate panted, No, Commander, I'm not that kind of person. Over a dozen ruffians who came to cause trouble were all cut down in an instant, and they were from the Poison Frog sect to boot. Myungi felt struck by lightning. What? Then even if it wasn't the young sect leader, it could be a key figure of the 6 clans, right? The other agreed immediately. He began to analyze. Let me see, besides the young sect leader, which woman of the 6 clans could have that level of martial skill? So Soyu of the So clan, Sa Bayan of the Sa clan, and the twin siblings of the Pei clan, I suppose. Surely it's not the person we're targeting, is it? After a moment of thought, Myungi ordered everyone to assemble and move out. The other man shouted excitedly, Understood, 17th Hidden Leaf Team, move out. But Myungi quickly stopped him. Not our people, you idiot. To keep the supply of black spotted blood flowing, the superiors have already sent assassins down. We need to call the death assignment team. On Yomi-young's side, someone was hiding behind a wall watching him. Fist Shadow, standing nearby, warned Yura that getting too close would get her noticed. She replied curtly, I know. She found it odd. Leave it to rot? Why would our sect neglect a place like this? Fist Shadow explained it's because this is material necessary for Huan clan's formation. Leaving defenses lax here is also a bait to lure outside traders for an easy purge. Yura questioned, Jin Yomi-young, did he already know about this before he came? She was surprised when she ordered, Keep following him for me. Yura fell silent. I want to know what he's thinking. With an icy face, she shared. The sect leader said I was born with many enemies. So distinguishing friend from foe is crucial. Her cheeks flushed as she thought. Has the young sect leader started to notice leadership qualities? Yura suddenly mused, but it's interesting. If there are reclusive geniuses, they're most likely in places like this. She dashed out saying, I'd love to meet someone like that once. Let's go. Fist Shadow panicked and ran after her. Isn't your place full of those already? Like the elders of Cheon clan, for example. Yura stood pensively in the ruined field, but strangely, there weren't any reclusive geniuses at all. Jin Yomi-young entered without anyone stopping him. Why do I always get blocked by others? Yomi-young thought helplessly. So was the young sect leader's gaze I kept sensing. He stepped forward and told her, For now, let's head out together. Just then a group approached and taunted. Well said. His words turned out to be true. Yura propped her chin and thought, Here we go again. Myungi swaggered, cloak slung over his shoulder. Sorry, but you'll be our prisoners. When Yura asked the young sect leader his name, the man arrogantly shot back. What's it to you? Just surrender obediently, and that's enough. The 3rd elder and 2 subordinates used the opportunity to retreat. We'll take our lead. Yura sneered. It's obvious they're beggar scum from the Saibang. Yomi-young chuckled with delight. Then keep that one alive. We might squeeze a lot out of him. Didn't expect to catch them so quickly. Saying that, he clearly coordinated Dark Shadow, Tiger Shadow, and Fist Shadow, and ordered Bayan to assist. It turned out number 7, who had been following him, was Bayan. She took off her hat and replied, Yes, young sect leader. Dark daggers, protect young master Yomi-young at once. They immediately provided support. At your command, miss. Myungi sneered. Cute strategy, but the young sect leader's guards are all lousy. But we have masters who have reached the pinnacle. You're amused. You sure know a lot about our sect. He laughed loudly. Of course I do. Especially matters of the Cheon clan, I must know. She was astonished. Matters of the Cheon clan? Yura erupted with intent. Look closely, you vermin. Myungi's henchman froze. He shouted, Whatever, whatever, I'll charge it. Yura hissed each word. None of you will leave these 1,000 mountains alive. As soon as she finished, she launched a precise strike and instantly took down the entire group. Yura swiftly and gracefully spun to dodge their attack, then used the momentum to surge forward. Her sword stroke wiped them out in an instant. Yura smiled contemptuously. You vermin. The death assignment team's assassin trembled with fury. He planted his axe and rose, muttering, It can't end like this. His gaze turned murderous toward Yomi-young. He roared like a beast. At least I have to kill someone. As the death assignment assassin swung down toward Yomi-young, he shouted the young man's name. Yomi-young grinned smugly. Can't you see how many guards I have right now that you dare rush in? But that smugness was quickly replaced by panic as the 3 guards around him scattered to the sides. Yomi-young's eyes went his mouth, He turned his head from side to side. Yomi-young thought inwardly, even shabby opponents can be top-tier masters. He gritted his teeth. Dodging was too late. Yomi-young tightened his grip on the hilt and lunged desperately. The assassin's axe came down with brutal force. A clean, cold cut. Yomi-young did his utmost to raise his sword and withstand the deadly blow. Soon he was flung backward. The scene was a complete mess. I planned to look cooler. Who knew I'd picked the wrong flashy move? Fist Shadow and Tiger Shadow were stunned. How much will everyone laugh at me now? Did he really block that? The assassin's voice trembled. Why, you're not dead yet. Yomi-young angrily cursed him. How dare that madman speak nonsense to me like that? The death assignment assassin gaped. You should have had your head smashed and been dead already, right? Before he could finish, Yura sent him off to the Western Paradise. Indeed, that level is nothing to you. Yomi-young felt as if struck by lightning. What? So it was a deliberate test of me. He propped his sword and rose, questioning her. So are you satisfied? At least you've confirmed my strength. He couldn't help feeling angry. Although these superior order tests are common, damned heavenly demon Din Kull. Myungi, captured and glaring, still defiantly taunted, You bastard, kill me then. Yomi-young calmly clasped his hands behind his back. Why kill? You still have valuable testimony about black spotted blood for us. Hearing the 3 words black spotted blood, he broke into a sweat, stammering. What? Black spotted blood what? Yomi-young burst with killing intent, repeating, I really am from the Ma clan, aren't I? He spoke while raising his hand as illustration. Though my martial arts are a bit slack, there are some things I'm very interested in and eager to learn, especially bone weighing and measurement. I've studied it very hard and carefully, you know. Simply put, torture. Myungi turned pale. He trembled like a plucked chicken, hearing Yomi-young's instructions. You must stay silent. This is my first real fight, so I also want to enjoy it a bit. Now let's start gently. A chorus of shouts rose. Yura dusted her clothes and bowed respectfully. Sorry for the trouble. Bai-yin replied. It's fine. Young Master Tran already accepted the apology, but the fellow is a bit persistent. Then she turned to Yomi-young. Young Master Tran, she asked gloomily. What does Mr. Black 7 call you for? Bai-yin wondered. If young Master Tran passes the young sect leader's test to the end, then what? Yura looked toward Yomi-young and answered. Then I'll rekindle one of the dreams I gave up. I'll tell you everything I know. Please stop. Yomi-young hummed as he walked. Give it a little more effort. Yura continued. I don't know about this only because of the courtesans. As he moved toward them, Yomi-young explained that Jai Myungi really was Tsai Bang. His superior had struck a deal with someone from the Jin clan, but this guy had no idea who that person was. Yura was stunned. Could the Cheon clan be involved in pharmaceuticals? Those hauled off with him belonged to the hidden estate of Giryu Fortress. Bai-yin pondered solemnly. The 3rd elder had mentioned Giryu Fortress. She added that the hidden manor was a noble family established 50 years ago by a retired member of the Phantom Slaughter Squad. Yura asked in surprise, Phantom Slaughter Squad? Yomi-young immediately recalled. Gu Chiel used to be there, right? Bai-in confirmed firmly that the Demon Emperor Phantom Slaughter Squad, the assassination unit under the Cheon clan, had been disbanded. The Demon Emperor Phantom Slaughter Squad. Young looked genuinely worried. The young sect leader should return. Since the ambush, it's past the point where we can do much on our own. Due to its kill-at-core organizational nature, the Hidden Manor isn't their headquarters either. He pointed at Myungi and reasoned that once these guys lose contact, they'll erase their traces and flee immediately. Bai-in asked curiously, "Young Master Tran, what will you do next?" Young replied, "There are variables, but I'll start again from lower-tier organizations like the Bai Lang faction. There's a better way." Yura shared, "The point is the bodyguards hall, or whoever, doesn't have time now to assemble an assault force, right?" When he nodded in agreement, she continued, "Anyway, it's an official visit by the young sect leader. They won't dare pull blatant tricks." Young immediately objected. "No, we can't risk your life over this matter. It's too minor compared to..." Yura clenched her fist. "A matter this big, and you call it minor?" He spoke sternly. "Compared to the value of your life, it is indeed minor," she replied with a guilty tone. "But wasn't it because of me that your plan changed? I want to make up for that." Young exhaled a long breath. "That's exactly why I like you." Scene shifts to the outskirts of 10,000 Mountains, the hidden manor of Giryu Fortress. Without a word, Yura pushed the door and burst in. The lord of the three-generation hidden estate, Un Kieljung, jumped in surprise. "What? The young sect leader has come." He was secretly pleased. "I was about to withdraw because things at the hidden manor went to ruin, yet the target came to us." Kieljung respectfully said, Please come in." "Young sect leader, may I ask what brings you here?" Yura explained. "Wasn't your ancestor once a member of the Demon Emperor Phantom Slaughter Squad? I feel guilty for neglecting those who serve the Cheon clan. By the way, everyone looks rather busy, as if they're hurriedly preparing to leave somewhere." The assassins, standing in the courtyard, bristling with intent, fixed their gaze on her. Yura reproached, "Aren't you going to offer a guest a cup of tea?" Kieljung smiled warmly. "Here in 10,000 Mountains, it's unheard of for the young sect leader to be a mere guest. Please come inside. We will attend to you at once." An assassin lurking by the door telepathically asked, "Master of Assassins, what shall we do?" He replied happily, "We've been given another chance. This time we must capture the person alive for me." As Yura walked, he commented, "This place looks ransacked. Usually there must be a lot of comings and goings, right?" Kieljung suddenly emphasized, "Well then, young sect leader." She angrily straightened up. "Speak properly, you insolent wretch." He burst out laughing. "After all, you're already here, what's the need for that?" Yura's people were instantly surrounded by assassins. Kieljung disdainfully ordered, "Be obedient and endure the glare, and we won't treat you badly." Yura calmly replied, "I know your true level." He gave a sly smile. "So you catch the death assignment team, and then you think you're above everyone? But don't think that's all we've got." The room suddenly shook violently as a wooden block rose up from the ground. Yura stood stunned. "A trap array mechanism?" Kieljung stepped forward, beaming with excitement. "This is called the Labyrinth Pursuit Array. Did you think I let you into this place for fun?" Watching the moving mechanism, Yura thought to herself that at this scale, it would require enormous funds and manpower. Thinking of a mysterious man, she was certain this wasn't something a retired assassin could build alone. At that moment, Yura drew her sword and said, "It seems there's much more I need to hear, but allow me to ask one question first." Yura and her subordinates pointed their blades defensively and asked in a low voice, "Are you still the Cheon clan's hounds or traitors colluding with outsiders?" Hearing that, Kieljung's eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Kill!" At the comrade's command, the assassins surged forward immediately. Not to be outdone, Yura also took a running start and fired back. "I've heard your answer loud and clear." At that moment, two opposing forces clashed and made the space tremble. Blood splattered along Yura's blade. After a while, she assessed, "Looks like I'm still too green, and have to get my hands dirty with this scum." Yura coldly flicked the blood from her sword. Kieljung watched the scene in terror and cried out, "Monster!" She raised her sword and sneered, "Do I have to suffer because of scum like you? Shall I cut out your tongues to see if you'll be more loyal then?" Seeing that cold expression, Kyoljung feared inwardly, thinking she was going to use sword chi to seal us and interrogate us. He then braced himself and loudly protested, babbling. "It is you who turned the Phantom Slaughter Squad, those loyal to the Cheon clan, into this." Suddenly an alarm sounded. "Young Sect leader, be careful." Yura hurriedly turned and saw someone rushing toward her. He leapt up and swung his sword to attack her. She quickly used her sword to block the blow. The clash of steel rang with a piercing sound. Yura leaned back, a startled expression flashing across her face. The master saw her reaction. Crimson Cloud smiled with delight. Kyoljung stood at a distance, gleefully shouting, "The Great One has arrived." Crimson Cloud moved past Yura so fast his motion was a blur. She turned in alarm, thinking, did he just surpass me that easily? Kyoljung smiled broadly and told Crimson Cloud, "This is the young sect leader." His smile gradually lost all humanity. His eyes gleamed viciously as he warned not to miss the opportunity. Kyoljung excitedly proclaimed she was trapped in the deadly array, but before he could finish, Crimson Cloud sliced off his head. Staring at the flying head and the blood pooling on the ground, he said coldly, "Failed hunting dogs get thrown away." Seeing that, Yura froze and said in a low voice, "I'm genuinely curious about your organization, so confess obediently. I'll even pay out of my own pocket to announce it across the Central Plains. Then maybe we should ask Sai Bang for a hand, right?" Hearing that, Crimson Cloud froze, saying nothing. Yura's followers behind her thought silently. "Do you really think he'll confess honestly?" One warned anxiously, "The young sect leader is in danger. This one is dangerous." She replied aloud, "I know." Yura frowned, smiled with hidden depth, and said, "That's why I'm so curious. How close have I come to the Sword Realm?" Crimson Cloud turned back and sneered. "Information about the Demon Sect's young sect leader who foolishly sticks his head in a trap will sell for a tidy profit." Yura ignored his words, smiled, and stepped forward. "That's called confidence." Crimson Cloud lunged, swinging his sword, and shouted aggressively, "Arrogant are you, you clueless brat?" The two continued to fight, and this bout's force made it somewhat difficult for Yura to defend against the attacks. The two blades collided in a shower of sparks, creating unbearably sharp sounds. Crimson Cloud broke into a twisted smile, his face manic as he shouted, "Can you withstand this strike?" Yura quickly fell back to keep a safe distance, and at the same time said, "Heavenly Demon Divine Skill, no matter which chi technique it faces, at least doesn't lose in power." Her eyes grew more serious now. With a firm voice she asserted that even if there's a gap in realms. Crimson Cloud's gaze turned fierce. He snorted contemptuously. "That may be true, but..." Then he darted forward and attacked with lightning speed. Crimson Cloud continued, saying beyond mere talent. His blade moved rhythmically and sliced straight at Yura. It made her frown in pain. Crimson Cloud, gaining momentum, smiled darkly, saying the gap in experience cannot be closed. Having spoken, he unleashed a powerful blow at Yura. Yura was struck, and a spray of red blood burst into the air. She was violently thrown back, slamming into the wall behind her, and Yura let out a cry of pain. She collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Crimson Cloud stepped forward and said, "The Heavenly Demon Din cult raises little devils. I've been told to capture alive, but if I don't eliminate you today, you'll definitely be a disaster later." Hearing that, Yura grimaced, cold sweat breaking out, breathing painfully and bewildered. "That person," he stepped closer and said, "Wait 20 years and I might have to poison you to deal with it." Yura refused to yield and replied, "Your eyes believe that too, huh?" Crimson Cloud laughed horribly, his eyes lighting up like a fiend as he said, "That's why you must die today." Yura planted the tip of her sword down and slowly said, "Actually, I already knew. I'm aware there's a trap array mechanism here." She trembled as she tried to stand and spoke, and also knew there might be a master she couldn't handle. Crimson Cloud stepped forward contemptuously and asked, "You act like you knew and still came here?" Yura refused to back down and answered, "If I have one mistake, it might be a difference of opinion." Hearing that, Crimson Cloud was puzzled, his expression growing grim. Suddenly Yura became unusually calm and asked, "What do you think?" Yomiyoung stepped in and said, "I told you so." Young smiled and said, "They value your worth more than the title of young sect leader." He stepped in slowly and asked, "How was it trying to deal with him?" Yura replied, "Truly tough. No wonder the 9 sect are called prestigious Orthodox schools." Young approached her and asked, "Are you sure he comes from a 9 sects?" Yura answered firmly, "His swordsmanship contains principles completely opposite to the divine sect." He raised his sword gently to reassure her, "I'm here now, so don't worry anymore." Ahead, Crimson Cloud froze and blurted, "Jin Young, could it be the Jin clan? This is an unexpectedly good catch." With that, he quickened his steps toward the two of them. Crimson Cloud walked and said, "The young sect leader you can kill, but what about you?" Before he could finish, a dart was launched. Sensing it, he turned and glanced in that direction. The dart sped toward Crimson Cloud. He quickly tilted aside to dodge and exclaimed, "Who sent that?" Young nonchalantly spread his hand, waved, and said, "The labyrinth killing array, right? It's mine now. Did you think I came alone? All the other forces have already been invested elsewhere." Hearing that, Crimson Cloud couldn't believe his ears. He froze, speechless. Young pointed his sword at him, his tone low but authoritative. "Are you planning to overturn the heavens?" Yura, puzzled by the reaction, asked, "Why is he responding like that?" Young beside her answered, "Right now, we should only think about surviving here." Young explained, "They're about to finish cutting off the escape. Perhaps because you're inside the array you can't sense it. Outside, it's a sea of flames. If this drags on, we'll all end up as ash together." Hearing that, Crimson Cloud pulled his face veil up, smiling with sly delight. "And you still didn't run away?" He tossed the veil to the ground and added, "Then I must return the favor properly." Crimson Cloud strode forward, sword in hand, proclaiming, "I am Crimson Cloud of the Chingchong sect." Young curled his mouth inwardly, thinking that by revealing his identity, he clearly intended to kill them now. He whispered to Yura beside him, "Is the Chingchong sect backing this?" Before she could reply, Crimson Cloud lunged madly and shouted, "Go to hell and ask Yama about that." Two swords were raised side by side, and a voice rang out, "Jin Young, can you cooperate with me?" He answered, "Probably yes." Both of them leapt up. Yura responded with a single word, "Good." Then the two of them poured all their strength into striking Crimson Cloud. Very quickly, a clash erupted. A hail of sharp darts flew in uncountable numbers. Crimson Cloud's feet nimbly avoided them all. He even muttered a curse at the nuisance. Yura and Young fought together. She called out to the right while he dodged and thought that it was both unnecessary and impossible to block head-on. While Yura gritted her teeth and swung her sword, he thought as Chion Yura attacked. Crimson Cloud was no slouch and quickly parried the blade. Young took advantage of the moment to attack, while thinking, "I'll disrupt the enemy." Under the coordinated assault from the two, Crimson Cloud gritted his teeth with a sharp click. Seizing that chance, Yura quickly ordered the shots to be fired. Crimson Cloud could only grit his teeth and withstand it. "Bayan is supporting us." Yura, sweat-drenched, smiled and said, "Not bad, Jin Young." Young was also exhausted. He breathed heavily and replied, "Luckily things went as planned." Yura opened her eyes slightly and said, "And I'm starting to see more clearly." She continued, his sword, the image of Crimson Cloud swaggering forward, spoke, "Looks like to kill you. I had to bet my life too." He stepped closer to the two of them and said, "I've tried to avoid using major techniques because of the array's balance, but there's no other choice now." Yura stepped back and urged, "Run, Young, give up capturing him alive. I'll stall then run after you. Go first." He strode forward holding his long sword and said, "If this drags on, the Protectorate should have arrived by now, right? Too bad." Yura watched him and thought that a sword realm blade. In her mind, she compared it silently. "Unlike mine, it's a perfectly straight sword realm blade." Suddenly Young spoke up. "No," she exclaimed in surprise and questioned. He continued, "From the start you had no intention of fleeing, right? Don't risk your life like that. If we're to live, let's live together." Yura heard this and fell silent, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, a voice rang out, "I'll use a combined strike. You must coordinate with me." The other replied clearly, "Crimson Cloud, thinking it a joke, sneered. A combined strike? Are you two married or something? As if not hearing him, Yomi-young and Yura raised their swords together and shouted, "Die!" Very quickly, the whole area was bathed in a blinding light. Crimson Cloud gaped, frozen stiff and speechless. Yomi-young also gritted his teeth against the impact. Yura endured that fury too, showing no sign of stopping. When the attack ended, a few fragments of rock rained down. At the same time, Yura spat a mouthful of blood. Both of them sat there wounded and silent. Crimson Cloud clicked his tongue in contempt when he saw it. "You really surprised me." He struck Yomi-young's shoulder with his sword and said, "If we meet again, the outcome might be different, but that won't happen." Though the sword was at his throat, Yomi-young felt no fear. He sneered, "My life traded for a big help to the greater cause. How touching." A voice rang out full of anger. "Bastard." Crimson Cloud's face registered shock as he turned to look toward the voice's owner. Wang Qianjiu charged over and slammed into Crimson Cloud, shouting, "How dare you lay a hand on him?" He struck Crimson Cloud so hard that he was sent flying. Yura lifted her head and looked on with a dreamy gaze. Qianjiu hurried forward, his voice urgent. "Young Sect leader, are you all right?" Yura sat calmly and said, "Your protectorate is late." Qianjiu's voice trembled with fear as he stammered, "I apologize. While you were temporarily absent, I only then received the report." Seeing him bow and beg, Yomi-young thought about leaving his post. He was from a protectorate with the duty to guard the leader and family, and even a chief protector. Looking at Crimson Cloud lying unconscious on the ground, Yura said, "Forget it." He claimed to be an elder of the Qingchang sect. Likely a fake set up for this situation, probably to provoke a fight between orthodox and heretical sections. She ordered, "Take him back for thorough interrogation." Qianjiu, sweating, stammered, "Young sect leader, the thing is..." He recalled earlier and continued fearfully. He seemed like he did before. Qianjiu bowed his head and kowtowed again. "I apologize. I am deeply sorry, my lord." Yomi-young silently doubted inwardly. Could he have done this on purpose? He thought of old Qianjiu, the protector who fought demons face to face. Qianjiu, a top-tier master of the divine cult. 20 years later, the protectorate will betray everyone, but by then Wang Qianjiu will have retired. This timing and circumstance don't fit for him to betray. It's because I insisted on doing this. How shameful. Yura stood there murmuring, "I will definitely repay this debt." She turned her head and added, "And next time I will surely repay this debt." Yomi-young stood silently watching her walk away with her followers. From the narrow alley, he called out, "Gu Chil." After hearing his call, a figure stepped out from the darkness. Gu Chil appeared and answered him, "Yes, young master." Yomi-young turned and asked, "How is it?" Gu Chil bowed and reported that most had been burned, so there wasn't much to recover. He produced a scrap of paper and said he found this on the body of the owner of the hidden manor. Yomi-young curled his lip and muttered, "In that situation, he could still do this? Must be the chief protector creating the distraction, right?" Gu Chil, curious at his mutter, asked, "What? Create what?" He just replied, "I was just muttering. Nothing." Suddenly, he looked at the paper in his hand, his face showing a bit of alarm. "What is this?" His eyes widened, filled with suspicion and astonishment. "An assassination order targeting someone at Cheonil Gate." Cheonil Gate. Is this conveniently the place to substitute for a lockdown? Gu Chil's voice trembled, awkward and doubtful. "Young master, can you explain this so I understand?" He raised an eyebrow, planning a sly smile. "Gu Chil has the right to know my plan. It seems we'll be apart for a while." Hearing that, Gu Chil turned pale and blurted in panic, "What?" Cut to the main hall, where a stern, indignant voice echoed, "Inciting the heretics? How dare they do such nonsense in our sect?" The warlike Taoist leader sprang up decisively, hands clasped as he declared forcefully, "The heavenly demon must destroy the Qingcheng sect at once. The righteous and the wicked shall clash." On the high throne, Taejong remained calm, his face showing no emotion. The cult's rage was thorough, but must be precise. The elders below all changed color and voiced their displeasure at once. Cheon Taejong, his gaze calm, yet hiding an unpredictable murderous intent. First, We must confirm whether they truly are the Orthodox or imposters posing as the Orthodox. Taejong solemnly ordered, left protector, and an immediate respectful voice answered, "Yes, leader." His voice lowered, each word heavy. "There is something you must investigate." The left protector bowed at once, resolute. "Understood, orders received." Meanwhile, at Demonic Heaven's Gene clan, lascivious gossip didn't stop. "Have you heard? The one who helped the young sect leader uncover this is our eldest scion. 6 devil dragons plus the eldest scion makes 7 devil dragons. Our house will be thrilled." Gun AK shot to his feet, anger flashing in his eyes. "What did you just say?" Yomi-young faced him without flinching, calm. "I said I will join Cheonil-ge." Immediately his fist slammed hard on the table. "Madman," veins bulging on Gun AK's forehead, his voice hoarse with fury. "You should be entering the Demon Dragon Hall instead." He instantly knelt, decisive in action, eyes steady. "Master, leave relationship building at the Demon Dragon Hall to Yowon. I will go to Cheonil Gate to recruit talent." He ground his teeth, chest heaving with restraint. "You want to go to that place meant for commoners just for that?" Yomi-young lifted his eyes and met him calmly. "It's not just that. I'm aiming to attract talents who will be recruited by the Ma clan and Pei clan in the future before they're chosen." Images of disciples from great houses began to appear. As you know, those in the Demon Dragon Hall belong to families, or if they belong to none, they'll be picked by the Cheon clan, not come to our Jin clan. A figure flickered through his memory. Ma Chulsu of the Ma clan, who graduated from Cheon Il Academy last year, surely has similar aims. He smiled faintly, confidence mixed with a hint of provocation. "I can't fall behind Ma Chulsu, can I?" Gun AK froze, his fist unconsciously clenching tighter. Indeed, sensing his weak spot, Yomi-young continued in a soft tone. "So if the master would lend a little help, I'll bring back the people who will shoulder the world in the future." Cut to the courtyard. Yomi-young was handing a bag to Gu Chil. "This is the application to join the gate." Just then Yowon came running up from afar in panic. "Cheonil Gate? Are you insane?" Yomi-young turned his head, looking exasperated. "Another brother? Today I've had more than 10 people ask me if I'm crazy or say things like that." He widened his eyes, his face draining. "Of course, it's the 6 clans' direct line going there." The whole Jean household was like a boiling pot, everyone anxiously gossiping. Even collateral branches going there were said to be out of favor. No wonder the eldest son was exiled for causing the young sect leader danger. Yowon snorted disdainfully, deeming it beneath him, then spoke calmly. "Brother, you know the founder of Cheonil Gate is the heavenly demon ancestor, right? Cheonil Gate's early training was brutal, causing many upper-class descendants to die, and the Demon Dragon Hall was established as an alternative. Afterwards, Cheonil Gate relaxed its training intensity." Yomi-young's eyes flashed with calculation and satisfaction, the corner of his mouth twitching. "My target is Cheonil Gate's initial education process." In his mind fleeting, hazy images appeared. The training that forges warriors maddened by martial arts through 100 trials. He paused, eyes burning with ambition. It's not about vying for the headship, so why does he match in martial skill? And so suddenly, too, his face grew serious, showing experience. "Brother, we must become stronger. A great storm is approaching." With that, Yomi-young decisively turned and walked away, his back lonely and cold. "Practice what I've taught you." Yowon sensed the change and hurriedly called out, "What are you looking at?" His voice carried implication, calm in demeanor. "You'll know soon enough. Frankly, me joining Cheonil Gate now is like a man sneaking off to enlist while both families are in the middle of matchmaking. Awkward and scandalous." Suddenly, a steady voice rang out. Young sect leader, Bai-yin, leisurely sipping tea, had told me to ask this question. She spoke calmly, her eyes unwavering. "Are you out of your mind?" Bai-yin's expression fell. Her tone was heavy and a little helpless, and she said, "I must get an answer to be certain of what you're thinking." Gripping Yomi-young's hand tightly, he answered slowly, "Because I've realized my own helplessness." He suddenly faltered as the heavy words rang out. "If at least I could reach the early peak realm." His face then shifted into a perfectly acted display of suffering and powerlessness. "If that had happened, I wouldn't have been defeated so senselessly." Ah, the tragedy to perform. Bayan raised an eyebrow, her gaze puzzled and suspicious. But were you really defeated? He immediately waved his hand to deny it. So, you were defeated, is that it? Do you mean it's to prepare for things that will happen to me in the future? Yomi-young slapped his chest sharply, the dry sound expressing resolve. In our sect, everything must be proven by force. I want the minimum qualification to stand beside the young sect leader. Bayan, stunned, gripped her teacup and felt the heat through the porcelain. Bayan quickly recovered her composure and replied nonchalantly, "Actually, you two are quite similar. What point of similarity are you suspicious about?" Her tone grew heavy and oddly sympathetic. The young sect leader also blamed himself a lot for his shortcomings, so he decided to go into seclusion and said that when he emerges from seclusion, he will duel with Lord Shun. Hearing that, Yomi-young's face turned ashen gray, panic clearly showing. Does it mean he wants to kill me, or what? Cut to Chunel Gate, White Lotus Peak. A harsh, commanding shout rang out slowly. "You pests." Dozens of figures were struggling up the steep slope. Don't slacken in your thighs and waist. At the foot of the mountain, the Jang instructor's shouts whipped at their will. Your future has two choices. Conquer the summit or fall to your death. On the sheer cliff, Seng-ah was trembling with each moment. These crazy cultists, she gritted her teeth, filled with hatred and despair. Damn that old man. Why throw me into a place like this? From somewhere above came the enthusiastic cheers of Nam Cheonbok's master. It'll be tough for a bit, just a bit. Seng-ah glanced down into the abyss below, littered with sharp weapons and jagged boulders. Fall from here, and your internal power or whatever won't save you. She gathered the last of her strength and told herself she must survive. A stone suddenly fell from the cliff with a small scraping sound, giving her a nasty jolt. Her body immediately lost balance, flailing in midair as her consciousness spiraled into terror. All sounds around fell silent. "I'm going to die." At that moment, a strong hand swiftly and decisively reached out. Daoist John used tremendous strength to catch her in midair. Seng-ah gasped in horror, breathing heavily from just escaping death. He smiled to reassure her. "Are you all right? I'm Sandojian from the 108th cohort of Cheonil Gate." On the large rock, surrounded by towering peaks under a clear sky, the group was still trudging up like a colony of ants. Those at the summit looked exhausted. Seng-ah finally spoke. "Thank you." After reaching the top, Sandojian propped his hands on his aching knees and panted, "Don't say it. Help each other and survive together." She lay there wearily and said, "That mountain knight is something else. He's from the Ma clan, and yet like this." Sandojian forced a smile and waved his hand. "A hero? I'm not worthy of that." Seng-ah remained lying there, looked up calmly, and retorted, "If you don't practice chivalry, then what is a hero?" Hearing that, Sandojian immediately blushed and looked away, replying, "Miss Beck Seng-ah flatters me. Calling me a hero here is a bit." Seeing him embarrassed, Seng-ah sat up and forced a smile, thinking to herself, this is a cult, really. While she fretted over her words, two male students behind looked regretful. Wouldn't it have been better to let her fall? The others thought the same, a chance to thin the competition. Sandojian continued, "But this physical training should ease up soon. I heard when new recruits arrive, we'll withdraw to study theory." Seng-ah asked curiously, "Did Senior Beck say that?" Sandojian answered, "I heard a high-profile figure is about to enter Cheon Il Academy, and it's from a main line of the 6th Divine Demon Clan, the Demonic Heavens Gene Clan, no less." Seng-ah kept lightly punching her arm, thinking exiled. Then she reminded herself to stay away from those in bad moods and not pick fights. Before assembly, the steward sobbed before Yomi-young. "Young master, must you go?" "The master is powerless." Yomi-young snapped. "This has already been decided. Why are you still whining?" But no matter what he said, the steward cried louder like a child. An eye for the young master. Well, his behavior made goosebumps rise on Yomi-young. "Do your job properly. I'll probably call plenty while I'm in there." But the steward, though unwilling, couldn't stop the young master. He could only stand there watching Yomi-young slip into the crowd. As for Yomi-young, he cast glances around as if probing something, uncertain about their skill levels, but everyone's eyes didn't look bad, not gonna lie. He seemed to be carefully observing everything. The gaze of one person flashed into his mind. After all, they all carried expectations on their shoulders. Then the other side smirked, showing a confident air that trampled the other disciples. Jealousy, or some sense of duty from someone. In that crowd, Young didn't really stand out much. Or maybe you just don't want to reveal your current abilities right now. Among the crowd, countless other male students were present. Young hoped, with a bit of wishful thinking, that there'd be some guy who caught his eye. In one hall, everyone gathered in one place. A man standing on the podium spoke up, "Welcome to 1001 Hall, Cheonail Gate Cadets." That man was none other than Jin Sang, the innkeeper of Cheonail Gate, and everyone's eyes lit up. He just gave a strange smile and offered vague praise with an unclear purpose. Perhaps those words had a deeper meaning? Seeing this, the other male students looked puzzled and began whispering suspiciously among themselves. "Is that the innkeeper of Cheonail Gate? He doesn't look imposing at all, kind of odd." It seemed he had already understood the situation and the murmurs coming from below. Innkeeper Zhou Jinsang of the Cheonail Gate of the prison department spoke, emitting a powerful black aura to intimidate the new mats below. "Listen carefully, you brats." Those below were stunned by the leader's presence above. Only Young remained calm and thought to himself, "Terrifying, murderous aura." It seemed that if Jinsang let his aura loose any longer, the boys below wouldn't be able to handle it. So he immediately withdrew it and continued, "Cheonail Gate Cadets. This place is both an educational monastery and a cruel domain governed by rigid rules, where big fish eat little fish within the cult." As soon as he finished, those considered elite within Cheonail Gate promptly appeared at remarkable speed, while those below felt extremely anxious. The faces of those above were very serious, projecting the gravitas of gang leaders. He continued, "These are your seniors, at most only a year ahead of you, but don't you see the difference between them and yourselves?" At Jinsang's question, the hall fell silent. Did they not dare answer, or were they lacking confidence? Only one person in the crowd dared stand and speak, Young. He spoke up, "A wound and one more thing." His gaze answered without a hint of worry. His demeanor was so relaxed that those around him secretly admired him. Jinsang smiled in satisfaction and replied, "Exactly. I don't know who or where you are from, but you've got a usable eye." Then he returned to his main point. They've been through life-or-death combat and survived. As a result, while listening to Jinsang speak, Young suddenly saw something. He thought to himself, wait a sec. Among the people lined up above, he had set his sights on one person. That person was the Grand Pillar Sandojian. Seeing him, Young silently admired him. Amazing. Recalling his past life, there was no longer any doubt about his talent. Breaking the limit is someone from Cheonail Gate, not Demon Dragon Hall. It's the little unicorn stepping up to the Grand Pillar of the Ceremonial Demonic Squad, one of the core 13 demon squads of Bloodless Thunder and Wind, the Slaughtering Blade Sandoji. Just thinking that made Young's eyes light up. He thought to himself that he didn't care about the others. This one he absolutely had to bring back. Scene switches to a room where Jinsang sat with arms crossed, sighing, "That damned Azura King. Did he really pamper his son that much? He even suggested giving me that position." Recalling a few days earlier during a conversation, Gun AK suggested, "You should try your hand in the open sea before retiring, shouldn't you? In 2 years, the innkeeper of Demon Dragon Hall will retire. I'm willing to recommend you for that position." The innkeeper of Demon Dragon Hall is an important post, the best path for advancement into the Elders Institute, even for those not from the 6 clans. Back at that table conversation, someone asked, the Elders Institute. If that's the case, then why did you deliberately send your son here? Jinsang then turned to the man beside him and asked, "What do you think?" "Deputy Innkeeper," the man replied. "If it wasn't Azura King's idea, there are only 2 possibilities, right? Either it was the cult leader's intention, or it was the idea of the kid Jin Young himself." Jinsang asked further, "If it's the cult leader's will, then what?" He replied, "The young cult leader was confined as punishment for the Hidden Estate incident, and because they lived together, it's the crime of collusion under the moon." Jinsang pondered, then continued. That can't be mere punishment. Azura King's request is very particular. He felt puzzled and asked again. Ginseng went on, it's not a request to guarantee performance or safety like other favors, but more like wanting his son to be free to cultivate, plus a few small conveniences. Meaning at the very least, he surely wants him to get a proper education. Could he really be aiming for that? He thought to himself. It was a night of a full moon, not a cloud in the sky. Standing on a hill overlooking the capital below, surrounded by eerie foliage, a voice suddenly sounded. Please don't call me out like this again. The one standing there was Muyin. He added, even I feel a bit embarrassed about it. A man in a black cloak and mask standing behind him spoke. Second order. Forgive me. This is an urgent directive from higher-ups. Muyin turned and laughed. Important enough to hinder the mission I've spent years on? Though he dared not say it aloud due to rank, the cloaked man secretly despised him. His martial skill doesn't match mine, yet he is arrogant. But remember that bastard is a candidate for succession, favored by the highest officials. Then he began to explain, apologies, it was originally a mission for the assassin demons at Hidden Manor, but because it involved the young cult leader, they were all wiped out. So the order was passed to the second order, the one closest to the assassination target. Vo Yin wondered, young cult leader. Perhaps this story piqued his interest. Mian turned and said, all right, tell me. Who is the assassination target? The cloaked man replied, I'll tell you via telepathic transmission. And with that, he transmitted the information to Muyin. After listening, he smiled faintly with amusement, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The cloaked man was baffled and called to second order. And he thought inwardly, earlier he said to sneak out here. Hush! Muyin laughed until tears. Then he said, isn't this someone from first order? His recruitment failed. Immediately his gaze grew distant. If I clean up the aftermath for first order, that's not bad. I might even become first order commander. His voice turned fully confident. Muyin ordered, relay this upward. I'll handle it cleanly and leave no trace. Inside the house, with doors and windows tightly shut, a voice called out, you are Jin Yomiyoung? Someone replied, on behalf of Chunel Gate. Ginseng waved his hand. No wonder your eyes are so sharp. Sit down. Yomiyoung bowed and pulled out a chair. The old man turned his back to him, and his voice continued. Unlike Demon Dragon Hall, Six Clan holds no privileges here, so your father will likely be disappointed. Yomiyoung cut in. I will behave properly. Ginseng was silent for a moment. The hand holding the scroll froze. You're quite polite, not like that second young Master Ma. He curled his lip in a smile, studying the old man's mood. I'm not so bold as to disrespect the famed iron-blooded demon lord. The official name of Chionil Gate is Fog Prison Wolf, but in his heart he preferred the title Iron-Blooded Demon Lord given by his sect. In other words, I'm flattering you. Ginseng's voice rang with a hint of amusement. This kid is interesting. He turned, and behind the paper on his face was an unabashed smile. I like your mouth too. Success. Suddenly Ginseng asked, what do you want? Yomiyoung, who was sitting, snapped awake and widened his eyes. The old man instructed him. Of course you must not sleep outside or go out. Aside from those two rules, I can make some concessions for you to a certain extent. He eagerly replied. I hope you can arrange for me to join the exchange event, since it's a Cheon clan event. But Ginseng splashed a bucket of cold water in Yomiyoung's face. Well, he could accept that. Anything else? Was he asking again to hear a different answer? Like the real reason I'm here, perhaps. As the old man turned to put the scroll away, Yomiyoung's voice made him pause. Please open the trial record for me. An image appeared of a person standing at the pinnacle with desolation all around. I want to experience the grandeur of the trial record, the place the ancient celestial demon founder made to train his close followers. Immediately, Ginseng scoffed. He put the scroll back on the shelf, his voice steady and arrogant. Do you know how dangerous it is? Ginseng calmly explained to Yomiyoung. The graduation rate at Mian right now is only about 20%. The mortality rate is also around 20%, and the remaining 60% fail to meet standards and are eliminated. He turned back to the boy sitting in the chair and lectured. Meanwhile, the graduation rate at the mainstream 1001 Hall is a mere 5%. So, do you know what the death rate is? The corner of Yomi-young's mouth twitched upward. Yes, I know. It's the entire remainder. He seemed very calm about that. Ginseng was not surprised, merely curious. You know that and still want to try? Yomi-young looked at him with eyes full of purple passion. Yes, I will definitely become stronger. This could be a wager with one's life. Ginseng's gaze behind the paper did not waver. If anything, it grew a touch icy. Fine. If you insist on trying, I won't stop. Yomi-young began to say thank you, but halfway through the old man interrupted. But you can't do it alone. Ginseng explained. Training in the trial record is basically conducted in teams of 6. Yomi-young was surprised, then understood. No wonder Heavenly Demon once had 6 close followers. Those close followers were actually the first-generation heads of the 6th Divine Demon clan. The old man sat back down and continued. Within half a year, gather 6 people, or a multiple of 6, including yourself. You looked doubtful. Do you mean you're willing to let me take as many as I want? Ginseng smiled brightly, as if seeing through the world. Isn't that also your goal? Yomi-young sighed in helplessness, but was surprised the old man allowed it so openly. Cut to an arena where people fight each other. However, all this is contingent on you passing Cheonil Gate's exam. He threw his head back and laughed with delight. Remember, because the training is brutal, that Ma child was practically dead in the first year. You glared helplessly at Ginseng. Only give me half a year. Then Yomi-young went to the arena thinking, I'll make him regret giving me the freedom to recruit talent. Whispers circulated in his ears. Jin Yomi-young, of the Demonic Heavens Jin clan. Suddenly someone across called, Jin Yomi-young of Demonic Heavens Jin clan. He turned to look at the boy who had called him. I am Ma Jinseong. The scene of you defeating someone appeared again. Ma Chulsu, the one you wounded with a dirty trick. Jinseong pointed and proclaimed in a grand tone, I'm your 6th cousin. Yomi-young stood with his hands clasped behind him. So why are you looking for me? The boy tossed his chin up and answered, Nothing. Just wanted to engrave my existence in people's heads. Hearing that, you could only sigh in resignation. Is that so? Jinseong closed his eyes and let out a long breath, silent afterward. Yomi-young was puzzled. What is it? At another arena, where the place was thoroughly smashed like a real battlefield, someone still criticized, you're still very lacking. The linking between moves and the circulation of internal chi still isn't smooth. Taejong stood there with a cold expression. If you could use the full heavenly slaying mighty chi. Yura stood opposite with a dirty face, eyes downcast. If she hadn't been reprimanded by that small elder of Qingchang's sect already. She stammered, that matter? The arena around was a wreck. Taejong's voice rang out again. Are you still afraid of falling into demonic lust? His words struck straight into Yura's heart. Are you worried you'll kill Bayan or that Tranchild with your own hands? Her hand tightened around the sword. Taejong softly called, Yura. Immediately she replied, Yes, sect leader. He explained, it's been over 1,000 years since the heavenly demon founder established this sect. And in that time, only 3 heavenly demons have been born. Heavenly demon is the title of an absolute ruler that only appears once in many generations. Suddenly, Taejong's voice softened. Yura, you have the talent to become a heavenly demon. You could be the first successor heavenly demon in the sect's history. Those words left Yura utterly astonished. The image of a hand grasping so-called demonic nature appeared. Being controlled by demonic nature is a thing for mortals. People like us must instead actively restrain. Taejong's words were light as if nothing, even if it costs us something precious. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Yura. Of course, later you'll have to marry off to a bunch of husbands to continue the Cheon clan bloodline. Bayan beside her heard Taejong's words, but thought, at least for now, don't be distracted. Focus on achieving the next realm. Inside she wondered, what did he say? Seeing his attitude, Bayan thought, I thought the sect leader liked young Master Tran a lot. Turns out not. Suddenly he cautioned, they are not opponents who fall easily. At that, Yura looked stunned, as if struck. At Cheonil Gate, there was a line of people carrying stones up the mountain to save lives. Officer Jang stood high and clicked his tongue. Suddenly a martial artist who weak. What's the use? Just that won't get you offerings to the ancestors. He instructed them during the break. Listen carefully, then everyone dropped their stones. Jin Seong cast a hateful glance at Yomi Young, while you massaged your own shoulders and complained, I'm going to die. If my stamina recovers this fast, it's definitely thanks to my mortal bloodline. With that tournament brat here, he'd probably chuckle and casually carry his load away. Officer Jang's voice rang out. Recently, the 4 Great Halls became 5 Great Halls, you know? So the Heavenly Mind Hall keeps recruiting, and Cheon-il Gate can nominate 3 people from each class. Hearing this, the people below erupted, the fast track to promotion. Jin Seong kept watching Yomi Young, and you thought, even I find this interesting. Heavenly Mind Hall is the intelligence agency that will manipulate the entire sect in the future. Such a place not recognizing the betrayal of the Protectorate and some 6th houses, and even recommending Han Yubik into the Great Demon Path recruitment, is telling. Yomi Young thought inwardly with a sober look. This place is very suspicious. Officer Jang's voice rang out again. An opportunity to get into Heavenly Mind Hall safely? He grinned widely. And for you, there's an even tastier promotion path, not inferior to Heavenly Mind Hall at all. He pointed straight at Yomi Young. Right? Demonic Heaven's Gene Clan? The crowd startled, and you swore into your breath. That bastard. Yomi Young raised an eyebrow and forced a smile, replying, That's right. You ribbed Officer Jang. If you like, I can leave the main gate guard post open for you. He roared. What? You shrugged. Do you all look down on the gate guard position of Demonic Heaven's Gene Clan? It at least pays 3 times the sect official's winning salary. Jang the officer asked. How do you know how much we get? Yomi Young replied lightly. A normal officer gets 15 taels of silver, a senior officer 20 taels, right? He was astonished. He clenched his fist, clearly furious. That bastard then leaped down in front of Yomi Young and whispered, Are you serious? Everyone around fell silent after hearing that. Officer Truong from the countryside glanced over and said, What? How? Gold bars and glittering money? Just asking. Money comes first after all. Yomi Young and another sat tipsily on a rock talking. If the boundless divine skill reaches its highest realm, it acts like indestructible diamond. Yes, drink up. Back to the present moment, you swung your sword. Yomi Young held the sword posture, thinking, but why does this sword technique feel like it's from the Orthodox school? The 3 of them were clashing with each other, not otherwise. Yura and you were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily and smiling at each other. With other sword forms, coordination would be worse than no coordination. But in that moment, Yomi Young and Cheon Yura blended together, as natural as flowing water. You looked down at the sword. You needed to examine it more closely. Then Yomi Young imagined Yura standing opposite, holding the sword in the same stance as him. Her eyes were icy cold, her hand raising the sword high. Yura met sword with sword against Yomi Young. The 2 blades sliced past each other with a chilling edge. You frowned and used your sword to parry that move. Then Yomi Young managed to knock her sword aside. I can block that. Yura's eyes flashed with displeasure. You sneered. You're annoyed because I wasn't pushed back? Purple lights appeared around Yomi Young, and it was nearly piercing through. That light also enveloped your sword. Your blood flow was clogged all over. Before I could only barely block attacks. Now, the 2 of you lunged past each other. I can see it clearly now. Yura smiled smugly. What did you just block? Yomi Young spun around in alarm and looked back, seeing her swinging the sword with blazing red light. One thing I'm sure of is that the 10 Heaven Fortune Demon Sword shares origin with the Heavenly Slaying Demon Sword. You knelt and bowed your head to look up at the sword, your face tightening. But how can that be? The Heavenly Slaying Demon Sword is clearly Cheon clan's secret art. The 10 Earth, 10 Heaven Fortune Demon Sword, 6th. You touched the sword tip. It had surpassed the duplicate sword stage. Then the 2, full of killing intent, prepared to charge at each other along with their sword chi. Yura, with a grim swordsman's face, glanced furtively at the path behind the wall. Yomi Young confidently unleashed the boundless demon realm strike. Their techniques collided, emitting blinding light. A boom rang out, and everything around shattered to pieces, causing Jinsang and Officer Jang to turn and look. A shout pierced the silent night. What's going on? Are we under attack? Ginseng arrived at the scene to inspect. The steel slab had crumbled like tofu. Officer Jiang also came and stood beside him. Luckily, few officials used this training chamber. Is Yomi-young using this room? When the explosion happened, Yomi-young was flung away. According to him, the wall suddenly collapsed, and a powerful surge of air rushed in. Officer Jiang continued. As for Ginseng, after hearing it, he thought, given his status, we also considered the possibility this was an assassination. What assassin causes such a loud commotion? Ginseng kept holding and staring at the stone, saying it's more plausible that someone botched their own training. Still, that doesn't fit. The two stared at the blasted stone wall. At that age, how could one reach the pinnacle realm? And he's not even the sect leader or deputy. Cut to the quiet late night. Yomi-young sat alone under a tree while outside people still whispered about what happened. Maybe a spy slipped in. How did the 10 Heavens demon sword get into demonic heavens Jin clan treasury? And how did Master learn the true nature of this sword technique? He was lost in thought when a small voice called, Master, who exactly are you? Young Master. He looked at the caller and smiled. Did you leave any traces? I don't want to reveal that I can use the steel sword technique, so it's best to fabricate it as an assassination. Gu Chiel frowned and scratched his head. By your order, I created traces linking outside of Chionel Gate, but you startled and spun to look at Gu Chiel's report. Seems besides me there might really have been someone else. Yomi-young asked in alarm, what? Gu Chiel continued. It seems there really was an intruder from outside. The wall was broken. It's like a dog catching a fly. Not the saying dog catches an elephant. Young Master, you smiled and said, can be traced? Gu Chiel grinned confidently. Who do you think I am? Cut to a group of people with cold eyes. The Demon Emperor Ghost Kill Squad attached to the Cheon clan. Leader of the second team, Nine Clouds Ghost Order Byok Chienwun. This was Gu Chiel's real name in the past. The night remained silent. A few days passed, and it had been a month since the directive was received. Second Order. A cloaked figure. Pal Chang'un is watching this. Please don't ruin the grand plan. Vo Yin gripped trembling hands. I'll try to handle it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Cheonil Gate tightened its security severely. He regained confidence. There's an outdoor training session coming, so don't worry. If temptation fails, I'll just kill him here. Elsewhere, Yomi-young now placed both hands before his abdomen. Phew, he was sitting cultivating inner skill. Thanks to the destroyed training chamber, his training time was reduced, but ended up stabilizing usefully. In the dark night, that curbed the craving and impatience for higher realms and prevented falling into demonic mind. That's enough for tonight. Back to the dormitory. Everyone in the dorm was cheerful. Here comes the young master. Clear out, you brats. The young master must rest. The others muttered as Yomi-young passed. If chosen for the Jin clan, life changes, but you must prove your worth first. Something like selling reputation or whatever. The bed was neatly made and clean. Two people gestured for you to lie down. Young master, I've prepared fresh blankets for you. Please rest here. Yomi-young smiled and said, much obliged. Jin Seong stood at the doorway glaring at you in anger. Acting like a big gang boss, aren't you? Rude. Just a petty crew and you talk so big? Yomi-young looked at the kid and replied casually, if you want, I can give it up to you. The brat crossed his arms and stuck out his tongue. Like who'd want to be beneath you anyway? You replied calmly, if you get trained in our stronghold, you could even surpass that demon Cholsu you admire. Jin Seong's eyes lit up at that, really? Saying no more, Yomi-young slammed the door. Jin Seong stayed outside excitedly. Mull it over slowly. There's plenty of time. You sat on the bed and reached out to take the thing the other handed you. How's my order coming along? A voice rang out. Young master, I've investigated thoroughly. Yomi-young unfolded it to read, and the other continued explaining the situation and the factions from previous rounds. Holding the paper, it listed dozens of sect officials whose names included Thuong Yen. Did you recall someone? You suddenly thought of Sandojian, the Grand Master. Wasn't Sandojian from my previous round? Sandojian stood smiling, but the name sounded like an honest martial artist with no tricks or umbrella backing. So he's likely unrelated to any faction. Hearing that, Yomi-young lowered his face in thought, his brow furrowed. Could there be a faction after all? A name appeared on the paper. Han Muyan. This name looks familiar. Yomi-young pondered. Han Mubik, Han Muyin, what's this uneasy feeling about? You remember Jin Sang mentioning that he's currently the most watched talent at Cheonil Gate, rumored even to wield sword chi. Youmyung trained while thinking. After all, he'd already had people investigate further, so today he'd focus on group combat training. The stern teacher's voice announced, "You will split into 9 teams and conduct 2 trial matches. In the end, the 3 teams with the worst results will be expelled from Cheonil Gate. The rest will be sent to actual combat. The battlefield is Qinghai, within the influence of one of the largest unorthodox powers." Hearing that name, you suddenly jumped. Evil Domineering Heaven? Evil Domineering Heaven is the unorthodox Qilin faction, one of the overlords of the Central Plains, founded by Wan-AC King Guiyamyang. But Guiyamyang died before naming a successor, so Evil Domineering Heaven fell in a civil war. The surprising thing was the winner wasn't the eldest disciple with the most power, but the youngest 28-year-old disciple, which shocked everyone. But the bigger issue was that afterward the relationship between the Orthodox Sect and Evil Domineering Heaven suddenly grew close. Because of that, later it became the root of the Orthodox and Unorthodox Murim alliance. Thinking of it made Zhang the officer annoyed. He was still fervently explaining, "Team leaders will be assigned to those with higher rankings. These are all talents who excelled in the collective combat test." Youmyung thought silently. "I'm in Team 2, so who will be team leader?" His thought was abruptly cut off. "Hello everyone. I am the team leader of Team 2 this round." The voice trembled slightly and then stopped. The crowd immediately stirred. "Wait, weren't these supposed to be top performers?" Youmyung felt uneasy. "What's going on?" Sang-ah trembled as she continued, sincerely hoping for everyone's support. Seeing a familiar face in the people below, she grew even more worried. It's over. Who she most wanted to avoid was a member of her own team. Youmyung stared at Sang-ah and thought, in group battle the team leader's ability is crucial, really crucial. She met his eyes, her whole body trembling as if on the verge of tears. Sang-ah inwardly wept, "It's ruined." Youmyung helplessly thought it really might be over. Suddenly a hand shot up. "I have a question, team leader." Sang-ah still looked a bit dazed. "Go ahead and ask." Jin Seong stood up and bluntly asked, "Can we change the team leader?" She wasn't too surprised. "Sorry, no. The clerics have already assigned them. You can't change it on a whim." No sooner had Sang-ah finished than another question rang out. "Even if the leader is unreliable?" Youmyung stayed seated, calmly thinking that in a place full of traitors, simply saying yes would make the team fall apart. "If I step forward, I could mediate, but I'm curious about the reaction." She clenched her fist and asked coldly, annoyed. Sang-ah's hand trembled as she drew the sword at her hip. "My forefather taught me to beat those who don't listen, and they'll behave right away." Those words shocked the young man. "Your forefather taught his granddaughter that? Who on earth is he?" Her tone was deadly serious. "If you want to test my ability, then come at me. If you beat me." Jin Seong hesitated and asked, "If I win, then what?" Sang-ah replied, "I'll nominate you as team leader. Then I'll leave Cheonil Gate myself." The crowd immediately buzzed. Youmyung folded his hands and watched. At this point, there was no backing out. Jin Seong stepped up and shouted, "Don't regret this, kid. Attack, move your feet nimbly." Youmyung watched, a bit surprised. The move Ma Cholsu had intended to use. Jin Seong yelled, "Blood flow demon spirit, sword technique." With a blood flight bullet strike, the sword in his hand carved a streak of light towards Sang-ah, and she coldly delivered 2 slashes. Sang-ah's eyes flashed as if she'd locked onto her target. Watching her actions, Youmyung inwardly marveled. Watching her, Youmyung was amazed. The clash of weapons rang painfully loud. Sang-ah used force to knock Jin Seong's sword away. While the opponent couldn't react, she pressed the attack and struck a powerful palm to Jin Seong's chest. The kid's eyes widened in disbelief. He was flung several meters away. Youmyung whipped his head to look at her, horrified. He felt he'd seen that stance somewhere before. Impossible. If so, there should be another blade involved. No way. If true, the entire cult will be turned upside down. Jin Seong staggered up from the ground, teeth clenched and trembling. He cried out resentfully, pointing at Sang-ah, "I'll kill you." The kid was furious, his whole body ablaze. Seeing the patterns rise on Jin Seong's sword, Yomi thought silently that it's the minimum requirement to be called a master of the blade. The crowd grew rowdily impressed. Just now we'd seen the Dragon Demon clan use that move for the first time. Yomi sighed. Looks like blood's up in his head. Sang-ah looked at the kid and said seriously, "Listen up, put that blade down, or you'll be seriously injured." Jin angrily barked. "Just a brat dares to look down on me? I'm from the Dragon Demon clan." No sooner had he finished than Officer Jang's voice rang out. "That's enough, Jin. Continue, and you'll cross the line." "Calm down," Jin stubbornly retorted, but his words were cut off before they left his mouth. Even if your sect is supremely powerful, it's still a social body governed by laws. You get what I mean? Yomi stood watching, thinking to himself that those laws were made by the progenitor of the 6 clans. It's basically asking Ma Jinseong if he wants to personally disgrace his own ancestor. The kid sadly gave up the idea. "I understand," Officer Jang announced loudly. "Teams disperse. Team leaders explain the detailed schedules to everyone." Yomi sighed inwardly, but thanks to this, everyone might bond more with their leader, since it's been proven by strength. Jin stared blankly at the other's expression. Sang-ah, feeling uneasy, spoke up. "Are you okay where you were hit earlier?" Yomi looked at the kid's sullen face and thought. Sincere concern, or a bit of sarcasm? Who is this person, really? Half a month later, on the training ground, Sang-ah was commanding her team, deploying the Serpent Arrow formation, then the Ghost Net formation, then the 9 Clouds formation, and finally the Vanguard Chart formation. The members followed orders and surged forward to attack the human-shaped target dummy. Their blades stabbed into the dummy. The drill ended. Sang-ah clapped and approached. "Well done." Everyone panted and looked at her. Not long after, in the Che forest, an anxious voice rose. "What now?" "Jean Yomi, you asked, puzzled. "What did you say?" Jin was a bit frantic. "What else are we going to be eliminated because of that stupid captain?" Yomi burst out laughing. "Who just got knocked away by that stupid guy in one move?" The teased kid immediately bristled and retorted. "That's not the point. You saw yourself. That clumsy command. What kind of Vanguard Chart formation was that in the end? You opened your water flask and thought it wasn't entirely wrong." Then Yomi suddenly asked, "So what do you want to do?" Jin pointed at him. "In the simulated real battle, you should give orders to everyone. Like this, it's unavoidable we'll lose face." Yomi looked at him blankly, remaining silent for a long time. Jin felt a bit ashamed and said honestly, "Following you feels humiliating, but you're the most suitable person, and the others would be willing to listen to you." He calmly took a sip of water, thinking to himself that it was true. Setting the flask down, Yomi face showed no flicker of wavering. He bluntly refused. "No." Jin immediately got excited. "Why?" Yomi tried to find a reason, but before he could finish, a cold voice came from behind. "Don't talk nonsense." Both of them were startled and snapped their heads back to look. The arguing grew louder over there. "Why use the Vanguard Charge formation there instead of the defensive line? Are you trying to send your teammates to their deaths?" A crowd behind eagerly chimed in. "That's right. The captain didn't show anger at all. I've said it already. The captain's orders are absolute." When Yomi saw that leader's face, the name Sandojian immediately sprang to mind. The team member kept provoking. "If our team gets eliminated, you won't be affected. So you're pretty comfortable, huh? But we're desperate here. We absolutely need to survive and climb up. Don't blame seniors for bad tactics. If you have any conscience, resign as captain. Resign." The crowd noisily joined in. Yomi thought to himself that Sandojian must be feeling heartbroken. Another nickname for Sandojian was the Lady of the Wind Demon Corps. Among the 34 demon squads, he led the most looked down upon Eamon Corps with more dignity than anyone. So the Eamon Corps were willing to sacrifice their lives for his orders until the very last moment. Dojian's whole body radiated murderous intent, and his tone turned cold. "I won't say it twice. Obey the orders, or I'll force you to." The squad member pressed forward even more boldly, taunting, "Let's see if you can handle us on your own." The other members, seeing things getting out of hand, hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Hey, knock it off." He scowled, turned back, and demanded, "But everyone had to do it earlier." They did. Yomi sighed at them. Only desperation makes people resist, but desperation can also make them endure. Captain Beck saying is the same. It's definitely not random. Other members said, you want to be expelled but haven't managed it yet? No matter how resentful you are, you shouldn't act like that. Yomi turned to the still-dazed Jin Seong and asked, don't you find it strange? Any captain could be suspicious, yet they must be obeyed unconditionally. Could it be they're deliberately inciting lower ranks to rebel just to see our reaction? After a while, weary complaints echoed through the Che forest. Sang-ah let out a long yawn, while Dojin sighed in boredom. The two captains sat there helplessly. Dojin asked sadly, seems things aren't going smoothly, huh? Sang-ah replied, same here. Members not listening, he said with a weary look. No, they only sometimes speak harshly, but still obey. It's just, they're so patient, yet some self-important wannabe has to cause trouble, and the whole path brings back an embarrassing memory. She chuckled inwardly, his dark past from last year. He continued, if Senior Han hadn't mediated, I'd have been expelled. Speaking of which, Dojin looked at Sang-ah in surprise. Before he could speak, she cut in, an invitation to join? Dojin awkwardly replied, sorry, Senior, I definitely want to recruit you. Sang-ah replied nonchalantly, no need to apologize. I've said it many times. I can't belong to anyone for personal reasons. Dojin suddenly felt a bit flustered, thinking what to do with this awkward atmosphere. Should he change the subject? Change the subject. As if remembering something, he asked, oh right, isn't there a heavyweight in your team? The moment he mentioned it, Sang-ah went pale. That's right. It's terrifying. Dojin jumped, puzzled. What? She wore an expression of displeasure. Her tone and eyes showed no sign of resistance. But if you wanted to wipe me out, it would be a trivial matter. Seeing Sang-ah lose her composure, he quickly tried to soothe her. Calm down. But before he could finish, a familiar voice suddenly rang from behind. Indeed, how can you badmouth someone behind their back? The accused captain went dumbfounded and stared over. Yomi stepped out from behind the bushes, face friendly and smiling. Long time no see. No. First time meeting, right? Sandojian. Ah no, Senior. I had business with you too. Lucky to find you both here. Dojin felt astonished. You wanted to see me? Sang-ah, still excited, kept saying, Jin Yomi. He held out his hand as if to greet the other. Senior, Sandojian, would you like to join my team? Dojin asked in confusion. You know me? Suddenly like this on first meeting? Yomi smiled and replied, of course, I thought you the camp leader of the Great Red Camp of the Killing Blade, Sandojian. Sang-ah stood to the side listening, horrified, and shouted, Killing Blade. She thought, the nickname, and it's actually killing. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect you to know my past, and that you're even from the Sixth Clan. But I didn't do anything to attract a junior's attention, did I? Dojin's eyes narrowed for a moment, showing a dangerous glint. Yomi replied calmly. The seventh elder suddenly uprooted an entire mountain camp from somewhere. So, I was very impressed. Your potential is excellent. You answered immediately. Internal skill and martial progress. He widened his eyes in surprise. Can you help me with that? Yomi was extremely confident. With the name Jin Yomi, I can turn you into a top master within 10 years. Sang-ah covered her mouth, utterly horrified. A top master? Although the man was older, he had trained second-rate martial arts and become captain of the Fangma. In his previous life, he occasionally told me about the grudges he'd accumulated. If back then there had been advanced martial techniques or spirit elixirs, what he longed for would have been right in front of him. He certainly couldn't have refused. Just agree and you'd receive full support from Demonic Heaven's Jin clan. Come on, accept it, Sandojian. Yomi inwardly felt utterly confident he had his opponent in the palm of his hand. Dojin bit his lip and, trembling, said sorry. Yomi face was full of astonishment. What did he just say? The other person's voice trembled. I'm truly grateful for that offer, but you are extremely surprising. Refuse? Dojin turned his back to you, genuinely thankful. Seeing him so tearful, Yomi curiously asked, shouldn't you accept? So full of regret. He closed his eyes and, unwilling, answered, but I cannot betray the one I serve. Hearing that, Yomi head filled with doubt. Sandojian, so loyal to the seventh elder? I don't recall it being that extreme. You looked at Dojin and began to persuade him. The seventh elder would understand his trusted disciples getting a chance to spread their wings. So what reason is there to stop? Dojian merely pressed his lips together in silence, then bowed his head and said softly, "No, I've been given duties by the elder." Yomi-young listened in silence as he continued. "So I must stay beside and assist the senior." Yomi-young wondered skeptically. "Senior Han, could it be?" Sang-ah crossed her arms and interjected, "You mean Senior Han Muyan, right?" Yomi-young thought to himself, "So it's all connected like that?" Dojian bowed his head and said, "He is the true heir of the seventh elder." He suddenly thought to himself, "What? In a previous life, someone else succeeded. Were they expelled before? 20 years later, still not sincere enough? Or who exactly is Han Muyan after all?" By the riverside a voice rang out. "But it seems you also have something to tell me, right?" Sang-ah looked at him expectantly and asked, "Could it be you also want to make that proposal to me?" Yomi-young refused outright. "No." Sang-ah's face fell when she heard him say, "Of course, it's about Squad 2. Yomi-young smirked and asked, "Isn't it time to make it a real show?" Sang-ah smiled at him. "You realized it?" "But not yet." Yomi-young asked, "Because it's the principle of Cheonil Gate?" She replied, "Yes." He explained, "We have to provoke the members of the squad to resist as much as possible before the drill." Yomi-young continued brightly, "But once that plan is seen through, isn't it time to evaluate how I handle the response?" Sang-ah spoke up, "You even know the purpose of this?" "Fine, say it." Yomi-young cleared his throat. "I'll support the captain's authority as deputy." "Captain, proceed for Squad 2's victory." Yomi-young added enthusiastically, as if he'd just banished a demon Jinseong. Sang-ah's face flushed, and she stammered, "Tiecha." She hid her face bashfully, and said it was because she kept following the patriarch's teachings and got carried away. Yomi-young smiled and replied, "Lucky it stopped at feeling." She froze at his next words. If there had been another sword, it might have caused a fatal wound. Sang-ah was silent, letting her hand drop from her face. She looked him straight in the face and asked, "Who are you?" Yomi-young smirked. "Whomie?" Sang-ah lifted her face and demanded, "How do you know about that?" Yomi-young was silently calculating. Just a guess, but he was already sure. He cleared his throat and played dumb first. Then he asked tentatively, "Do you think I'm stupid and know nothing about twin sword techniques?" Yomi-young exposed the truth. A twin sword user who fights with only one blade reveals a weakness. Any skill master would notice that easily. Sang-ah then asked, "Are you that master?" He answered casually, "Of course." She stared in astonishment at the wooden stick in Yomi-young's hand. He looked at her smugly and asked, "Does that prove it enough?" Sang-ah thought in shock. "Sword chi? With a branch." Her mouth dropped open. Projecting sword chi with a branch is even harder than projecting steel sword chi. She admired silently. One slip and the branch would shatter instantly. Then Sang-ah bowed her head, voice a little sad. "So you're one of the famous 6 demonic dragons?" Yomi-young hurried to explain, "No, that's my younger brother." He put a finger to his lips and instructed her, "Like when you use your sword, I want to keep my true strength secret." Yomi-young smiled at her in agreement. "Let's treat it as us sharing secrets with each other." "So, you really think Sang-ah was an outsider hiding her identity here? Maybe even from some terrifying clan?" Watching Sang-ah leave, Yomi-young softly called, "Gu Chil." Keep an eye on Sang-ah for a while. Gu Chil, hidden in the grass, spoke up, "If she seems suspicious, can I just kill her cleanly? I'm pretty confident in erasing traces." He flicked Gu Chil on the forehead in reproach. "What are you saying? Keep her alive, of course." Yomi-young thought. Didn't he know Baek Sang-ah would exist in the future? He muttered as he walked away. It seemed he'd found an assassination target. Yomi-young pondered. The ties were enough to send a child to the demon clan, and using up sword techniques points to only one place. The most famous sword clan in the Central Plains, Nanshan's Baek clan. The head of Nanshan's Baek clan is currently one of the Central Plains 5 kings and the righteous leader Ming. So Baek Sang-ah could very well be his granddaughter. In a few years, Nanshan's Baek clan and the Namgung clan will be wiped out together. Yomi-young recalled the words. The mastermind behind it is the demonic cult allied with the new sword sovereign, Sage Guanhyun. Back then he wondered why he was framed and given no chance to explain. But if something happens to Baek Sang-ah here, The pieces will fit together. But why would that old man send his granddaughter here? He suddenly realized. Wait a moment. Young remembered Taejong's suspicious look. Surely there must have been a prior agreement with the sect leader, right? His mouth opened in fear. Shouldn't Taejong have hinted a bit when Young said he wanted to come? After all, he's a potential son-in-law. Taejong at that moment was scratching his ear and grumbling. Why was his ears suddenly itchy? Finally, Young stomped his foot on the step before him and thought. Anyway, with righteous fury rising and full determination in his heart, he vowed to save Baek Sang-ah and smash their plan. A month later, at the stands, a voice rang out ordering the start of the sparring match between Squad 2 and Squad 4. An announcement blared. Besides issuing orders, the captains are forbidden from taking any other actions. Squad 2's captain, Baek Sang-ah, held the flag and listened attentively. The rules were also announced. Whichever team breaks the opposing team's flag wins. Squad 4's captain, Ju Guxian, listened closely as well. Then the referee's voice went out. Begin. Both Sang-ah and Guxian issued the command in unison. The formation was deployed. No sooner had the words fallen than both sides charged at each other to fight. Those standing outside murmured in surprise. Straight into a brawl, right away? A silver ingot was tossed up into the air. A man spoke up. I'll bet 1 silver ingot on Squad 4 to win. Someone wondered, not Squad 2, but 4? Are you going on like a betting official? He pointed the silver ingot toward the arena and said, you don't know. These 3 were the first to take on the lower to upper exam and will follow the captain's orders at all costs. Then he pointed at Squad 4 and continued. Their coordination is no joke. On this side, the 3 sparring members shouted in turn, my name is Baek Hyuk Sa. Insane. The 3 of them said in unison, we are the Demon Snake Trio, Master Young, at your service. Young flinched back in surprise, thinking, introducing themselves to? Then the 3 crashed into each other. Baek swung his sword and shouted to meet them. He yelled. At the very first moment he saw, he closed in on Young's face with a leering look and said, love at first sight, huh? Young parried the blade. Trembling and thinking this must be their tactic, a group on the other side was chattering loudly, surely enough to distract him. The core of team fighting is coordination. Charge in and crush them. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice announced, 10 gold bars if Squad 2 wins. 2 men behind exclaimed, what? You're betting half your salary on this. The man turned and smiled brightly. If you're scared, withdraw now. As the battle reached a tense moment, the thoughts of the trio, Insane, Hyuk Sa, Baek flew back to an earlier time. Back then, there were lonely kids sitting under a shabby roof, watching the bustling street. Low-born scum like them wouldn't dare come near Cheonil Gate. At that time, they were known as the 3 Worms. Perhaps they drifted homeless until the master of demonic heaven showed them mercy. A woman reached out to help. At their first meeting, she said, run, Dad. Well, at least she might as well have said snake. Now you're practicing sudden advancement of internal skill a bit late. If you want, I can pass along the martial arts of my guards to you. Want to try? Faced with that offer, all 3 were stunned in surprise. Since then, they were determined to repay the Great Mother's kindness for bringing them into Cheonil Gate. Back in the present, Baek hefted his sword and shouted, we will serve loyally. Seeing them fight so recklessly, trying to repay that favor meant they had to win the patron's favor. Baek kept yelling during the attack, please accept us. This made Young parry while struggling to remind them. I get the passion, but this is still a simulation match. Still, the 3 kept attacking like mad with no sign of stopping. They kept repeating their pointless lines. If we had a master, we hope it would be someone like the great matron. Baek Hyuk Sa, Insane, and Young kept clashing nonstop, forcing nearby matches to pause for a moment in astonishment. What the hell are those bastards doing? Meanwhile, Guxian watched the match, grinding her teeth in anger. What are these damn dogs doing? I resent watching the fight of those 4 idiots. They should be going all out to defeat the opponent, not pulling stunts. As Squad 4's captain, Guxian grew more furious the more she watched. She clenched her fists, eyes flashing, and snarled, you filthy commoners, I will not spare you. Seeing the battle state, she grew worried. At this rate they'd lose. I, Ju Guxian of a distinguished family, will be beaten by some unknown upstart. After observing for a while and clearly seeing names like Jin Seong and Youmyung on the field, she felt even more irritated. They have both Demon Clan and Jin Clan. It's so unfair. Finally, Guxian decided to issue the command to switch to a hold and defend formation. On her order, Baek-sa and everyone else quickly formed an attack formation. They all shouted and charged forward, all of them sharing one thought at that moment. They must beat Baek-sang-ah and claim the captain's victory points. Baek-sang-ah quickly realized their intent. Were they planning to grab her? She shouted to shift the formation to the flanks. Sang-ah's team also promptly moved into position. This surprised Guxian greatly. She quickly imagined the collision not as our ranks piercing them, but them letting our side be pierced. A tactic to lead into a melee. At that moment, the battle raged intensely. Powerful kicks struck bodies. Blows and slashes to the body came fast, and the one who seized the moment best was Youmyung. He signaled with his hand. It was at this moment Sang-ah keenly saw the prearranged signal. She quickly waved the flag, raised her hand high, commanded to break the melee and counterattack immediately. The opposing soldiers panicked when they saw several foes suddenly leave their positions. They shouted, trying to block them. Yet Youmyung and a few others could easily slip out of the encirclement. He said, "Let's go." The others obeyed. "Yes, sir." Guxian, standing above watching the whole battle, was furious. At all costs they must stop them. Idiots. Suddenly a sword sliced across, accompanied by a warning. Don't even think of getting through. Seeing his attackers were Hyuk-sa and Baek-sa, Youmyung taunted. Tired already? At that, Baek-sa and Hyuk-sa cried in unison that if they let the line be pierced here, they wouldn't deserve to be his followers. While parrying the attack, Youmyung dropped information that stunned Baek-sa and Hyuk-sa. No need to block so hard. In the distance, a shadow shot through the wind at great speed. He smiled confidently and added, "Actually, I'm supposed to be the main attacker." This made Baek-sa suspicious and question, could it be? It turned out the direct attacker was Jin Seong. The boy grinned wildly and charged forward. Guxian on the stand saw this and stepped back in fear. Ma Jin Seong as the main attacker? Very soon, Jin Seong leapt onto the flagpole and delivered a kick that split Guxian's team's banner in two. With that, the simulation result was decided. Squad 2 won. When the result was announced, Squad 2's members were overjoyed. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy. All things considered, no wonder. Meanwhile, the officials' bets had been settled, and they were very pleased with their winnings, especially the high-ranking official Jang. Squad 4, on the other hand, was saddened by the defeat. Many were dejected because they tried hard but still lost. Things like that can happen. But members of Squad 3 and 4 were anguished by the loss. Some even shed tears. It's surprising this could happen, though they still weren't necessarily going to be expelled. Youmyung stepped forward to ask, "Why the long faces? Did someone poke you?" Hyuk-sa and Baek-sa were startled when they saw him approach. Baek-sa blinked, "Young master," while Hyuk-sa hesitantly denied it, "Not really." Seeing the swords tossed carelessly on the ground after the match, Youmyung said, "Are you upset because you couldn't show off? Or are you worried that if you lose, they'll level demonic heaven?" Hearing that, Baek-sa startled and shouted, "How did you know about that?" Youmyung replied calmly, "You can tell just by looking." He considered himself too mild for his station, but on the continent, bullying others is tradition and brutality is commonplace. After a moment's thought, he confidently declared, "Then I'll stop that from happening." Hyuk-sa, as if not believing his ears, asked, "Really?" Baek-sa quickly caught Youmyung, and he answered, "No need to thank me." But he kindly warned, "Do you know what it means to be my subordinate?" "You already agreed, didn't you?" Baek-sa hurriedly replied, "Of course we know. You want people to join you for the special mainstream exam, right?" Youmyung added another condition, "And you must survive it. I can't take dead men as followers. So, do you have the courage to follow me into hell?" Faced with that invitation, Hyuk-sa, insane, and Baek-sa fell silent for a moment. Not wanting to keep Youmyung waiting, they all bowed at once and shouted, "Even if it gets worse, we will follow you, master." Elsewhere, when this news reached Guxian, she flew into a rage and threw everything in the room to pieces, cursing loudly. "Bastards, you filthy commoners." She cursed and stomped, smashing things. "How dare they? I'm the family head's granddaughter." When there was nothing left intact in the room, Guxian finally stopped. She huffed in anger. "How dare someone use Jin Yomiyoung to threaten me?" She recalled Yomiyoung dropping by her room a few minutes earlier and saying a couple of words. "Demonic heaven is a place I frequent. If it disappears, I'll be very upset." The subtext of that line was basically, just try touching the Jin clan and see what happens. Guxian clenched her teeth and thought hard but couldn't make sense of it. People of the same rank should play with each other. So why? Was there suddenly a conversation behind the folding screen? Young Master Yomiyoung, Miss Beck. It turned out Sang-ah and Yomiyoung were chatting off in the distance. Yomiyoung reminded her, "Just call me Deputy Captain. It's more convenient." Captain Sang-ah cheerfully replied, "All right then, Deputy Captain." Guxian caught sight of this, and jealousy welled up. Where did that guy come from? I stared at his expression and got jealous. Why is he so friendly with her? Guxian kept asking herself. Why is that distant look directed at me? Jealousy and envy sprouted and amplified in Guxian's mind. Something's wrong here. It's upside down. It's all Sang-ah's fault. Think it over. Losing the simulation. Young Master Trin, if it's all Sang-ah's fault, then everything is explained. Suddenly footsteps approached, and someone spoke up. "I guess I arrived at the wrong time." Guxian was startled and snapped out of her jealous reverie. She looked up and saw the newcomer was someone she didn't know. Then Guxian asked, "Who are you?" While Guxian was wallowing in her anger, Muyin stepped forward and said words that poured salt on the wound. "Seems someone really bears a grudge against Sang-ah." "Huh?" He slowly approached, speaking half-ambiguous, half-provocative lines. "Ready to kill yet?" This left Guxian a bit bewildered. Suddenly a thought popped in her head. What if Sang-ah's charm forced the officials to shove the Ma family and Jin clan into the same squad? The image of Sang-ah's mocking, contemptuous smile replayed in Guxian's mind. She wanted to keep those commoners right where they were. The more she thought, the more warped her ideas became. What if Sang-ah's seductive tricks lured the naive, Tran young master into a trap? Unreal images kept forming. Sang-ah cooing at Yomiyoung, me dreaming of a love that overcomes class differences. All of that only deepened Guxian's hatred of Sang-ah. If I pin all my misfortunes on Sang-ah alone, then everything makes sense, she replied to Muyin. Of course, receiving that answer, Muyin's eyes flashed like a predatory beast. He stepped closer and whispered some devilish words. "Then I'll give you a chance, the opportunity to destroy Sang-ah." Time passed, and a few days later the leaders sat down for a meeting. To prepare for the second simulation, they had to reselect the captain position for Allied Force 1, made up of Squads 2, 4, and 5. Guxian raised her hand to speak first. "There's no reason to pick a loser as captain, right? I propose we let the captain of Squad 2, the only winner among us, take the position." With that idea, Young-ho, captain of Squad 4, who suffered a crushing defeat in the first simulation, quickly agreed. "I have no objections." So the three of them quickly reached a decision. Decision made. Meanwhile, Yomiyoung, sitting nearby, suddenly grew suspicious. Something smelled fishy. He quietly observed the meeting and thought to himself, "I heard she even apologized to Squads 3 and 4. The more I hear, the more uneasy I feel." Guxian quickly noticed Yomiyoung watching her. "Oh, Yomiyoung." She smiled innocently, as if she were blameless. But Yomiyoung was sharp. 3 lifetimes of experience made it obvious this was the hungry leech type of grudge. What plot could this be? Just then he remembered a letter he had received, which mentioned Thien Na Quan and an order from General Tat Satyen to hand things over. After connecting all the dots, Yomiyoung fell silent, a flash of caution in his eyes. A faction, huh? Time moved on to the day of the next match at Allied Force 1's training ground. When everyone gathered to prepare for the confrontation, Yomiyoung kindly asked, "How do you assess the Allied Forces' condition?" Sang-ah answered bluntly, "Terrible." Hearing that, Yomiyoung could only smile wryly. Indeed, in both their imaginations, everyone would shout in unison with steady bearing, "The Black Star Grand Formation." But in reality, the practice was clumsy, and everyone's chanting of the Black Star Formation was disjointed. Seng-ah noted that at this rate, the formation's mystic power would be hard to bring out. Yomi-young smiled helplessly and advised, "For now, focus on cohesion." Seng-ah hesitated and agreed. 1001 Hall isn't expecting recruits to perform advanced maneuvers. Meanwhile, over on the side, Chief Official Jang was once again trying to gamble everyone 10 taels of silver on Allied Force 1. This made everyone groan. Jang the official again, of course. Back to Yomi-young and Seng-ah's conversation. She suddenly said something that left him puzzled. As long as it's not as chaotic as Allied Force 3's mess, that'll be a major success. Seeing Yomi-young's puzzled look, Seng-ah lightly explained, over there they still couldn't agree in the end. No one knows who will be captain. So all three captains unfairly held onto the banner. Allied Force 2, that faces us, also has issues. Within Allied Force 2, two people always argued until the third angrily shouted, causing the two to tremble in fear and kneel on the ground. "I told you two not to quarrel. I'm the captain of Allied Force 2. That's settled." Hearing this, Yomi-young was quite surprised. He thought to himself, "Oh, Sandojian, so they've lost a frontline combatant who specializes in crushing the enemy? Well, that's to our advantage," he said cheerfully. "We're still better." Seng-ah quickly caught his meaning and replied, "Even better than before, right?" At the same time, in another room where Muyin stood with his back turned, he ordered someone to kneel. Dok Jeol promptly obeyed. "Understood," Muyin praised. "You did a great job stirring up Sandojian, so he become captain. Now he'll be dazzled in the simulation." "Eliminate Beck," Seng-ah. Dok Jeol raised his head and replied that because of the previous incident, Cheonil Gate's hunt network has been narrowing, and if they act now, his identity could be exposed. Mentioning this made Muyin even more irritated. He raged, "Which idiot intruded so foolishly as to involve us?" But precisely for that reason, action was even more necessary. Because in Muyin's plan, if Beck Seng-ah is eliminated, the investigation will focus on Dok Jeol. So Dok Jeol should take the blame for everything else. Satisfied with his plan, Muyin fixed Dok Jeol with his predatory gaze and softly confirmed, "I'll find an escape route for you." Dok Jeol, kneeling on the cold floor, lifted his head slightly and thought, "An escape route? Really?" He resigned himself to his fate. If his master discards him, he must obediently accept destruction. That is the fate of a tool. Dok Jeol bowed his head even lower upon receiving the order. "Yes, sir." After a long period of preparation, the simulation between Allied Force 1 and Allied Force 2 finally began. Both teams quickly deployed their formations. The captain of Allied Force 2 shouted, deploying the flow strike formation. Seng-ah also issued orders. Allied Force 1, guard the escort formation. Both sides shouted and surged forward to attack one another. Blow after blow came rushing in. One side launched desperate attacks. The other defended cautiously. The battle quickly reached a heated point. Some madmen shouted to rally everyone's spirits. Allied Force 2 surged ahead. Beck Sa, seeing the enemy's momentum rise, wasn't discouraged. Instead, he urged everyone on. Allied Force 1, defend, show the commander our prowess. The clash of weapons rang out across the area. Seng-ah stood high with the flag, not forgetting to cheer and arrange her warriors. Squads 4 and 5 concentrated at the center. Do not lose the strength contest. Jin Sang sat outside observing and suddenly noticed something unusual about the battle. He became aware of a group that seemed to be separating from the formation. That corner looked a bit. At the same time, on the field, a man from Allied Force 2 also noticed this. There's a gap, and the subordinate seized the opportunity and gave the order. Allied Force 2 activated the flow strike formation. Hearing that, Yomi-young was startled and puzzled. He immediately turned to look and suddenly saw Guxian's group breaking formation and falling back. Squad 4 is retreating? Meanwhile, Guxian sneered, quietly delighted that her plan was unfolding smoothly and that Beck Seng-ah was being exposed. Of course, Yomi-young had noticed her expression. Seeing the crowd rushing past Guxian, Yomi-young angrily realized, Guxian has betrayed us. Seng-ah quickly noticed a breach in the team's formation. She panicked slightly We've been broken. Suddenly, a blurred figure moved very fast through the defensive line. It turned out to be Doak Geol. He attacked with a cold, expressionless face. Charge! The main target was Allied Force One's captain, Baek Sang-ah. No one knew if this was an approach to break the flag. At that moment, Sang-ah realized and became alert. Doak Geol moved quickly, thinking to himself, until I pull out the poisoned hidden weapon. Jin Sang, watching from afar, jumped up in alarm. Wait, that is... Sang-ah's eyes widened in horror as she sensed the murderous intent. But by the time she realized it, Doak Geol had already appeared before her and confidently said, "Too late." His face didn't change. He disappeared. But just as he struck, a foot came from nowhere and kicked the hidden weapon away. Yomi-young, with his incredible speed, intercepted Doak Geol's sudden attack. He shouted angrily, "Who vanished the flag?" Just as the match reached a crucial moment, a very serious problem occurred. The officials quickly ordered, "Exercise over." Jang, the official, joined the others to stop the fight. Everyone fall back. This shocked Yomi-young, and he turned back. What? If we don't catch the assassin, but only encircle, then... But when he looked back, he saw Jin Sang standing up and signaling with his hand. He slowly raised his hand and gave a dismissive thumbs down. The sight left Yomi-young speechless and stunned. He muttered inwardly in annoyance, "That damn old man." From afar, Jin Sang lowered his voice to instruct his subordinate, "Leave dealing with the assassin to Jin Yomi-young." Those nearby felt puzzled. "Excuse me?" Jin Sang didn't speak plainly, only hinted, "Aren't you suspicious too? So take this chance to confirm it." He was referring to the intrusion that made a large hole in the wall the other day, and his point was to use this incident to see whether the demonic heavens Jin clan truly produce monsters. The subordinate, after grasping Jin Sang's deeper meaning, approached and whispered, "If that child dies, we'll happily be summoned before the Azura king together." Of course, only a head remains. While two people whispered, on the field the atmosphere between Yomi-young and Doak Geol was extremely tense. Yomi-young spoke first. "Who sent you? You won't say even if I ask, right?" Doak Geol stubbornly insisted, "Of course not." Even with that obstinate answer, Yomi-young could imagine Doak Geol's true identity, that distinctive assassin scent whenever Gu Chil operates. This aura smelled the same. Definitely a top-tier assassin. Common debt collectors could never hire someone like this. Yomi-young observed and analyzed his opponent thoroughly, then exhaled. He thought to himself, "A public debut, huh?" A few seconds later, Yomi-young quickly emitted a black aura all over his body. This caused both Doak Geol and Jin Sang to be astonished and share the same thought. Sword Chi. The subordinate was also stunned by the power Yomi-young radiated. Such sharp sword Chi. Who that age could wield it? But Jin Sang immediately rebutted that notion. There is a person. He slowly updated the information. The young sect leader. No sooner had he finished than the subordinate's face changed into a perfect O of shock. But very quickly he realized he was overreacting and entertaining absurd ideas. So he snapped back to himself and said, "Just remembered, isn't that brat hanging out with the young sect leader? I heard most of the 6 clan fellows have already failed." Jin Sang replied slowly, "Yes, that's right," he continued. "If those two pair up, they'd become the strongest husband and wife team in history. Who knows? Anyway, back to the arena. Right now." After a few minutes of probing the opponent, Doak Geol decided to make the first move. He swung the knife hard in his hand and aimed at Yomi-young, trying with all his might to deliver a finishing blow. Luckily, thanks to his superlative skill, Yomi-young dodged that initial attack. A cold flash lit Yomi-young's eyes, and he muttered the name of the technique. 10 Earth Heaven 6th Demonic Sword 6. No sooner had Doak Geol finished speaking than Yomi-young's attack sent the poison-hidden weapon flying far away, so fast that one couldn't discern the mechanics of his body's movement. With a single simple move, Doak Geol was easily flung backward. Suddenly, Yomi-young asked, "Why are we still fighting?" This left Doak Geol surprised and astonished. "Huh?" Yomi-young said slowly, "I asked someone before, if an assassination fails and you end up in this situation, what would a top assassin do?" Someone relayed the advice of a former top assassin who voluntarily shaved his head and said this. "If that type surrenders, isn't he the biggest fool alive? He should flee immediately or bite down on poison. What else would he do? Hearing this, Dokjeol kept his same indifferent expression and said nothing. Yeomyung continued relaying the former assassin's reply. If he stubbornly insists on direct confrontation, then obviously he's up to something else. Maybe he's planning to hug a bomb and blow himself up, or else he has accomplices hiding nearby. As soon as he finished, Yeomyung used the sword in his hand to launch a surprise strike, quickly finishing off a man standing right behind Sang-ah. This surprised everyone so much they couldn't react in time. After eliminating the traitor, Yeomyung carefully judged that this person was also a member of Squad 6. So the officials followed that assessment, immediately surrounded them, and ordered all of Squad 6 arrested. There could be others. For this reason, everyone in that group panicked and denied it. Wait, it wasn't me. The officials. Yeomyung ignored the commotion around him and continued his conversation with Dokjeol. He pointed his sword at him and asked, "So, what were you planning to do with the assassin?" After an assassination, the most important rule is secrecy. As Yeomyung guessed, Dokjeol was currently tangled in his own thoughts. For assassins, after a kill, the most important rule is secrecy. That's why they're brainwashed with all kinds of drugs and techniques. Dokjeol suddenly let his weapon fall and slowly spoke each word. Ah. Yeomyung fell silent, seemingly understanding Dokjeol's physical condition at that moment. He recognized the poisonous substances injected into assassins. Drops of Dokjeol's blood fell to the ground. He uttered his final denials as blood spilled from his mouth. His name was Dokjeol. Yeomyung knew well that the poison in top assassins' bodies would activate if they gave up or despaired. At the moment Dokjeol collapsed, Yeomyung murmured a prayer. "I will remember." And so Dokjeol departed this world without closing his eyes. When everything had passed and been settled smoothly, and everyone returned to their rooms in a separate villa, Jin-sang happily spread his arms and said, "Welcome. This time Cheonail Academy owes you a big favor." Yeomyung replied indifferently. "And? How do you rate my strength?" Jin-sang kept up his enthusiasm, laughing heartily as he answered, "Clearly impressive. To witness the birth of a new demon dragon in person, I'm truly moved." But Yeomyung suddenly asked, "However, you call me here to make me withdraw, right?" Hearing that, Jin-sang quickly denied it. "What? Nonsense, what are you talking about?" Yeomyung pulled a paper from his inner pocket and threatened, "I saw you abandon the officials in danger and leave. I'll report this to my father carefully." This made Jin-sang hurry to stop him. "I didn't seek you for that, but to reward you. Come with me. You'll see faster in person." So the two left the villa together and headed behind the mountain. He stood before a boulder and then explained his purpose. "In our sect, fewer than 10 people know this truth. Even you aren't among them. That means this is one of the sect's greatest secrets." Yeomyung didn't answer Jin-sang, but focused on what stood behind him. There it was. Seeing the colossal structure before him, Yeomyung inwardly marveled at its terror. Jin-sang continued yammering. "The position of Celestial One Steward is famed as an easy post, but only someone who reaches extreme demon can hold. Do you know why?" Jin-sang asked. Yeomyung quickly muttered, "To protect this place, right?" Jin-sang affirmed and reached up to open the gigantic gate. "That's right, quick and light." With a single gentle push, the door swung open before Yeomyung. Jin-sang then slowly said, "I want to ask you something. Who did you learn that sword technique from?" Faced with the question, Yeomyung felt a bit uneasy. "Sudden, aren't you?" Yeomyung didn't answer directly and hemmed and hawed. "Why are you curious about that?" The old man bluntly pressed again. "Answer me. This matters to me." Hearing that, Yeomyung replied plainly, "It's a secret manual from my family's treasury." Only then did Jin-sang look puzzled. "In the demonic heavens, Jin clan? Not the dragon demon clan?" He murmured, "Interesting. If they find out, they'll do everything to burn it." Yeomyung thought differently. Dragon demon clan. Jin-sang kept babbling about grand issues, but unexpectedly he'd found the owner. Yeomyung found the old man's ramblings baffling. What on earth was he talking about? Yeomyung suddenly asked, "So the reason you're interested in my sword art is..." Before he could finish, Jin-sang cut in, "Of course I'm interested because that sword art was created to destroy the Cheon clan." The information hit like a thunderbolt, and Youmyung's chest hammered wildly. What did that old man just say? Seeing him silent, Ginseng complained in a strained tone. Looks like he recited it by rote without understanding a thing. Divine sword art. Wasn't that the essence of the sword technique you learned? A flurry of thoughts flashed through Youmyung's head. Tin Fang divine sword art. Although it was recommended by my master and my power isn't bad, I only learned it because of that, but I didn't expect it to be a sword technique created to kill a heavenly demon. Unbelievable. After a moment of silence, he began to panic. But why would the clan chief know about this? The old man sighed, as if preparing to dredge up an old tale. To explain this, I'm afraid I must begin with the history of our sect. Do you know about the 6 divine demon clans? They almost became 7, you know? Youmyung asked doubtfully. You mean a traitor clan? Heaven-defying Ban clan, the family founded by the first disciple of the original heavenly demon, the one who should have become the next sect leader, Moon, but for some reason betrayed, the heavenly demon, was exterminated, and had all records erased. Ginseng emphasized each word, his voice dropping. Divine sword art is the sword technique Moon Mayong and his bloodline practiced, and then it vanished from the world for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Youmyung looked incredulous. Hundreds of years? The extermination happened at least 1,000 years ago. So do you mean someone witnessed it later on? The old man replied, bluntly, without hesitation. That's right. When the second heavenly demon appeared, someone claiming to be a descendant of Moon Mayong showed up and issued a challenge. The result, of course, was that the second heavenly demon won, but the heavenly demon was wounded enough to require years of recuperation. Recalling a few days earlier, Mayong let out a soft laugh. Tin Fang divine sword art isn't at all inferior to the heaven-slaying demon sword. Thinking that, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Sure enough, my master wasn't lying. Youmyung stroked his chin, eyes drifting into thought. Not inferior means it proved itself by daring to oppose a heavenly demon, whoever that was. But there's another reason to hate my damned master even more now. Who exactly is my master? Why insist on teaching me a sword technique with such secrets? I have so many questions to ask. After a while, Youmyung voiced a question full of suspicion. So, in short, have I learned a forbidden technique? A barrage of hard questions flooded his mind. Heavenly Demon is the god of the demonic cult. If there's a sword technique that kills that god, isn't practicing it tantamount to heresy? Cut to a strange location, marked by a towering cliff. Youmyung glanced around. There's no one nearby. Maybe that old man's telling me this secret to silence me forever. Inside, Ginseng nodded and spoke enigmatically. Yes and no. Divine sword art is just a sword technique derived from the heaven-slaying demon sword of the heavenly demon. So disciples and descendants of the founder training it aren't forbidden, which made him feel a bit relieved. So, because I'm of the main line of the 6 clans, I'm allowed, right? Ginseng held the book out toward Youmyung and continued. In the past, the head of the Dragon Demon clan petitioned the second heavenly demon to accept the divine sword art manual for that very reason. As for me, I think we should look at the reward now. Youmyung immediately switched to alert mode, eyes pinned on this clan chief. Try to silence me in such a dark place? Sensing that, Ginseng grinned. You still doubt me, huh? Youmyung shot back quickly. Of course. If the clan chief wants something, what can I do but endure it? Hearing that, the old man couldn't help laughing and then offered, to cure your suspicious nature, I must reveal a secret. Then suddenly Ginseng introduced himself. My real name is Cheon Ginseng. Youmyung's eyes widened, his mind repeating, Cheon clan. After saying this, he looked back at him and added, even your father doesn't know this information. Youmyung grew even more wary. No wonder he wears a mask. It doesn't mean Cheon clan members never silence witnesses, but let's follow along and see. After a while, the two entered a dark cave. Youmyung glanced around. A luminous pearl? Ginseng lowered his voice. Can't use it in here. He replied tersely, right? The old man pointed in one direction and gave instructions. Keep going straight and you'll reach the first gate of Cheonil Gate in this branch. If you don't fancy ending your life, I advise you not to go there. Then Ginseng shifted his finger to another direction. We'll go this way. Hearing that, Youmyung frowned. A shortcut? He couldn't help feeling suspicious. "What's over there?" The old man replied calmly. "The true training ground the heavenly demon used over 1,000 years ago was lost. This branch only imitates it." They moved into a brighter corner, and the elder continued explaining. "The locations are here. I intend to show you the surviving legacy." As they stepped inside, Jin Song's body suddenly jerked. He stared in astonishment at the massive object. "This is the reward the clan chief gave me." The old man suddenly spoke, eyes fixed on the object. "Even I cannot break this treasury by force." Hearing that, Yomi turned to him in amazement. "So no one has been able to open it for 1,000 years, and it's been abandoned?" However, he thought to himself, "Nonsense. Nothing's impossible to human effort. If a mountain's in the way, just dig the mountain away." Just then, Jin Sang waved his hand in dismissal. "Have you forgotten what's up here?" Yomi kept thinking. Treating such a huge stone statue as a religious relic isn't surprising. It's no different from me saying break a Buddha statue to get the treasure. The old man reminded him not to be fooled by appearances. Inside it really is genuine. He hung his head, his pride sinking. Being scolded for ignorance, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Jin Sang reached out and touched the object, asking seriously, "Do you know the meaning of these marks?" By reflex, Yomi looked up. "What marks?" His eyes unconsciously lit up, lashes trembling. Yomi stared in astonishment at the flow of spiritual energy before him. "The sword path of the Ten-Fanged divine sword art. No wonder you brought me here." He reached out to feel it. From a normal view, the structure requires performing the sword path exactly. If right here, then the gate will open. In his head, Yomi silently warned that it must be executed seamlessly from the first form up to the 10th. He suddenly said, "Not now." Jin Sang blurted, "Why?" At that moment, Yomi slowly drew his sword. "Let me show you." The sword tip slowly extended toward the object. Then he slashed several times into the void. The first 6 moves, Kai Tian Hua Lu, Ten Fang Divine Sword Art. Before the sword light, Yomi explained calmly. The first form sword path must shine for at least 20 seconds to fill the entire path up to the 10th form. But as you see, my current power only lasts at most 2 seconds. Using brute force might make it slightly easier, but to perform the sword dance perfectly without harming the surroundings requires reaching the extreme demon stage. Jin Song's face briefly fell as he muttered, "Might take several decades, huh? What a pity." Yomi turned and urgently confirmed, "Clan Chief, you said this is the reward you gave me, right?" Jin Sang once again affirmed, "Yes." Seeing that, Yomi said in a serious tone, "Then please ensure that one day when I open this door, the demonic heavens Jin clan and I will have priority to take what's inside." Jin Sang hesitated, then answered frankly, "I can't give you everything." Yomi grinned. "Judging by the reaction, I can guess there's something, probably a Cheon clan secret." He quickly proposed, "Then let the Cheon clan take whatever they absolutely must and give the rest to me." Jin Sang eyed him suspiciously. "Do you even know what you're talking about in your life before saying that?" Yomi shrugged and replied indifferently, "How would I know?" Outwardly, Yomi put on a tough face while his heart raced. "If my guess is right, this can be open, but not now." Almost got silence for real. At that moment, Tran Thuok suddenly spoke up, "Fine, do it that way." At the same time, Yomi poked the object, curious. "But what is this?" Their eyes settled on the shiny item. The old man said calmly, "It's an atmosphere-absorbing jade. This device can transmit inner energy into it to perform a specific operation." He blinked in surprise and peered inside. "Oh, so it's that, isn't it?" Seeing this, Jin Sang added, "That atmosphere-absorbing jade is designed to react to inner energy with special attributes. Cheon clan and the 6 clans, even Orthodox Sect inner energy, all fail to trigger it." Yomi gaze was nearly pulled into the jade. Unease rose in him. Yet for some reason, he felt he might be able to do it. "Seems my master deliberately told me to practice the Ten-Fang sword art for a reason." After a moment's thought, Yomi steeled himself and decided to give it a try. If the door opens and it all goes wrong, well, probably not that disastrous, he mused. Just transmit a little, truly just a little. If there's any chance the door will open, I'll pull my hand back immediately. Yomi pressed his palm firmly against the surface of the jade. Immediately, a stream of atmospheric chi invaded his body. In a fleeting instant, Yomi-young was drawn into another dimension. At that moment, a wailing voice rang out with accusation. Why? Why this? Master, did the disciple grow too ambitious? He looked around in panic. An altar? Myong kept screaming and crying. Even forbidden to embrace the one he loved? Faced with a barrage of accusations, the man opposite remained unmoved. Seeing this, he let out an angry roar. Even as a master, I will absolutely not forgive this. Hearing that, an enraged man shouted, Senior John, how dare you speak rudely to the master like that? At that, another person spoke to calm things. Ignore him, Junior Jean. He's lost his reason completely. Nothing you say will help. A woman couldn't help but exclaim, Crazy! Who would abandon the right to the highest position all for a woman? A youth sneered. Did Senior even hold their hands? In that moment, the crowd traded bitter words. He should be called a traitor, not a senior any longer. Traitor, betrayer. At the same time, Myong opened his mouth and wailed pitifully. Remember this, Master, you betrayed me first. No one else but you. Turning back to the master, he remained completely unmoved. Then, suddenly, the master curled his lips into a faint smile. He shifted his gaze toward Yomi-young. Why was he staring blankly like that? Back in reality, Yomi-young's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that illusion a memory from the past? If I piece together what I know, the one staring at the master under the altar is probably a name far too familiar that keeps looping in Yomi-young's mind. Myong. Just then, Tranthwok suddenly stepped closer, frantically shaking him awake. What's going on? What did you find out? He replied with an awkward expression. No. The speech drained faster than I expected. Yomi-young quietly formed a plan. For now, just lie to get through this. Inner energy. At the same time, Jin-sang suddenly grew panicked. His vision began to blur. Yomi-young's body abruptly collapsed to the ground. He was bewildered. What? My dantian is empty. Normally, if the dantian is that empty, the chi sea would crack or the body would suffer abnormalities. Seeing that, the old man complained. Still, you should show some restraint. Yomi-young nearly screamed inwardly. Wait, that's unfair. Jin-sang casually added. Besides the main line, this place is always open for challenges. He squinted at the elder, thinking, exhaust my inner energy just to see a little over 10 seconds. If you're not an extreme demon, don't even think about it. After a while, Jin-sang's voice echoed from a room. Everyone's gathered, so let's begin. Cheonil Gate is the perfect place for assassinations. But even with many encounters, no one would be so blatant as this. Only the 6 clans would be confident enough to clean up the aftermath. Hearing this, Yomi-young asked curiously, do you think some faction of the 6 clans is behind this? Jin-sang hesitated briefly, clasped his hands tightly, and answered slowly, at the very least, that's how it seems in the end. Yomi-young lowered his head and sighed. Thanks to me, the Jin clan surely escaped suspicion. At that moment, Jin-sang suddenly added, so with the leader's permission, I'll tell you the identity of that child. On the other side, Sang-ah seemed hesitant. We meet again, deputy leader. Oh no, Mr. Yomi-young. Actually, I didn't wait for her to finish. Did you suddenly cut off the Orthodox Alliance leader's granddaughter? Jin-sang looked at Yomi-young in surprise. How did you know about that? Sang-ah muttered under her breath. So you were only probing that day. Not sincere. He asked curiously, do you know about the southern branch of the Central Plains? Yomi-young squinted and replied, I know it in outline. He turned to Sang-ah. Southern Lotus Sword Flower. One of the 4 directions. That's the child's nickname. Catching Yomi-young's gaze, she blurted, Hey, don't look at me like that. If it were me, I'd be hurt, you know. After all, I'm the golden branch of Nanshan's Beck clan. Seeing that, he hastily explained, No, I only meant she's too young to be chosen as one of the 4 phoenixes. Sang-ah loudly replied, I'm already 18, you know. Hearing that, Yomi-young's eyes widened and his mouth dropped in surprise. Really, he quietly calculated in his head. So Beck Sang-ah is the same age as the young sect leader, and 1 year older than Sabai. At that moment, Sang-ah smiled slyly and said, Just remembered. Master Jean, you're 17, right? Come on, call me sister. Young immediately resisted. No way. Over here, Jean Sang smirked. Youthful chatter is fine, but let's get back to the main topic. Lin Ni's voice rang with irritation. If I don't even correct the young sect leader like this. After a while, Seng-ah bowed deeply at 90 degrees. She loudly expressed gratitude. Thank you, Master Jean, for saving my life, my family, and I pledge our honor. This favor will be repaid one day. Seeing this, Young's gaze flickered. He stared at Seng-ah. She boldly made a request. Since you've already helped, could you help a little more? Young sprang up from his seat. Excuse me, host, I'll be going first. Seng-ah looked urgent. Wait, Jean Sang interjected with advice. Hear the situation first. She put on a pleading face and continued. I have my reasons for fleeing here. My uncle and a few elders colluded with outsiders to remove my father. Who's the current head of the family? Young frowned slightly and replied indifferently. And? Seng-ah added sadly. Those outsiders, are they the unorthodox heavens? If not exactly, then some other force inside them. Our ancestors said that the unidentified force already controls more than half of the Orthodox Alliance's dominance and needs constant caution. Young masked his thoughts with a headache. The heaven-defying types really have spread throughout the Orthodox world, both righteous and demonic. Huh. He sighed helplessly. So they skipped allied forces and fled to the demonic sect? But even that doesn't explain why the young lady was targeted by assassins. She hesitated for a moment and produced an object. Maybe that's the reason. Young's gaze nearly drowned in the vivid color, a green sword. Could this be the Orthodox Alliance leader's divine relic? The jade, celestial divine sword? Who would trust and follow a leader who has lost his divine relic? No wonder in a past life the Sword King was senselessly stripped of power like that. He couldn't help but shout. But would a leader really bring himself to the demonic sect? Seng-ah said in a dry tone. Now I'd rather have the demonic sect show up. She continued weakly. Their center is the Martial Temple. They want to replace my ancestor's position as head of the Martial Temple so that Guan Hyun of the Taiji Sword Hall becomes the next leader. Thoughts assembled in Young's head, a chill running through him. Sage Guan Hyun, hailed as the first great hero to purge the demonic way from the Orthodox world, and the one who drove a sword into Cheon Yura's heart. At the thought, he clenched his palm so hard it shook. Seeing that, Seng-ah grew worried. Young Master Young let out a low growl. I'll only ask one question. Right after exhaling, he lowered his voice. Could the Southern Sword King simply be dragging our sect in to settle an internal power struggle of the Orthodox world? She shrugged off the idea with naive certainty. It's possible, but if this were merely an internal Orthodox dispute, how could there be assassins sent to murder in the heart of 10,000 mountains? This involves not only the Orthodox, but also the unorthodox. Perhaps even the demonic sect is connected to someone among these forces, and someone, or some force, must be overseeing these three factions, including both the Orthodox and the demonic. Although we haven't found a lead, let alone the tail, they really do seem to be that certain. Jinsang finally spoke up. I believe one of the 6 clans has people working for them. Young turned to look at him and silently confirmed. I know. The cruel faces were now clear in Young's mind. There is a traitor within the 6 clans. Young took a deep breath, unable to hide his worry. But whether that family acted is unproven, and even if true, we can't act rashly now. Above all, with that thought, Young involuntarily glanced in one direction. I'm still not fully trusting Lord Venat, even if the leader confided things related to Beck Seng-ah. Honestly, Cheon Taejong's way of sizing people up. Taejong's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He had said sternly, make for me the 5-path pill, and there's also the heavenly thunder battle. The opponent grinned, throwing our whole sect into chaos. Thinking this, Young sighed helplessly inside. That look of his, really something. At the same time, Jean Sang sighed softly. Right now, there aren't many people I can put my trust in. Therefore, I believe you won't turn your back on this crisis. Young suddenly cut in. What if I turn my back? At those words, Jean Sang's body nearly froze. His hair couldn't flutter and the mask still projected an intimidating air. However, he ground his teeth in anger. Seeing Jinsong's reaction, Youmyung snickered. Of course I was joking. Sang-ah couldn't help exclaiming, "What the heck? The demonic sect really is strange." Youmyung leaned close to the elder and declared that if there were traitors in their sect, they should cooperate fully and root them out. Jinsang quickly replied, "Exactly." Having said that, Youmyung returned to a serious tone. "However, our head won't act lightly. Without clear, concrete evidence, striking now would be nothing but courting disaster." Thoughts rang in his head. "All my power and prestige stem from my father." With that in mind, Youmyung loudly proposed, "Therefore, if I want to act, I need your help." Sang-ah slammed her hand on the table. "Of course." Jinsang looked urgent. "So what then?" Unlike the other two, he calmly pulled out a chair. Youmyung sat down, staring at them with a gleam in his eye. "Time to start negotiating, huh?" He couldn't help feeling excited. This is independence time. Speak your own mind. After a moment, Youmyung cheerfully slapped a stack of papers on the table. A splendid negotiation indeed. Meanwhile, Jinsang exhaled. "Am I trading with a mercantile speculator here?" Sang-ah beside him shared the expression and kept mumbling, "Sorry, sorry." On the other side, he sneered. "After all, I used to be the chief steward of the heavenly demon den cult." Youmyung brazenly said, "Name the price and I'll do it. If possible, I'll try to persuade the family head too." Jinsang threw his head back, constantly lamenting, demon money is even here now." He chuckled. "So what do we do now?" Sang-ah quickly said, "Once an assassination fails, it's hard for them to act the same way again in the short term. So, I'm planning to leave the sect for a while. Aren't I about to be dispatched to Qinghai anyway?" Youmyung asked skeptically. "Wasn't that mission only for our team?" Jinsong's chin tilted up, his tone calm and proud. "I'm the supreme authority, so what if I have to go twice?" Sang-ah gave a thumbs up. "Indeed worthy of the Lord." Hearing that, Youmyung froze and clutched his head. "Wait, are you planning to act as bait yourself to lure the enemy out?" She replied nonchalantly, "Exactly." Receiving the answer, he continued to question and asked her to let him assist with that plan. Sang-ah nodded. "That's right." Seeing Youmyung spring up, the elder quickly grabbed him. "No refunds, Sir Customer." His voice dropped, curiosity mixed with unease. "No. Actually, what is the young lady trying to lure out?" Sang-ah hurriedly shook her head, her expression turning serious. No, this is a plan to find a mole in Cheonail Gate, not to confront outside enemies." Jinsang interjected. "If outside forces intervene too deeply, our sect will respond accordingly. The leader has already approved." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Then use knowledge only I possess. Information only I know to hook a big fish." Youmyung said calmly, "I also have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" At that moment, a voice urgently called out, "The second commander is furious upstairs." Mian fell silent for a moment, then replied indifferently, "I know." The man laughed heartily. "Thanks to that, I finally got reprimanded after a long time. What a delight. The bigger issue than the failure is that you dared to approach the Zhu clan's beloved daughter." Guxian struggled fiercely. "Let go when told to let go, will you? You're standing in front of Zhu Guxian of a Zhu clan." Mian grinned. "Zhu Guxian won't be able to speak my name out loud, because my demonic soul-binding talisman is absolutely perfect." Hearing that, the man couldn't be so sure. "Second Commander, what if someone discovers and dispels the control technique?" He smiled faintly, nonchalant. "Let him try to dispel it. I never actually used a binding talisman to control him in the first place. I merely provocatively skewed things, secretly nudging and twisting his mind and thoughts along a certain direction that normally only peers of equal rank would interact. You're right. I only made her become extreme in a certain way over here." Guxian grew more bitter thinking it over, but since Sang-ah made the first move, everything will be blamed on Sang-ah. Whatever is said, the conclusion will be Sang-ah's fault. Conclusions always start there. Mian replied calmly. "This time, everything will be pinned on the rash actions of a jealous woman blinded by emotion." The man couldn't help but be excited. "Yes, that could be grudgingly accepted. Listen, Second Commander. The Jade Celestial Divine, sword must be recovered. If you don't get it back, don't expect to escape this affair. Go to Qinghai as ordered. Consider this your last chance. A pleased curl tugged at his mouth. In the end, we'll stick to the original plan. The man declared plainly, this time I'll personally lead the Nether King squad in a battle, and we must eradicate the sword's flame. Vo Yin chuckled. Nether King squad. Huh? I'll also request aid from the Third Order of the Unorthodox Tyrant Heavens. He's startled at the mention. No need to drag the Unorthodox Tyrant Heavens into this. He clenched his fist with resolve. If we're doing it, we must go all the way. That fellow has always wanted to make merit for the demonic sect. He'll accept without hesitation. The man interjected anxiously. This time there must be no mistakes. Our goal is not war, but division. Understand, Mian couldn't help laughing. Of course, not a chance we'll let that happen. Over here the group murmured among themselves. A youth asked, Hey, who is this Baek Sang-ah that even assassins were sent after her? Another piped up, Baek Sang-ah resembles one of the 4 phoenixes of Sword Flower. The other doubted. A sword flower within Cheonail Gate. Huh, are you joking? Another exclaimed. But if she really is a sword flower then. At the same moment, Sang-ah trembled as she passed in front of them. She kept telling herself to depart for Qinghai quickly. Every line upgraded, ready to deploy. The crowd quietly agreed. Yeah, probably not a sword flower. Sang-ah is scheming. She should act even weaker to lure them in, right? The scene shifted to a cave filled with firelight, where heavy breathing echoed inside, and someone's body moved constantly. Only Yomi-young could be seen wildly swinging his sword forward. He couldn't help complaining inwardly, it's hard to die. The onlookers applauded excitedly. Well done, Lord. Hyuk-sa couldn't help admiring, wearing such a heavy iron block and still swinging the sword. Baek-sa added enthusiastically, truly admirable. Meanwhile, Yomi-young stood motionless, and after a while the group braced on their hands and groaned. Too heavy. Seeing that, he replied casually, I even made them lighter for your level. Only 50 caddies per blade. Baek-sa said, Is that so? Yomi-young smirked. It's still a burden. Internal power and mind techniques are useless. Without a foundation of physical strength, all martial arts are like flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water. If since childhood you'd eaten beef like rice, practiced supreme mind techniques, or had true innate talent, for example, then you wouldn't need brutal muscle training, unless you're a rare genius like Cheon-yura. At the same time, Hyuk-sa sprang up. If you want to survive in the mainstream martial world, you have to grit your teeth and get through it. Baek-sa barked, shouting that they've pledged their lives to the Lord. Are they going to complain over something so trivial? Yomi-young looked pleased. These people surely have more guts and spirit than most. Much better than Jin-sang and Baekgu, who treated me like a god and immediately backed off at the mention of the Orthodox school. After a moment, Yomi-young called out loudly, If you really can carry that iron block and keep up with my training program, Baek-sa couldn't help but be curious. And if you can, then what? He suddenly proposed, I'll enter the library of the Demonic Heavens Jin clan and pick out the martial arts best suited to each of you. Just then a voice rang out, Train your hearts out. The moment he saw the person opposite him, Yomi-young's eyes widened. Yura's voice echoed, Long time no see acquaintance. Jin Yomi-young. The two stared at each other from afar. Jin Yomi-young froze. I didn't expect to meet you like this after only a few months apart. I didn't expect that in just a few months you've grown so strong. Just a few drifters passed through, and now the person before me is the cult leader? At that thought, the corner of his mouth twitched as if holding something back. At the same time, Yura slowly removed the hat that hid her face, and in an instant Yomi-young's face went pale. She stepped closer to him. You're not ordinary either, are you? Hyuk-sa suddenly shouted, Impudent! In front of you stands the young master of the Jin clan, Jin Yomi-young. Show some manners, will you? Yura turned to look at him and repeated the question. Manners? Yomi-young panicked. Oh, well, you lot. It didn't stop there. Insane cut in, saying you should bow properly when greeting. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Hey, you lot of riffraff. Even if you ride on others' coattails, at least behave according to the situation. Baek-sa hurriedly said, Young cult leader, we the lowly submit our greetings. The crowd felt a bit flustered. Young cult leader? He didn't forget to introduce himself. I am Sa, currently in attendance to the young master of the Jin clan. Please be merciful about our rudeness. And now they bowed even lower, promising strict self-discipline and no repeat offenses. After a while, Youmyung slowly spoke. You came here without guards? She replied nonchalantly. Not that there aren't any. You just don't recognize them. Hearing that, he couldn't hide his surprise. You've reached the supreme realm, and I didn't even notice. A guardian enforcer? At that moment, Yura waved her hand to one side. Exactly then, Cheon Geology suddenly appeared. He croaked, I apologize for my rudeness. Then suddenly a barrier sprang up covering the two of them. Youmyung watched the unfolding scene in astonishment. At the same time, Yura gave him a cold look. I heard you're about to set sail for Qinghai. Youmyung shot back teasingly. So you have eyes here too? She replied lightly. After all, you could become my spouse, couldn't you? So, it's not too much for me to care a little. He pointed at himself in confusion. What did you say? Yura was composed. What? Don't you like me caring? He hurriedly denied it. No, not like that. Then suddenly she called his name in an icy tone. Youmyung. He hesitated and replied, Speak, milady. The question rang out like an echo from the netherworld. Do you know of a group called the Heaven-Defying Society? Hearing that, Youmyung couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. Strange. How would Cheon Yura possibly know their name? Could it be me? A scene from the past suddenly replayed. Youmyung said coldly, Are you planning to overthrow the very heavens? He pressed his lips together, 1,000 thoughts rising. If you know in your heart, but refuse to let others know, is that deceitful? I was only risking a flippant joke. What if at that moment she had deduced the name Heaven-Defying Society from my words? After a brief silence, Youmyung replied tersely, I don't know. Yura suddenly went quiet, then softly asked again, You really don't know? Inside Youmyung a line of thoughts ran on, and conflicted, he didn't want to lie before her. Instead he blurted a half-truth, neither fully true nor entirely deceitful. He said coldly, Even if they exist, they're hardly worth troubling the cult leader about. The great affairs of our sect belong to the leader and elders. These petty matters are the responsibility of disciples like us. In that moment, Youmyung silently prayed inwardly, so I hope you will grant this request. That for now, please do not investigate further. Yura paused a beat, then nodded. If that's your answer, fine, I understand. Seeing that, he hurriedly followed. Miss Cheon. She uttered only a few cold words. We will meet again soon. Tonight, the moon shone unusually bright. At the same time, Cheon Geology stared at Youmyung. He jolted and stammered. You're not coming along? The old man grated out each word. In any case, at least I know you just declined her goodwill. Hearing that, he put on an annoyed face. Did you eavesdrop? Cheon Geology hurriedly denied it. Would a subordinate dare eavesdrop on his master? Never. I've served a young cult leader since childhood. I know her moods better than anyone. Youmyung frowned slightly. Very loyal, aren't you? True enough, but I've also observed the young Lady Cheon for a long time. Then suddenly the old man shouted, Then tell me why you hurt her feelings. Immediately, a surge of spiritual force slammed into Youmyung. He squinted, lethal intent peeking. At that moment, Youmyung suddenly shouted, Because doing so is better for her, and she is not so fragile as to be hurt by such things. Do not insult the young cult leader. Cheon Geology's face flushed crimson like a fireball. Unlike him, Youmyung's gaze remained perfectly calm. Seeing this, Cheon Geology pulled back his feral demeanor and exhaled. Then Cheon Geology threw back his head and chuckled. That spirit. I like it. Truly the blood of the Jin clan. I heard you intend to take the main exam of Cheon Il Gate, right? Youmyung nodded without moving. Well, now everyone and their dog seems to know. Then the old man suddenly proposed. Then save a spot. The young cult leader will participate alongside you. He widened his eyes, nearly biting his tongue. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Youmyung whipped around. This is urgent. The next day, he leisurely read the assignment. The area we will be sent to is the Transcendence Seeker Society in Qinghai, a heterodox sect that split from the Sun Moon Divine cult, the progenitor of the Heavenly Demon Din cult, with a lineage stretching nearly 1,000 years. Insane raised his hand and asked, "You mean the demonic Sect storyline?" He nodded in confirmation. "Exactly so." He grinned. "So that means they practice human sacrifices, mass slaughter, or forbidden demonic arts, and the like." Hearing this, Youmyung's expression briefly shifted. He forced a smile. If that were true, they'd have been wiped out by the Imperial forces long ago. Have sects like ours ever done such things? Insane hummed in his throat. "Well, maybe it's a secret, who knows?" Beksa intervened. "If we're talking about the old days of the Sun Moon Divine cult, then maybe. But since the Heavenly Demon Din cult was founded, live human sacrifice has been abolished." Youmyung looked surprised. "You actually know that?" He gave an embarrassed laugh. Occasionally, the cult leader lectures the disciples that anyone wanting to be a warrior of the demonic heaven should at least know our history. Those who skipped class because they were bored with the basics fell silent. Turning back to Youmyung, he instructed sternly, "Listen carefully. Essentially, the demonic path and the immortal path that Taoists mention share the same source. Whether it's righteous qi or demonic qi, they're ultimately currents of energy that make up time. The difference is simply how each side uses them. As for the ultimate goal, both aim toward the immortal demonic realm. Although there's no official record of anyone reaching that realm, one person came very close, the heavenly demon." Youmyung leaned forward. "I tell you this for two reasons. First, so you have a basic understanding of where we're being sent. And second," Hyuk-sa and Baek-sa jumped at the sound. He produced the book cultivation-type Tyrant King art and added, "This is the promised manual. You will begin training in this martial art starting now." Upon hearing that, the group erupted in excited cheers that echoed through the room. Hyuk was moved to tears, his voice trembling. "So the young cult leader in person will enter the record with us? Long live the heavenly demon. May 10,000 demons submit." Baek-sa widened his eyes in astonishment. These are the two glowing chain links, the demonic arts of legend. Youmyung let out a soft chuckle. "It seems we'll have to work extremely hard. Just thinking about it scares me already." Hyuk-sa and Insane together. "Of course." Baek-sa added excitedly that witnessing the young cult leader in the flesh is an honor he'd never dreamed of. He bared his teeth in an awkward smile. "Wasn't that a bit sycophantic? If you fail to meet the standard, your heads will end up in the young cult leader's hands." Insane leapt up shouting, "We will engrave this in our hearts." Hyuk-sa joined in the chant. "My lord, we're finally stepping onto the great stage." Baek-sa shouted, "Thank you, sir." On the other side, Youmyung's face went pale. He muttered under his breath, "Thank what? Be careful, or you'll die, understood?" Bawang Gong, if cultivated successfully, can reach the extreme demon realm. The group shifted to excited looks. Extreme demon. Seeing this, Youmyung warned sternly, "Calm down. Yes, you're all practically glowing in the eyes, right? Because this art is completely different from the mediocre mental methods you've practiced before. The quality gap is enormous. But what if suddenly you switch to this rapidly advancing demonic cultivation? What do you think will happen?" The group stared at the book, murmuring, "We don't really know." He helplessly explained, "It's like you'll become enchanted and addicted. Before long, you'll go berserk and become cripples. I bind you with constrained armor for that reason, to force the body to avoid sudden outbreaks. In that sense, the Transcendent Seeker Society might actually become an opportunity for you. Their secret methods of subduing demonic qi are on par with the Heavenly Demon Din cult." In that moment, Youmyung thought to himself, "And who knows, it might be an opportunity for me too." The scene shifted to the next morning. Instructor Jiang announced sternly, "Training is over. Tomorrow you will depart for Qinghai." Upon hearing that, the group erupted in excited cheers. Finally, he continued with instructions. "You will split into 2 teams and be sent to different locations. During your time in Qinghai, your performance will be judged by merits." Before Jiang could finish, they were already noisy like a night market. He looked helpless, as if saying he couldn't get a word in. Someone tried to show off knowledge. "If it's Qinghai, it must be Xining or Haidong, right?" The person beside him nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Otherwise, why send us so far?" One of them prayed inwardly that if it's Haidong, that's good, because even the big shots from unorthodox tyrant heaven wouldn't dare cause trouble there. Over here, Hyuk-sa and Baek-sa were doing push-ups with all their might. Watching that, the group silently assessed, wondering how they'd even survived so far. Lucky they held on until now. Poor things. Among them, Seng-ah inwardly wailed. Young Master Yomi-young, why was I dragged along? She suddenly collapsed to the ground, her body stretched out long. In Seng-ah's head rang the thought that Ju Guxian was dead. He had only been imprisoned in our sect's dungeon for a few days, and before reaching Cheonail Gate had already left a suicide note saying he wanted to atone for causing a great disaster to his family. Thinking this, Seng-ah firmly concluded that it couldn't have been suicide. Once more she puffed out her cheeks and exhaled. Seng-ah clenched the earth beneath her and kept telling herself, I must stay extra vigilant. The scene cut to the Transcendent Seeker Society in Haidong. From inside the building came shouts of abuse. Those damned, unorthodox, tyrant heaven scoundrels, Manhwa angrily bellowed. Where on earth are they getting so much money to pay like rain? Damn it. The man looked frustrated. If only they'd barged in with force, I'd have an excuse to ask the Heavenly Demon Din cult for reinforcements. He immediately signaled to stop. No, it's troublesome if the Heavenly Demon Din cult shows up now. What if they steal all the credit? A subordinate quickly spoke up. Perhaps unorthodox Tyrant Heaven realized that and chose this quiet approach. They knew of its existence and wanted to seize it discreetly, hence this method of approach. Hearing that, Manhwa nodded in agreement. Probably so. Either way, we must act quickly. For now, use those useless ones from Cheonail Gate to stall. Just then a messenger ran in, panting. Guildmaster, people from Cheonail Gate have arrived. He put on a weary expression. Damn, that fast? The messenger said urgently, yes. But it seems among this batch of envoys, there's an extremely important figure. Manhwa feigned indifference. Probably a cadet branch of some big clan, right? Just some hunting dog of the Sixth Clan. He thought to himself that occasionally those cast out of power drift to Cheonail Gate. Yet they're arrogant, unlucky, and always bring trouble. The old Manhwa sneered, all dry straw and withered grass. Here at the Transcendent Seeker Society, people first worry about keeping their pots from boiling over. That's all. The subordinate looked at Manhwa in horror and reported, They say it's Jin Yomi-young, the great young master of the Heavenly Demon Din cult. Manhwa didn't think twice. He ran forward. Oh my, young master. Yomi-young looked helpless on this side. So they borrowed my name and reputation? Huh? Instructor Jang grinned. Lately, the Transcendent Seeker Society has been too casual with their guests. Yomi-young couldn't help but ponder. This fellow clearly lacked solid backing. He sighed softly. In return, you'll do me a favor sometime, okay? He gave a small laugh. All right, you do have spirit. Manhwa ran over from afar. My heavens, young master. It's an honor 3 lifetimes in a row for me to see you. After a while, Yomi-young curiously asked, But Guildmaster, has the guild had trouble recently? Business been slow. His face changed in an instant. You noticed, young master? Yomi-young's eyes flicked over the worn steps. He couldn't help but remark, Look at it. One glance, and you can tell everything's fallen a few ranks with the years. Yomi-young smiled with a benevolent expression. Tell me about it. Maybe I have a way to fix things, who knows? Manhwa frowned slightly. But you're an outsider, so you can't really. Suddenly he shouted, Young master, listen to me first. The thing is the youngest disciple of unorthodox Tyrant Heaven, Chong Muzong, has been eyeing Haidong City. Hearing that, Yomi-young was a bit surprised. He wants to expand his influence all the way near the big dunes. Manhwa began to grumble. I'm thinking the same. Better if he aimed lower or at a smaller place. This is information Yomi-young didn't have in his past life. Chong Muzong later became famed across the Central Plains as the Dark Cloud Swordsman, but before the unorthodox Tyrant Heaven Civil War, he hadn't done anything notable, as far as I recall. If memory serves, there were no significant activities before the Civil War. He raised an eyebrow and thought. More importantly, senior brother GM Gioxin would never allow him to do this. Yomi-young asked sternly, Has any top expert from our branch of unorthodox Tyrant Heaven appeared here before? He answered honestly, No, sir. Only riffraff and petty sect scum have been causing trouble. A calculating rhythm sounded in his head. So to summarize, 1. The amount of silver they've poured into Haidong is extremely large. 2. GM Jiaxin is ruthless and watches his disciples more closely than enemies. 3. Yet the youngest disciple spent a vast fortune like that without any sign of activity. Conclusion. It's highly likely this money didn't come from unorthodox tyrant heaven, but from another power. Combining that with the opportunity I'm hoping for in the current situation, after a moment of silence, Youmyung slowly spoke. So, Guild Master. Manhu laughed heartily. Yes, young master, ask whatever you wish. As Manhu Guild and a friend of the Heavenly Demon Din cult, I'll answer anything you ask. He suddenly asked about the progress of excavating the tomb of the Heavenly Mystic Maiden. His body trembled violently, his voice squeaky. I can't hear clearly. Youmyung curled his lip and smiled. How could it not be right under this ground? The tomb of the Heavenly Mystic Maiden, the female master who roamed the world 400 years ago. At that, Manhu trembled even more. How did you know that? Youmyung continued with a smile. How did I know? Because you brag about the burial goods you pull from there to rile people. That's how I found out. He emphasized each word. Or maybe you still haven't deciphered the riddle on the Trangbo map. Youmyung thought to himself, in this life you won't get a share because in the last life the Transcendent Seeker Society already decided. In the previous life, the Transcendent Seeker Society's renown was truly magnificent. Youmyung, even as chief steward, had to personally receive him. When drunk, Manhu confessed that it was thanks to the martial arts and treasures obtained from the Heavenly Mystic Maiden's tomb back then that the guild could soar to its present heights. Youmyung turned away in disgust. Though acting behind the Sect's back is a grave crime, that was a matter 10 years after the tomb raid. How could it be pursued now? More importantly, the Transcendence Seeker Society's greatest sin is, what exactly? That the Heavenly Demon Din cult is standing on the edge of the abyss of destruction? If so, as the Transcendent Seeker Society folks hesitated and moved away, should we side with the righteous path or keep following the heretical one? Back to the present. Youmyung broke into a smug smile. I won't forget this. He patted his salty shoulder. Even the Heavenly Demon Din cult has records about the Heavenly Mystic Maiden, you know? He blurted it out in helplessness. He exclaimed helplessly. Youmyung said slowly, that's precisely why, as the great young master of the Heavenly Demon Din cult, I want to make a small proposal. How about we cooperate on this tomb raid? We'll even provide squads of expendable outsiders to take the fall for any traps or mechanisms in the tomb. Manhu's eyes filled with tears. If so, how will the spoils be divided? He grandly replied, 50-50. He was stunned, thinking, my gods, I thought you were going to take everything. Who knew 6 clan people could be so generous? Youmyung spoke up. Also, I have a personal request. Outside, Instructor Jang will clearly direct that you be arranged to pose as caravan guards. Youmyung continued. Really, it's nothing. It's just that I've heard the Transcendence Seeker Society's talisman techniques are unrivaled in the world. That's all. Manhu cheerfully asked, young master, whom do you want supervised? At the horse pen, someone clicked his tongue. Can't even properly assassinate anyone, yet runs to ask for help, and still outranks me. Outrageous. Another encouraged him. You've had your share of hardships, too. The man in the black cloak spoke. It's fine. For the grand plan of our guild, this matter is worth it. The third order sneered. If I get the green jade sword, could I snatch the position of the second order? Geek Instructor in the black cloak said it's not impossible. When he let out an "oh," she warned, still, don't let personal ambition ruin the big picture, or we'll all be swept away. The third order stroked his chin, thinking, swept away. Does that mean things are that serious? The first order is excellent and tolerable, but the second order, maybe I could still surpass them, right? He raised the question. At least if I claim the credit, no one will blame me, right? For you, as long as the mission succeeds, that's enough, isn't it? Geek Instructor ran his hand over the horse's mane. I don't deny it. She thought to herself, we've come this far. If we fail now, I'm finished. I must report to Pal Chongun to prepare for the worst. If even my rival collapses, that would be a pity. Just then, Instructor Jang raised his hand and called, Instructor, over here. Why is buying one horse taking so long? Geek instructor led the horse away while replying. Head instructor Jang is really rude, she exclaimed. There are a lot more guests than usual today. Have you finished handling all the business? Instructor Jang muttered, that damn Jean Yomiya. Borrowing the name once, and the officials dare make the instructor run errands like a lackey. He remembered the boy's words. I'll owe you a favor later. Instructor Jang hugged his money pouch as if consoling himself. I turned a blind eye because the purse was heavy. I've taken a rest already. When invited to have a drink before returning, he didn't hesitate and agreed at once. Of course, on Yomi-young's side, Manhwa set a stack of ledgers on the table and explained, this is the state of the Transcendence Seeker Society's business establishments. Because you are the great young master of Six Clan, I dare to present this, but I truly don't understand what you need it for. He flipped through each page intently. Knowing in advance lets you prepare. A huge question mark popped into his head. Look at these fools. Yomi-young fell silent. Are these crude numbers even called ledgers? Massive expenditures with edits to hide them. Surely it's all funneled into the tomb raid. Splitting it 50 with these lot is just heartless. It should be 9 parts to me, 1 part to them, or even 9 and 9/100ths to me. A contract? I'm of the demon way. I don't care for such things. Certainly not doing it because of that charming smile of theirs. He spoke up. It's just that the profit margin is too low, so I need to reorganize a bit. Better said, a complete overhaul. I can't stand these messy ledgers any longer. Manhwa was utterly bewildered. Why must the young master do this? Yomi-young stepped outside and ordered, let's go out. It's better to walk and take a closer look. Manhwa hurried after him. Yomi-young couldn't help noticing the stacks of fabric on the table. He turned to ask Guild Master Manhwa. The nearest Silk Road is 400 li from here, 1 li being about 392.7 meters. Manhwa replied, is there a problem? Yomi-young explained angrily. Of course there's a problem. Who in this backwater would buy high-grade silk shipped from afar at such steep prices? Besides, though the white tree pattern and blossom pattern aren't bad, they're out of fashion now, and the colors have faded a lot. Manhwa awkwardly tried to sell them in Sheening, but Yomi-young snapped. Sheening is completely controlled by domineering heaven. How could you possibly sell anything there? According to the ledgers, the last silk sale was 7 days ago. Manhwa had hoped. He thought that befriending the Heavenly Demon Din cult might help steady the finances even if things were slipping. Yomi-young planned. It's better to import tougher fabrics suited for travelers. They surveyed from morning till night. All right, to the next establishment. How many years old is this stock? Besides, no matter how you look at it, the distribution structure was wrong from the root. Too many powers involved produced these consequences. In this case, the only option is to spend big money. After a while of observing, Sang-ah quietly commented, in the previous life, the young master was definitely a miser. The next morning, before dawn had properly broken, someone came calling for Jean Young Master. Sang-ah hurried up to him. About what you said yesterday, using bribes to settle this and building an entirely new distribution network. Is the money for that the same as the last time? Yomi-young signaled for her to be quiet. Sang-ah jumped and shouted, so it is private funds. He quickly corrected her. You misunderstand. I'm serious. Call it something more elegant, like military expenses. She pouted, but that money was mine to begin with. Sang-ah painfully recalled her earlier pleas. Sorry, master. Meanwhile, Yomi-young cheerfully pocketed the spoils. Back in the present, he suggested, shall I show you the little girl's seal? The question made her so angry, she practically steamed. He suddenly stopped. All right then. Finish this matter first. Now, they went to the Transcendence Seeker Society's most consistently profitable branch, the Sea Moon Tea House. Yomi-young looked up and vowed to himself, I'll sweep out the evil domineering heaven people from here. The soldiers saw him and came running at full tilt. They kept calling out young master. Yomi-young asked, why are you all in such a panic? Hyuk-sa panted. Vexai added, inside, it's better if you go in and see for yourself. Yomi-young was puzzled, while Sang-ah standing beside him had tears streaming down her face at the loss. Once inside, he thought, did the evil domineering heaven really dare come here? Manhwa was trembling nonstop. No, young master. He was surprised. Even that person was here. After following the direction Manhwa pointed, Yomi-young's eyes widened to their fullest in surprise. He unconsciously bit his lip as if under great tension. Someone sitting on the table spoke up. Too late, Jin Yomiya. His mouth formed an O, and he blurted out, "Why are the two of you here?" In a desolate courtyard, a cold voice rang out. "They must never be underestimated." Taejong gazed into the distance. "They're preparing to overthrow the heavens from the lowest depths of the world." Yura asked, "If they succeed, what then?" He lowered his voice. "Do you know of mountains and seas?" She replied, bewildered. "I'm not very interested in mythology. I've only heard the name." Mountains and Seas was written in ancient times, recording many divine beasts and monsters of legend. They are the descendants of that mythical era and are plotting to overthrow the heavens, returning the world to the ancient, distant environment. Taejong explained, "But now their bloodlines have faded. Apart from potential, they're no different from ordinary people." Bai-yin doubted. "Is there any reason they would want to restore that age?" He pondered. "I only saw records that said, in the era when divine beasts and monsters roamed, the world was filled with spirit power. Humans could commune with heaven and talents had no limits." Both Bai-yin and Yura felt a thrill of astonishment. "Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? A martial artist's progress would have no bounds." Taejong asked, "But in such an era, what would the survival rate of humans be like?" Divine beasts, spirit creatures, and monsters would be infinitely empowered, and those confronting humans likewise infinitely enhanced. Ultimately, only a few outstanding individuals would survive. The rest would be eliminated, right? But no need to worry. As long as I'm alive, they won't dare show themselves. Many are deceived by their honeyed words, but that's only a small matter. Bai-yin and Yura hesitated. "Only a small matter?" He continued. "What we must do is simply crush those visible bugs." "That's it," Yura said. "So it believes those words?" Bai-yin was curious. "In the martial world, does anyone else know their true identity?" Taejong replied that the reason the martial leader entrusted his granddaughter to their sect was because they agreed not to distinguish between righteous and evil in this matter. Recently, it has been peacefully leading a group at Cheonail Gate along with the Gene Child. Yura was shocked. "Peaceful? You say that? How peaceful?" Taejong hurried to reassure her. Calm down, calm down." Yura, though furious, insisted she was very calm. "Father," he advised, "if you're impatient, go meet it. I'll have the right guardian accompany you." She was surprised. "What about my apprenticeship time?" Taejong explained it'll of course be welcomed. Instead of swinging a sword all day, sometimes one must go out to rest and calm a mind. Yura guessed uncertainly. "You mean a retreat?" He pondered. "A retreat. Yes, you could call it that. Also, the young demon pavilion needs repairs. Of course, you likely won't be away long, since you're like me." At that time, Taejong had no idea the rest his daughter mentioned was not in the Thousand Mountains at all, but in Haidong. At the Sea Moon Tea House, Bai-yin closed his eyes. "The deputy leader and I get to rest," young Master Jean Yura remarked. "Indeed, the tea in Haidong is excellent." Yomi-young walked toward them, curiosity rising. Cheon Yura on a retreat? One odd pairing. She kindly asked him how things were here. "Sit and have a cup of tea." Yomi-young sat down and filled a cup of tea. Then he told him his plan. "I intend to negotiate with the Kunlun families in Haidong." Manhwa came running up in a fluster. "Young Master Jean, what do you mean?" "Negotiate with the orthodox sects." Yomi-young explained. "There are many names for it. Fight fire with fire, use the barbarians' hands to control the barbarians, and put them in the same boat." His face went ashen. "Yet there's no way those people would agree to negotiate with us. I heard they even hate contact with the demon way," an elder wailed. "I'd rather choose those filthy heretics then." Yomi-young grinned with his eyes crinkling and bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to meet the great refined sword. I'm the eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Yomi-young." The two elders murmured in admiration. Even six demonic can somewhat stand against evil, domineering heaven. Kong Qianyang clasped his hands and introduced, "I am the sect leader of the Nine Sages sect." Yomi-young spoke up. "There's one more arriving. The chief disciple of the leader of evil, domineering heaven, the Yellow Ghost Lord." Qianyang was stunned. "Invite him in." He smirked. "I hear they've been squeezing people with enormous resources, so you've had a hard time." The old man gaped. Yes, those damned, evil, domineering heaven. Why on earth did they end up in this backwater town? A man holding a sack of money shouted, "Sell the shop. Live off the money and enjoy your old age." Another fellow muttered, "Auntie, you don't want to sell the shop?" The chair still squeaks. This restaurant really has no sense of business. Oh dear. As he pulled out a chair and sat, Yomi began his presentation. To handle this we need three things: consensus, legitimacy. He laced his fingers together and, practically, Qianyang hesitated. But the prospect of the demon way and the orthodox uniting to oppose evil domineering heaven, Yomi interrupted, insisting that must never happen. Therefore, one more person is about to arrive. No sooner had he finished than someone entered and said, "Looks like I'm a bit late." The newcomer's arrival made everyone in the room jump. Yomi snorted. When two parties join forces, it's called an alliance, but when three factions come together, it's called a compromise. The newcomer was Jik-san, the Yellow Ghost Lord. Those in the room exclaimed, "Yes, it really is Jik-san. So why is such a great figure here?" Jik-san sat down and explained, "I came by invitation, but I didn't expect this place to fall within Orthodox territory." Yomi cheerfully introduced, "Thank you for accepting the invitation. Lord Jiam, am Jin Yomi of the Heavenly Demon Den cult." He smiled kindly. "Pleased to meet you. I've heard of the new demon dragon." Yomi thought to himself, "New demon dragon? That means he knows about the matter. Even what happened to my brothers. Evil domineering heaven's intelligence gathering is indeed formidable." Manhwa turned to him, voice trembling. Wait. When exactly did you contact evil domineering heaven?" Yomi recounted that it was when he sent two Sect officials to Liaoning not long ago. Those were officials Jiang and Ji. Jiam tapped his fingers on the table. "I'm truly surprised that the eldest son of the heavenly demonic divine from so far away used a secret contact method known to very few." Yomi squinted and replied, "So did I. Your calling me new demon dragon was the same surprise." He looked at him intently, his expression unreadable, solemn and deep. Yet Yomi still beamed with carefree, innocent eyes. Jiksen spoke up. "All right, I understand. Now we must deal with the little junior brother's crime." He was briefly surprised. "A crime? It seems the other disciples aren't involved, right?" The man chuckled. "Yes, I've thoroughly investigated the other brothers. This matter was just the little junior brother acting rashly. Moreover, I don't want the Central Plains to be shaken by that tomb. So whatever is in the tomb, we'll settle it among ourselves." They clustered and asked each other, "What tomb? What is he talking about?" Manhwa screamed, "How does everyone already know all my secrets?" Yomi raised a finger to illustrate while explaining, "So, Jik-san, you want two things from us. One is that this matter must not be leaked." Manhwa babbled. If you ask me which tomb," he continued. "And two, it's the life of the little junior brother, correct?" Jik-san smiled meaningfully. "Impossible. Even if he's naive and innocent, he's still my junior brother. But I hope those who incited him onto this fruitless path will have their heads cut off." Yomi propped his chin and replied, "But if your little junior brother is accidentally harmed, then so be it." He burst into laughter. "If that's the case, then it's unavoidable." Those seated couldn't fathom what the two of them were talking about. Qianyang turned pale and blurted out that, in any case, the Orthodox must be involved in this matter. Yomi smiled brightly and explained, "I already said it. When three factions join forces, it's a compromise. We're creating a compromise for the common good, regardless of righteous or demonic." Jik-san nodded. "Indeed, we get along very well. The eldest son of the Demon Heaven Jin clan." You immediately echoed him. I felt the same. Now I see why Jik-san is the chief disciple of the myriad sinful king. Then they all burst into laughter, their chuckles blending as if there were no boundary between orthodox and demonic sections. Those at the table thought, "Now I understand why heretics and the demon cult are called one and the same." Yomi recalled rumors he'd heard. The goddess Heavenly Mystic Maiden, a mysterious, unrivaled master, suddenly appeared 400 years ago and caused rivers of blood across the Central Plains. At that time, the Kunlun sect was pushed to the brink of extinction. If her tomb contains her martial techniques or relics, a few 100,000 taels of silver would be nothing. To think he told us to handle it ourselves. That way we could quietly divide it among ourselves. Everyone exclaimed upon learning the kind of tomb it was. Of course, we will cooperate with you for the greater cause. Just then, Jiksen stood up, so I understand the Haidong matter will be resolved that way. He was thoroughly pleased and said, "Thank you for your generous consideration." And while he continued speaking, it was also seen as a fitting compensation for correcting my youngest bad habits. I hope that one day we may meet again. Yeomyung agreed with Jik-san's sentiment. I feel the same. After all, your sect and mine are both enemies of the Orthodox schools. He couldn't help laughing. Indeed, indeed. Those at the back muttered, thinking it over. Sorry, but we heard every word loud and clear. Then Jik-san and his followers left the city. He suddenly spoke up. The woman who brought that mask. While his subordinate was still blinking in surprise, Jik-san pondered that the Jin heir was like a wolf with big fangs. But the one who truly threatened him was that female martial artist. She was like a tiger hiding its claws. Then he reached out and gave the reins a strong tug. The horse, obeying the signal, bolted forward. Now Jik-san commanded, "Give me the list of female masters of the heavenly demon den cult that you know who are at peak realm." His subordinate immediately complied with the order, and Yeomyung quietly calculated inwardly. Now we can deploy any plan without worrying about unorthodox tyrant heaven. I've already done everything possible for the Transcendent Seeker Society. Manhwa, walking behind, pondered, I'll drive those bastards out of Haidong and take the relic of the heavenly mystic maiden. Just then he turned and said, "By the way, Chief, what about that thing I asked you before?" He quickly replied, "You mean my subordinate's grand technique? It's ready. If needed, we can start tomorrow." Yeomyung pondered seriously. A secret method passed down in the Transcendent Seeker Society that even the heavenly demon den cult covets. A grand art that can purify the demonic chi within the body. You could call it similar to marrow cleansing, but it doesn't open the entire meridian network. Suddenly, Manhwa suggested they should let them realize how considerate he had been. The young master saw him step away and coldly replied, "I don't care if they think they'll be used to death." He worried from behind. Should I pray for their eternal rest first? I already feel sorry for them. Cut to the next day when Yeomyung stretched. I'll buy time by using the Overlord art to stop the vital energy from turning turbid after receiving the grand technique. Then he silently resolved to begin acting officially. Just then someone spoke up. "You're the one who dragged Yeomyung into that affair, aren't you?" Yeomyung overheard the conversation by chance. "What's it to you? What's your relationship with my vice chief?" In the distance, two masked people were arguing about whether to fight here. While he still didn't understand what was happening, Seng-ah curiously asked, "Miss, where are you from?" Yura quickly explained, "I come from the Sa clan." Hearing that, she blankly thought, so this young miss is a direct descendant of the Golden Sa clan? No wonder she treats Jin young master as her equal. Just then Yeomyung approached. "What are you three doing here?" Seng-ah, spotting him, said, "Young Master Jin, I was about to head to the appointment." She looked puzzled at the word appointment, while Seng-ah went on and on. "Since you're here, come along." He spoke up with a reminder. "I appreciate your help, but this is a serious situation. Please be careful, and if possible, don't leave my side." Suddenly, Yura stepped forward. "Yeomyung, I want to help too. You said it's a serious situation, right?" Even though I don't know what's happening, Yeomyung awkwardly explained. "That, Miss Cheon, would you mind helping with this?" Seng-ah, hearing that, was confused and thought, "Isn't Miss Cheon actually Miss Sa?" She was very puzzled. "So you don't need my help?" He hastily shook his head in denial. "Absolutely not. That's impossible. For the greater good, my life is at stake, so I absolutely can't refuse." Yeomyung dared not speak his true feelings. "If the sect leader knew I sent the junior chief to do that, I'd die. I'd definitely die." Yura tightened her grip on the sword and said, "So what you're saying is that I'm inferior to that woman, and she is capable of helping you avoid danger." He was so frightened his whole body trembled as he quickly denied it. "Do it, please help me." Then Yeomyung painfully thought, "You've just pushed me into danger." Cut to the Sea Moon Tea House, a tea shop run by the Transcendent Seeker Society and a hub for exchanging news. Outside, People speculated the way out had dwindled and wondered how the Green Forest mountain bandits were wiped out. I heard it wasn't the Green Forest, but someone else, and only one person at that. Anyway, this time skip Sichuan and go straight to Xi'an. Come have a cup of green tea here. Heinwall set the teacup down and warned, "It's hot. Please be careful." The man looked up in bewilderment. What did she just say? Then he saw her ask, "Didn't you order green tea?" He immediately picked up the cup and drank. "I'll savor it properly." Others were very curious about Heinwall's identity. A young man explained, "Her name is Heinwall. She might be the master's daughter-in-law of the Bang family." Just then a girl approached and asked, "Did you two order 2 cups of tea Guanyin from Fujian, right?" The two of them stared at her in confusion and confirmed the information. The girl then smiled and said, "If you need anything else, just call anytime." After that, they wondered what was going on at the Ocean Lunar Tea House and quietly reminded each other to report it to Master Seoul and Master Kong immediately. Now, Heinwall suddenly turned to one side without saying a word, just smiling contentedly as she thought, "I just sold 3 more cups." She narrowed her eyes as if to say, "I'll give them another cup." The other girl was not to be outdone and glanced over, "I'll make it quick." Suddenly someone upstairs exclaimed, drawing the attention of the two. Now Yura asked curiously, "Why didn't you bring this to Sichuan instead of Beijing?" The old man opposite, intrigued, asked if that was a good idea, and she confirmed, "Yes, the local merchants will pay well. Ice lunar jade is also used to make concealed weapons." He couldn't help but praise, "Miss, you truly are the queen of trade. I was worried how to get it to Beijing." The others excitedly wanted to trade the items they had. The old man spoke joyfully, "Thanks to this young miss, I've made a big profit, so today's tea on the house will be my treat." Everyone cried out in delight. "I'll invite the queen of trade to drink the most expensive tea. The young miss's taste is as refined as predicted. Surely she comes from a prestigious trading guild." Heinwall and the girl watched this scene and wondered why they felt so betrayed. Yomi-young stood in a corner thinking. He wasn't wrong. Tong Sa clan is indeed the financial pillar of our sect, and they even have the high-end sword trading company. In any case, within 3 days the customer count tripled. Just then, Manhwa appeared and voiced an apology. He spoke a little fearfully. "Is this really okay? Would anyone dare be rude to the junior chief like that?" Inside, Yomi-young calculated that he was only trying to stay safe. Manhwa mumbled in great distress, "I'm doomed. I'll probably die a more tragic death than anyone else." Yomi-young glanced at him to reassure him, "You won't die?" He suddenly wondered if Manhwa would faint if he knew who sang Ao was. Manhwa, still with tears in his eyes, asked, "Young Master Jean, how much longer do we have to do this?" Yomi-young immediately answered his question. "Of course." Just then a noise at the door caught his attention. A group of people kicked the door open and entered. "Welcome the distinguished guests." "Those scoundrels." Yomi-young smiled at the sight and thought. By then the waiter ran out in a panic. "Chief, the scoundrels from the Black Tiger's sect are..." He stared blankly at the escort. "Why are you so happy?" Cut to the vast mountains where Wang Trak laughed. "A small tea shop, and it's so crowded?" The subordinate beside him quickly replied, "Yes, sir. It attracts many women of stunning beauty." Black Tiger sect. Wang Jack pondered, "Beautiful women, huh? But the Ocean Lunar Tea House originally falls under the Transcendent Secret Society's jurisdiction, right? The sect chief is not to be underestimated. He's at a realm near the Supreme Peak." The subordinate suddenly widened his eyes. "I heard they are rare beauties, hard to find even in Xining, and not just one but 3 of them." Hearing that, his face flushed. 3 of them? Then Wang Jack couldn't help but swallow softly. But he stood up excitedly. "What's the big deal? I'll just walk in like any proper customer. Besides, I have the Overlord path behind me." He laughed from behind. "I hope you have a bit of fun, too." At that moment, Wang Jack, eager to be a customer, thought, if the service isn't good, I have the right to cause a ruckus, right? If during that they can take down the Ocean Lunar Tea House, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Then he walked into the Ocean Lunar Tea House. "Hurry and welcome the honored guests." Bastards. Everyone panicked at Wang Jack's arrival. He couldn't help but ask, "I heard there are plenty of beautiful girls here. Let me take a look." Wang Jack and his subordinates surveyed the place and began to smash things up. He couldn't resist grabbing a man by the collar. Wang Jack angrily demanded. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The man, frightened, screamed, Please spare me. Just then Yura came downstairs. What's all the noise about? He shouted in shock, and she asked in confusion. Customers? Wang Jack stared at Yura, assessing her beauty, truly worthy of being called a peerless beauty. A gaze this sharp made her even more stunning. Yomi-young watched the scene perplexed, thinking, what is he saying? The junior chief usually looks cute, like a waft of chrysanthemum scent, yet she was analyzing what was in his hand. He doesn't look like a customer at all. Hearing that, he glanced at the man he was holding by the collar. A moment later, Wang Jack coldly tossed him aside. Then he stepped forward, blushing, and asked, Young lady, what is your name? Yura exclaimed, My name? Now she replied coldly, You're not worthy to know my name. Those words left Wang Jack stunned. He gasped. His eyes suddenly reddened. Refuse me outright? Me, Wang Jack, refused. Rage exploded inside Wang Jack. How dare she? He then swung viciously. You damned bitch, I'll kill you. Someone screamed in alarm, trying to stop Wang Jack's action. On the other side, he was bewildered when his strike missed. While Wang Jack was distracted, Yura raised her hand to strike, and finally she sent him flying with a powerful blow. Everyone was astonished to see Yura's action. Yomi-young, a little panicked, said, Could it really be him? The notorious sect leader of the Black Tiger sect. Why would someone like that come to our tea house? What? You mean you came here intending to seize our establishment? Wang Jack's subordinate panicked. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Then he was silenced by her intimidating gaze and dared not say another word. At that moment, Manhwa spoke up. The Transcendent Seeker Society will demand full compensation from the Black Tiger sect for the damages done to the Ocean Lunar Tea House in Haidong City. Only then did everyone realize, wait, that can't be. The trick they fell for is the same one I used to fool others. The subordinate took advantage of the commotion to leave. Run, it's a trap. Unexpectedly, they were blocked by a group of people and couldn't get away. Those people shouted excitedly, finally a bit of liveliness after a long time of being mobilized. Now Yomi-young calmly said, Everyone, we will need your testimony to claim fair compensation from them. Everyone listened and glanced at each other in bewilderment. Quickly they rushed forward to report what they'd seen with their own eyes. I saw those ruffians smashing property and causing commotion, and the clerk seized the chance to write statements into the register. The face of Wang Jack's subordinate turned ashen when he saw everyone giving testimony. They claimed threats to life and other abuses. They even bullied the frail young ladies. His voice trembled slightly. Do you know who's backing us? Silence and disperse. Black Tiger sect is finished for. At this, he wondered whether it was okay to just let them go. You replied without a care. Leave the rest to the righteous sects. We focus on our own affairs. Then Yomi-young suddenly turned, as if about that favor I asked last time. Manhwa immediately took out a talisman. You mean that matter? He looked at the talisman and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Very quickly, the talisman transformed into a mirror. He pointed at the mirror and said, Right now he's speaking with Master. Manhwa regrets we can't eavesdrop. Still, as soon as they leave the designated spot, I'll know immediately. At present, you secretly calculated that if my suspicion about Han Muyin is correct, he will definitely make his move right here in Haidong City. Cut to a cluster of horses as Third Phantom gritted his teeth. Say that again. The man lying among the straw trembled. Black Tiger sect had collapsed, and the rogue factions in Haidong were being hunted. He couldn't help pounding his fist against a beam as he raged. Third Order, furious, ground his teeth. What about our group? Our territory is being occupied too. Are we just going to stand by? All he could hear from the demon, there was apologies. Senior brother vehemently opposed sending troops. He heard this and fell silent, stunned. Third Order thought to himself, Senior brother, so this is how you intend to play it? Then he spoke up to give orders. Go inform the deputy commander. Kill the alliance leader's granddaughter at once. I'll bear the consequences later. For now, just kill her. Third Order spat out bitterly. As expected, whether it's the second illusion or the third illusion, none can surpass the first illusion. Jeek sect officials reassured the three spirits. Calm down. Third Phantom has matters to relay. General Pal, Chang'an will arrive. Third Order was stunned upon hearing that. The privilege of looking down on Shining Fortress from the highest point was supposed to belong only to the leader of the unorthodox Tyrant Heaven faction. A voice rang from outside the door. "Master, I have arrived." The unorthodox Tyrant Heaven leader called, "Enter." The newcomer immediately knelt and performed the salute. It was Jeek-san. "I have come to apologize." The unorthodox Tyrant Heaven leader questioned him. "Did you intervene in the affairs of our junior brother in Haidong, and even collude with both the righteous sects and the demonic sect to do so?" Jeek-san, slightly surprised, said, "As I thought, he already knew beforehand." After thinking, he replied, "Not for that reason." The unorthodox Tyrant Heaven leader pressed. "Then why?" He confessed, "I have come to apologize for my disloyalty. I had intended to use this incident as a pretext to expel the junior brother." And the leader suddenly asked, "Do you remember Chong Wu?" He was astonished. Chong Wu. Wasn't he one of the founding meritorious elders who established unorthodox Tyrant Heaven? The leader of unorthodox Tyrant Heaven recounted, "When I first founded this organization, Chong Wu helped me by pulling funding from the Bet Clan Merchant Guild." Jeek-san thought to himself, Bet Clan? The merchant guild that tops the 5 great merchant guilds of the Central Plains, famed across the land. He continued, "Not only pouring in funds, but the capital was nearly limitless, and he never demanded repayment. Whenever we were in trouble, he always brought ingenious solutions. When Chong Wu died, he entrusted his lifeblood to me. That child was the junior brother." The junior brother's financial lifeline also came from the Bet Clan Merchant Guild. For over 10 years, Chong Wu and I poured our efforts into building unorthodox Tyrant Heaven. He went all the way to Nanchang to father a child. When did that happen? I always found it strange. But thinking back, it only felt absurdly ironic. If not for Chong Wu and the brothers urging us back then, would unorthodox Tyrant Heaven even exist today? Jeek-san's face drained of color. What exactly are the junior brother and the Bet Clan's true identities? The leader of unorthodox Tyrant Heaven lowered his voice. "I am old now. My will and ambition have long since withered. From now on, the responsibility will fall to you. If you act, be decisive. Do not let unorthodox Tyrant Heaven, which I built my whole life, fall into unworthy hands. I will entrust Yacha Heavenly Core to you. Show me what you can do." Jeek-san's eyes lit up. Yacha Heavenly Core? That's basically having 100,000 troops at your command. At that moment, at Cheonail Gate, Sang-ah was walking and calling out, "Jeek officer." She wondered you called for me? She waved her hand and replied, "It's nothing serious, just sit down." Jeek officer eagerly produced a jar of wine and announced, "I happen to get some fine wine," then immediately poured it into cups. "Everything's fine, it's just a pity the wine will run out." Sang-ah laughed aloud. "How can I get drunk without inviting people?" She was briefly surprised after tasting the wine and asked, "How does it taste? Not bad, right? This variety is hard to find here. Have some more." Sang-ah quickly flushed. She described the smooth sweetness, with the fragrance of familiar petals. Jeek officer chuckled with delight. "This is Nanchang's famous Southern Blossom wine. You must recognize it." Beck Sang-ah, Southern Lotus Sword Flower. Sang-ah instinctively stood up and stepped back quickly. She kept trembling. "My inner strength is being forced into chaos. This is a poisonous dispersal gas, accompanied by several suppressive toxins." Jeek officer sneered ominously. "If you obediently hand over the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, I will spare your life." Sang-ah found it strange. "Huh. I drank the same wine and was perfectly fine. How is this possible? A normal officer wouldn't be trained in antidote resistance." She tightened her grip on the sword's hilt. "Who exactly are you?" She smiled and replied, "The continent's most powerful assassination organization, the Storm Assassins." "Do you believe me if I say that?" Sang-ah asked back, "What do you think?" Jeek officer arrogantly said, "If you had died back at Cheonail Gate Academy, things would be simpler. Hatet wouldn't be so complicated." Then she waved her hand and ordered her men, "Wipe them out. Leave no trace." Sang-ah bit her lip. "Do you think I'll just let you kill me here?" She squeezed her eyes shut and silently called, "Jean Gongzi." When Sang-ah opened her eyes, a figure flashed past like the wind. The person marveled, I didn't expect you could withstand the dispersal poison for so long. Admiral. Gu Chiel stood between them and said, "Please step back." He turned and introduced himself. "His guard has arrived. Young Master Jean sent me." When he clearly saw the face opposite him, the smug smile on Jeek officer's lips flickered. "What?" She blurted out plainly. "Nine Cloud Phantom." Gu Chiel was also astonished. "You should have died in the massacre, shouldn't you?" Sangha suddenly shouted. "My lord." He instinctively turned. Gu Chiel, surprised, thought, "Is there another person?" Mian rushed at them while yelling, "Beck Sangha!" He attacked her as he swung Dai. Fortunately, Gu Chiel intercepted in time. "Not that easy, punk." He quickly realized this man was one of the targets young Master Jean had assigned him to watch. Jeek officer warned, "Do not let your guard down for a moment." That person survived the Great Purge. Even among the Imperial Phantom Assassins, he's notorious. Gu Chiel, dumbfounded, "Don't tell me you betrayed the divine cult." Jeek officer decisively drew her sword. "Isn't that obvious?" She immediately lunged. "You should understand the reasons better than anyone. Senior brother, originally an assassin." Gu Chiel smoothly dodged aside. Jeek officer's blade by reflex struck the stone pillar ahead and made it explode. He seized the chance to counterattack with cutting words. "Come on. Even I think that's a flimsy excuse." Jeek officer's subordinates staggered, groans echoing everywhere. They complained, "We can't get close." Gu Chiel launched move after move. The sharp blade sliced through the air. Jeek officer simultaneously pulled out 3 darts. "Just as predicted, you still haven't faded away. But where are the countless silks you once bragged about?" The 3 darts flew forward in an instant. Gu Chiel loudly warned, "Do you know what disaster that would cause if used here? That weapon can't be used while lives must be protected." Jeek officer yelled, now the second phantom. Gu Chiel stood frozen. That is, in the right hand fire chi, and in the left hand water chi. He couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't that the sun-moon destruction demonic technique? But only one person in the divine cult is known to have mastered that art. Gu Chiel's complexion went pale. How long is this whole mess going to drag on? He looked up and shouted, "Call for help. That's enough. Please assist me." Yura sneered and agreed. "That'll do." Jeek officer froze for a moment. Her eyes suddenly shone brightly. Streaks of black chi poured down from above, making the space darker than ever. Each strand of that black chi was sword chi, a godlike technique impossible without supreme enlightenment. As the black chi struck the ground, the earth erupted violently. Muyin, startled, brought a hand to his mouth. 2 figures flashed up from the roof like light. It was Yura and Bayan. Muyin hurriedly raised a hand to stop them. Wait. He warmly introduced himself. "I am Han Muyin." Jeek officer, standing beside him, was astonished. "By order, what do you intend to do?" Muyin held her back and continued. "I am both the successor of the 7th Yin-Yang Elder and an outstanding instructor of Cheonai Gate." Yura went silent for a moment. He continued, "I was aiming for the position of Great Demon Lord." Both Yura and Bayan were left speechless. Sang-Ah was utterly bewildered. Suddenly things had changed. Jeek-Yo slammed out in rage. "What the hell are you talking about?" Muyin kept babbling on and on. "I've always tried to become her partner. Of course it's a shame that things turned out this way. But I want to prove my worth to her." Yura inadvertently uttered the word work. Muyin summoned all his courage and promised that he was the man worthy to stand by her. Hearing that, Bayan snickered, and a forgotten detail suddenly came back to her. Yura stepped forward. "I've seen something like this before." The image of Yomi-Young flashed in her mind. A burning, eager gaze, a flame reserved for someone special. "So I know that look isn't directed at me, but it's someone else. So go deal with that person yourself." Mian, even now, keeps talking big. "I don't want to be a stand-in." She even saw through my desire to surpass the Y order. Even if she refuses, I only have eyes for her. Before he finished, Jeek Jioan struck him down from behind. "What on earth are you rambling about?" She grabbed Mian's clothes and darted off to escape the black aura. "That's the heaven-slaying demon sword. Crazy. Run." The plan failed. All troops fall back to the tomb. The ground erupted, creating a scene of terrible chaos. The others hurriedly fled. Bayan turned to ask, "Is just chasing them off enough?" Yura replied, "If we want to exterminate them according to Yomi-Young's plan, It's right to let them retreat. Those words froze her for 2 seconds. That day had changed. Both the fiery temper and that hard tone. Would the sect leader realize that? The chaotic scene left Manhwa dazed, her whole body trembling. As soon as Yura saw Yomi-young, she greeted. "You're here?" "Jean Yomi-young," he bowed in thanks. "Thanks to your help we ended without casualties." Manhwa tried to protest. "With losses this big, how can you say there were no casualties?" They just received word that several shops of the Cheonil Gate had suddenly disappeared. Yura and Yomi-young were stunned. Traitors? Was there any big, burly shopkeeper among them? He nodded. There was one person. "Do you mean Sandojian?" She was curious. "What about him?" He answered wearily. "He was always desperate to be my subordinate." Someone suddenly shouted. "Wait," Sang-ah worriedly said. "Sen the hero is surely being threatened." Yomi-young was shocked. "Wait, what?" She relayed that he said it was protection, but to me it sounded like someone close to him was being held hostage. Only then did he realize it was coercion? If so, that makes sense. Moreover, the clan's power alone could pressure an elder and easily persuade Sandojian to come along. Guchiel softly called, "Young master." He looked at Yomi-young with a look full of feeling. He pressed. "What are you trying to say?" Guchiel sighed. "Truly, my young master, there was someone he wanted to save." When Yomi-young asked who it was, he replied that it was a comrade from the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps, the one survivor from that time. At the tomb area, the third phantom, after hearing the account, angrily scolded, "Is that so? You failed the assassination and ran back here? Like a total loser. And on top of that, you even used Pal Chongun's secret forbidden technique." Second phantom, "Do you realize you just completely ruined our society's grand plan?" And Nguyen has the nerve to say there's still a chance. Hearing this, the third phantom flew into a rage and shouted, "Of course, if we wipe out Haidong City before dawn, there'll be no witnesses." He stubbornly replied, "I only need the sect leader's recognition." Jeek Jioan, standing nearby, growled, "You're still bringing that up?" He looked up and said, "On the way here, I kept wondering whose gaze the sect leader meant." The third phantom was bewildered. What nonsense is he spouting now? And Jeek Jioan wanted to kill Nguyen right then and there. He argued that no matter how you think about it, it could only be the great scion of Matan, Jean Yomi-young. The sect leader's appearance in Haidong City was also thanks to interactions between the two. "So Jean Yomi-young will be killed by my own hand, and the rest of you can fend for yourselves." Having said that, Nguyen called Sandojian, and he answered immediately, "Yes, senior brother." Dojian's eyes widened in terror when he received the order. "You will kill Sang-ah," Nguyen instructed. "Except for the third phantom, we'll disguise ourselves as if dead in the tomb. Only you'll be taken back to the sect. That means if you kill Sang-ah, you'll live on and be able to provide for your family." Dojian broke out in a cold sweat. Is it Sang-ah, the friend he knew from Cheonil Gate, or the family that's raised him since childhood? He bit his lip and tried to stay calm. Nguyen coldly asked what his answer was. Suddenly a sound echoed from afar. "There, look, those we sent over there." The people at the tomb all panicked. The righteous faction? A rush of memories flooded back. Sandojian had been an orphan. His adoptive parents had accidentally found him in the woods. They were astonished. How could a trap set for wild boars nearly catch a little kid? But it was indeed a person, not a bear cub. And so he was taken in by the San family. Dojian's appetite matched that of an adult. His adoptive father laughed with delight. That face really did look like a bandit's. His mother suddenly had the idea to name him Sandojian. It suited their family, and the family trade was thievery after all. Dojian's father objected, saying that name might be a bit too much. She nodded. Then Dojian, he agreed. So be it. While they debated, Dojian ate the paper, frightening them. "That's paper. You're not supposed to eat that." When his brother tried to stop him from relieving himself inside the room, the little rascal peed right out the door without remorse. Still, they forced a smile. The boy hadn't trained internal kung fu yet, but his strength was already this great. Luckily, he met the San family when he was young. His mother cheerfully said, "Kids, the medicine is ready." Dojian could live like a normal person thanks to everyone's care. After tossing his spoils to the ground, he wiped his sweat and said, "I just went for a walk and happened to hunt up some meat." His parents clapped and beamed with swollen smiles. Easy now, was it really just a walk? It was a simple but happy life. Suddenly someone stepped forward and remarked in a deep voice, "This spot's good, discreet, and convenient for work." Until that moment, Dojian's adoptive father waved his hands in fear and urged everyone to run. He warned that something had crawled out of the demon's lair. Hatred filled the man's eyes. Lowly insects. He recalled that when the day came, they would be expelled and vanish. A slender hand rose up and then clenched with intent. For those people, one was enough. The seventh elder swung his fist while thinking a light punch. Pop! That strike landed with a strong force on the opponent. The other was hit and hurled backward, slamming into the wall behind him. The seventh elder, face surprised, muttered, "What is this?" "This 1 inch." Looking at Dojian sitting on the ground, he couldn't believe it and thought, "Still alive?" Dojian breathed with difficulty and rasped, "Sister-in-law, run." A woman and a child rushed up calling to him. The seventh elder rubbed and peered, clearly a body that had never trained internal kung fu, and having missed the proper time to cultivate. Could his natural external strength really be that strong? He thought to himself, what a pity. If I'd discovered him 10 or even 5 years earlier, I would have chosen him as my successor. Then the seventh elder asked, "Do you want to follow me?" Dojian looked up, thinking inwardly that he really had no right to refuse. He clenched his hand in silence, silently resenting but willing to protect his family's lives. As he followed the seventh elder, Dojian bowed his head, thinking that since that day, he'd only heard of them through stories. The seventh elder, walking ahead, chuckled, "Haha, we just went out for a drink and picked up this fellow." While working, Dojian thought to himself that he only followed orders and reluctantly learned martial arts, then joined Chionil Gate. He told himself that if they said so, everyone's safety would be ensured. One day the seventh elder pointed and ordered, "Kill Beksenga." Hearing that, Dojian slumped back into a daze inside. "Big brother, what am I to do?" Elsewhere, corpses lay scattered on the ground, and a voice rang out. Apparently they'd erupted into armed conflict with the righteous sect. A group walked around talking. The righteous side had ignored our warning and greed had stirred. They seemed intent on monopolizing what was found in the tomb. One of them spoke up, "Didn't I inadvertently fight poison with poison?" Someone rushed over shouting, "Report." He reported that over 100 of the Yacha Heavenly Corps were approaching. Yomiyoung was surprised. What? Its subordinate and in front was the Demon King Army's Jeek-san. He produced a scroll and said, "This is a letter sent by Jeek-san." Manhwa, standing among the crowd, said, "At least they don't intend to ambush us." Who should it be presented to? Yomiyoung told everyone, "It seems Jeek-san has sheathed his sword. A few others are reviving people." "Hey, wake up." You read the contents of the letter because a junior disciple in Chongmuong was discovered to be a spy of another power, and moreover showed no regard for the treasure. Suddenly someone in the group shouted in panic, "Big trouble. Among the people we chase, there are even demon beings." Another said, "There's even an elder of our Yin-Yang sect among them." Yura, hearing this, gasped, "What?" The group stood there stunned, each with their own thoughts. Yomiyoung thought, even Yin-Yang would have to act? When the tomb don't I know about? Yura inwardly refused to believe it. Unbelievable that one of our elders betrayed us. The other thought, first the young sect leader, now even an elder. He fell silent in thought. In any case we must go. We can't miss this chance. In Yomiyoung's mind, he considered that Han Muyin and Chong Muzong would be handled by the four great heavens. If they could seize Yin-Yang now, they might get to their bodies, not just the tail. He stared off, lost in thought, when Zhang Jiaoan came over and whispered in his ear, "Hey, can I withdraw?" Young sect leader, elder, the wings of the unorthodox Murim alliance are too heavy a burden. Yomiyoung pointed back and replied, "If you can say that to the young sect leader as well, I'm willing to let you withdraw." Zhang Jiaoan answered sadly, "Fine, over there a girl is talking with Yura." Young sect leader, about this. She frowned, produced a wooden tag, and said, "Report this to the sect leader immediately." At the same time, the Heavenly Demon Order arrests 7th Elder Yin-Yang and those involved. The wooden tag she handed the girl was the Celestial Demon Mandate. a symbol of authority that only the sect leader and young sect leader of the divine cult may use. Yomi silently looked at Yura. He thought the young sect leader must be resolute. If someone was to be removed, it would be. Sang-ah suddenly spoke up. No, I'll see this through too. Yomi stepped forward to dissuade her. Miss, this has become too big. Sang-ah answered firmly. I'm a martial artist too. I don't want to only be protected. She spoke with conviction, saying that even if she died, she would harbor no regrets with that resolve. Sang-ah presented a hand-piercing sword with determined eyes. I entrust this to you, young master. That sword is the righteous leader's sacred relic, the jade celestial divine sword. He looked at the sword in her hand and thought how complicated things would be if it fell into the cult's hands. There's no way Beck Sangha wouldn't know about it. All right, this must be her way of showing resolve in the righteous style. Then Yomi said, Miss, I'll give you my sword. Using dual blades will be even better. Having said that, Yomi led the group and said, Now let's go. Time to catch the big fish. As they left, Yomi recalled that within the heavenly demon Din cult, the highest ranked among the 5-6 houses was 7th Elder Yin Yang, Jan Hyol. All along he had acted as an agent of the Pal Chongun to expand influence within the divine cult. Over here, the 7th Elder wore an angry face and demanded, How could you mess things up this badly? The man kneeling on the ground replied, I have no face left. The 7th Elder called out, Third Phantom. From the cliff a man stepped forward and answered, Yes. Pal Chongun. He frowned. The credit for discovering the tomb of the heavenly mystic maiden was immense. He continued, When this is over, prepare to transfer to the heavenly demon Din cult. The third order behind the cliff let out a gleeful sound. The 7th Elder added, For now my name is no longer Chong Muzong, but Han Muzong. The man smiled and replied, For the great plan of our society, I will devote myself fully. The 7th Elder told him, The heavenly mystic maiden is a traitor who betrayed our society for the so-called second heavenly demon. The treasure she stole must be returned to our society. He thought to himself, especially the key. He pointed and ordered that item must be recovered. A mysterious voice rang out. But with this strength, can we really fight them? The 7th Elder looked at the newcomer and spoke. The 10th Heaven General said, Even the riffraff of the 4 great heavens a try get in here. Flower Lustful Lord waved his fan and added, You mean with this number of people we can handle all of them? Jiamjik, San, is among them too. The 7th Elder looked at him and said, That's precisely why I called you here. With your Hapsin Kui Huyet Gong technique, you can awaken easily. Flower Lustful Lord smiled and replied, Fair enough. The 7th Elder asked, Are you going to keep being hunted by Walam forever? Recently you've even clashed with the Tang clan. He hurriedly said, Just a bit more, and I'll have my poison peak. The 7th Elder turned and left, leaving one line. If this ends well, I'll give you a place in our society. Join us. He replied, That's a rather tempting offer indeed. He said to the 7th Elder walking ahead. As expected, only the cult could stomach this charming rake. The Elder replied, more properly called the Flower Lustful Lord. Flower Lustful Lord, a 10 Heaven General among the 10 armies, also known by another epithet. Flower Lustful Lord, one of the 10 great rogues of the martial world, the world's top flirtatious demon. In the cave, the whole party trudged along in single file. The space had a dim gloom, and the voice of the guide echoed. Incredible. Under Haidong City, there is a space like this. Who in the world made it? Truly admirable. Zhang Jiaoan suddenly noticed a set of clothes on the ground. He looked at the embroidered characters on the hem of that corpse's robe, and Zhang Jiaoan whispered, Wisdom King Squad. Memories surged back when he stood beside Jeek Jiaoan. Her voice rang out, eyes always fixed on the sunset. Senior brother, as for me, one day I'll form my own army. Jeek Jiaoan's eyes never left the sky. Wisdom King Squad, Zhang Jiaoan's voice called. You've already named it? He stood looking at the corpses strewn on the ground. That had been her dream. Wisdom King Squad, annihilate completely. The passages in the cave began to reverberate with unintelligible sounds. Everyone started peering around the place. Manhu looked around and said softly, There are 9 forks. Zhang Jiaoan gently knelt and looked toward Yomi-Yang, saying that the enemy seemed to have split their paths. Every route bore traces. Manhua turned and asked him, 2 people facing each other. So which way should we go? Yomi-Yang gave a small sound, then fell silent as he sank into thought. It's unbelievable that under Haidong City there's a space like this. Who in the world built it? Truly admirable. Yomi-Yang looked at the passage where Zhang Jiaoan was squatting. At first they should follow that path. His lips barely moved, and then another voice suddenly cut in. What's that place? Yomi-Yang turned to look at Bai-Yin with curiosity. She pointed toward one side. That place. On the rock wall there appeared a multitude of deep dug marks. Bai-Yin's voice rang out. Could it be they've dug to the 10th chamber and stopped? Yomi-Yang stepped forward. But why did it feel familiar? Behind him, Yura spoke, as if a sword path had been carved, just as he realized why it felt familiar. Ah, that looks like what I saw in 1001 Hall. Yura walked past Yomi-Yang, strangely very familiar. She drew her sword to strike, but was stopped by Manhua. His voice rang out in alarm. Waving his hand, don't slash wild. Manhua produced a golden talisman. Let me take a look for a moment. He waved the talisman, then stood it upright. Manhua's slitted eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils showing a dangerous gleam. He hurled the talisman, and light flashed all around. The golden talisman stuck to the rock wall, clattering repeatedly. Then from above, everyone's heads, strange gusts of wind descended. Yomi-Yang looked up, thinking that in ancient times magic was more common than demon arts. Perhaps this is a canonical use of demonic chi. Manhua looked around. In this space, one could sense many arcane chi techniques. His chubby finger explained. The cave ceiling is linked by a magic array to that wall. If we break the wall by force. Manhua's voice was steady. It's very likely we'll be buried. Both Yomi-Yang and Yura were astonished. She still drew her sword. I'm going to act as usual. Yura turned and walked away, a dazzling light shining in her blood-red pupils. Impossible to predict what she'll do. All this time I've gone back and forth hundreds of times, thousands of times. No, tens of thousands of times. A fragment of the heaven-slaying demon sword. Yomi-Yang and Manhua stood side by side, neither saying a word, only his muttering. Hurry up and say it. Young sect leader, honestly. 2 stone walls began to part before everyone's eyes. Yomi-Yang hurried forward and opened it. Yura turned and asked, Yomi-Yang, are you all right? The heaven-slaying demon sword is the highest technique of the Chion clan. Only the chosen may cultivate it. Because the sword path of that technique was carved in this tomb, it was buried like this. His violet eyes showed a hint of hesitation, Yomi-Yang's brows lifting and falling. Also, if we choose this path, all the information gathered from the Manhua sect will be reduced to scraps. But then he smirked, and Yomi-Yang's steady voice rang out. Let's go. I have a feeling calling me. Jixin leaned his back against the wall, exhausted. What were the losses? Beside him a young man with curly blonde hair, many wounded, 3 dead. Jixin pressed his forehead. Terrible. He looked up, muttering that even elite detachments composed only of absolute ranked fighters could still result in this. Jixin's eyes scanned the cave, black smoke curling about. What kind of demonic landscape is this? Around them piles of broken goods formed mountains, and there were bizarre monsters. Even the formation magic was less dull. The strange demonic beasts, never seen in life, truly couldn't adapt. The young man cast a guilty look at him. Senior disciple, maybe it's better to seal the entrance back up. Jixin bowed his head and immediately refused. No. Can you guarantee there's only one entrance or exit? He thought inwardly the second reason was even greater. His eyes opened with madness. Only by succeeding in this purge will I be confirmed as the successor of the evil, domineering heaven. Suddenly, from deep in the darkness, came a weird laugh. I've already heard the rolling of your brains from here. The group panicked in astonishment. Who's there? In the dark, a flash of metal gleamed, accompanied by the tearing wind of a fan. Who else? It's me, the one who will send you all to hell. After those words, a shriek echoed through the cave. Jixin was stunned and confused. In the darkness, heavy footsteps sounded. Jixin's people stammered in panic. What is it? A dragging sound crawled through the dark. slowly approaching the group. A trembling body, stretching out its hand, gradually emerged from the gloom. A weak, hoarse voice sounded, his outstretched hand trembling uncontrollably. "Save me." Jeekson stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene before him. The man's body had been drained at a rate visible to the naked eye, purple chi coiling around him. He was astonished, his voice faltering. "That is the grand soul-absorbing art." In a dark space, red lips spoke. "What can low-grade demonic arts like that do?" "This is..." A breathtakingly beautiful face with long pink hair stepped into the light. "Peerless divine art. The Hapsin Kui Hu Yet Som." Jeeksan's disciple panicked, voice trembling. "Hapsin Kui Hu Yet Som. Could you be the flower lustful lord?" He raised his sword and shouted, "Why are you siding with them?" The flower lustful lord threw back his head and laughed. "Anyway, we're about to die. What's the point of caring?" Jeeksan coldly leveled his sharp sword at him. "Even if you are a great master, can you face this force alone?" The flower lustful lord showed no change of expression before the pointed blades. "Did I say I was alone?" Jeeksan froze, eyes wide. "Wait, this demonic chi is from the demonic cult." Another pair of feet stepped out of the darkness, standing beside the flower lustful lord. A thought flashed through him. This one's chi surpasses the flower lustful lord by a whole level. A person who has cultivated demonic arts to the extreme. Seventh Elder Jan Hyol of Inyong Fist stood beside the flower lustful lord, one hand blazing with fire, the other like an ice pit. "All right, let the hunt begin." In a tunnel, a group led by Yura advanced. As they passed a stunning dragon mural on the stone wall, Manhwa in the group couldn't hide his curiosity and voiced his admiration. The fresco was magnificent and seemed to hold some ritual value. Bayan beside him spoke with expert scrutiny. "The composition is unique. I wonder what dye they used." Yomi-young, seeing this, asked, "You care about art?" Bayan replied, "Not exactly, but one should care. The more you understand the tiny details, the easier it is to get a big price even for a simple brushstroke." She spoke while staring at the mural without looking away, making Manhwa behind her silently admire her. "She's truly knowledgeable." Bayan continued, "By the way, the content of this mural." As she spoke, she stepped closer and traced the mural with her steady fingers. Suddenly grasping the mural's meaning, she was stunned and blurted, "Monsters devouring humans?" Ancient monsters formed in her mind in vivid detail, based on the wall painting. The four great fiends, chaotic and strange, subterranean and fierce, once raging like storms, devouring humanity. And below, an image of a goddess riding the clouds symbolized humanity's salvation from annihilation. She analyzed on until a golden sage descended from the sky to hunt them. Bayan seemed so absorbed in the mural story that Yomi-young lost patience and urged, "Come on, it's nice to study the fresco, but we don't have time to waste. Hurry up." But she ignored Yomi-young and insisted, "I want to look a bit more. There's something I need to check." After the sage vanished, humanity developed civilization and built armies. However, when the monsters reappeared, all that progress became meaningless. Then, as humanity once again stood on the brink of extinction, the sun and moon descended from the sky and sealed the monsters beneath the earth once more. It seemed Bayan understood the mural's meaning. She thought to herself, "Sun-moon divine cult," pointing to the male-female pair symbolizing water and fire. She said they were Rahu and Jaido, in other words, like the founders of the Sun-moon divine cult. Thanks to her curiosity and knowledge, Bayan made Yomi-young a bit distracted. He also asked about the mural's details. "Is this fresco a historical record?" Bayan replied that if you follow it to the end, everything becomes clear. As for Yura, she seemed astonished, blocked already. Her words snuffed out the group's curiosity about the mural's story, causing them to turn their eyes to the door ahead. Yomi-young said, "Another door." Yura spoke up. "This time it's not the heaven-slaying demon sword technique." Yomi-young tightened his hair tie, showing determination. Then he walked alone to that door and said, "My turn." Yura felt puzzled. Yomi-young immediately drew a beautiful jade-green sword, a confident smile playing on his lips as if breaking that stone door were as easy as flipping a palm, secretly proud. fortunately fewer moves than what he'd seen at Cheon Academy. I must succeed brilliantly and impress Yura. Sang-ah stood there watching him, her face betraying surprise. At Cheon Academy, Lord Jin's sword style bears a black hue. So why is there a hint of green this time? While he rushed forward to smash the stone door, Sang-ah wondered in confusion. She called out, "Wait, that thing you're holding right now." To Sang-ah's surprised eyes, Yomi-young remained unervingly calm. Even as he launched a flurry of slashes, he still turned back toward her to listen. "Is that the divine weapon, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword?" At that moment, Yomi-young's storm-like slashes shattered the stone door into fragments, producing an earthquake-like shock that made everyone here cover their faces against the dust. Yura then warned that poor force control can be improved with practice, but Yomi-young felt dissatisfied with the weapon in his hand and muttered, "Damn divine weapon." Yura, curious, asked, "Was that sword technique passed down by the gods too?" Of course, about that item and the technique he just used, Yomi-young would certainly keep it secret and not tell anyone. He thought, she probably doesn't know the true nature of the Ten-Fong sword technique. Then he answered, "No, not like that. But women are naturally curious." She immediately raised her hand and said, "Hold on." While the others paid attention to something in the shadowed corner of the tunnel, standing opposite Yomi-young, Yura still seemed eager to know the object he held. "Is it the divine weapon, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword?" But there was something odd. At the entrance of a chamber where darkness seemed endless, suddenly a loud cry of some creature rang out, causing everyone's eyes here to fill with worry. The noise grew louder and gradually revealed a giant beetle with a hard shell. Seeing the sight, Manhwa involuntarily went pale and trembled as he spoke. It was Yomi-young, and Yura finally noticed it and turned to look. It turned out that the disgusting monster was an armored centipede. Manhwa panicked and shouted a warning. "Be careful." Its shell was as hard as steel, but Yomi-young and Yura seemed all too familiar with this. The two of them were utterly calm. "Oh, I get it." One man tore open a steel door. "The woman is even stronger than him." While Manhwa was turning back to look at those people and speaking, suddenly Sang-ah grabbed her sword and charged at the centipede alone. Surprisingly, she showed no fear at all. She even smiled confidently, her swordplay honed day by day, the woman eager to swing her blade herself. The monster lashed out its sharp fangs to attack the girl, but Sang-ah nimbly dodged with ease. Another strike from the centipede was launched, but missed her completely. Agility and refined skill were Sang-ah's advantage. She swung her sword with deadly precision, aiming at the centipede's neck and causing it immense pain. Very clever. She had aimed for its neck, the centipede's fatal weak point, making its blood flow non-stop. Seeing this from outside, Manhwa warned, "Be careful. The centipede's bodily fluids are highly acidic." But Sang-ah seemed exhilarated. She replied with a smile, and with that she chopped a slash, carving a large gash beneath the monster's belly. Its eyes turned blood red. It felt unbearable pain and let out a loud scream. Sang-ah added, "Secret art." Then, seizing the opportunity while it was gravely wounded, Sang-ah leapt onto the monster's head and performed her ultimate move. It was the Twin Star Sword Strike, perhaps the finishing blow. The monster's head was severed from its neck by her powerful slash. After finishing, Sang-ah quietly sheathed her sword with a very smug air. This little thing was nothing. The armored centipede had no time to counterattack, and the cave remained intact. While Manhwa still couldn't believe his eyes, Zhang Zhao Quan broke into a satisfied smile, as if he had anticipated the creature's fate. Yomi-young also appreciated her. He thought to himself that somehow this felt more like a raid by a demon cult than a mainstream sect. Yura, though impressed by Sang-ah, coldly said, "At least you're somewhat useful anyway." Then Yura immediately stepped forward to recruit Sang-ah. "I see you have the makings of a fine disciple. Would you like to join my cult?" Sang-ah immediately protested vehemently, saying it would ruin her family's reputation. "Ah, I see. A bit disappointing," Yura said without pressing further. Yomi-young looked around the creature's corpse and spoke. Anyway, this trap seemed a bit weak. Bai-yin kept glancing back and forth at the mural and said, "Ah, the fresco continues." The monsters had changed strategy, become human, infiltrate human society, and stir up conflict. Now, is that person's action wrong? Stab them. Stab them. If you don't want to be stabbed, you should have a bay. Look, that person is different from the rest. Hate them, despise them, push them back. You have the right to do so. I'll support you. You need friends. Stab them. Stab them. It seemed those in the mural were being manipulated, while before them a man and a woman bearing sun and moon symbols were urging restraint. The girl said, "Everyone calm down," and the young man added, "We are all human, but the hearts of those people are too heavy. Stab them, stab them." When the world once more erupts in flames amid despair and rage, that one will appear. The final image shows a girl with long hair wreathed in blazing red flames. Standing there, Yomi-young thought to himself he could roughly guess who she was. Yura spoke up. "At least one thing I'm sure of. This tomb was not created first by the heavenly maiden." On the cold cliff, a vague dark silhouette gradually took shape. That black entity was likely the ancestor of the heavenly demon. Sang-ah frowned slightly, hesitated, and spoke with lingering doubt. The ancestor of the heavenly demon? No sooner had she finished than she flinched at the sensation of countless gazes turning toward her. Manhwa immediately lifted his chin arrogantly. Our Transcendent Seeker Society is a branch that split from the Sun Moon Divine Cult, a sect with historical ties to the Divine Cult, so decoding this kind of mural is easy for us. Yura was still stunned, but Bayan cut in at once. When the Sun Moon Divine Cult was about to collapse, didn't you abandon it? He only smirked, a hint of inscrutability in his expression. Because the heavenly mystic maiden appeared later. If she made this place, then the mural's content must continue. She stepped forward quietly, calm outwardly though her eyes trembled slightly inwardly. As the junior sect leader, why have I never heard of relics related to the cult? Manhwa cast his gaze forward, his voice low and meaningful. If we go inside, perhaps we'll discover something. The ancient gate stood tall and solemn in silence. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, a chill scent brushing past. Yura and Yomi-young's expressions turned serious, unusually sharp. Beyond that gate lay the tomb of the heavenly mystic maiden, their eyes fixed, briefly astonished. That giant iron gate, the two jade stones absorbing true chi. How much was all that worth? With steady eyes and a straight back, her voice rang out decisively. "Whatever is inside, I will take responsibility for a fair division. So I hope no one lets greed blind them and betray our great cause." Yura Island glanced over everyone, daring anyone oppose this. Hearing that, he trembled and hurriedly interjected, stammering, "If my share is..." Manhwa immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, "All right, I'm reassured." The guy in the back quickly raised his hand in agreement, forcing a smile. "I can't stop them either." Two figures were hurled from afar, slamming heavily to the ground right in front of them. Yura's eyes swept warily toward the darkness. "What the hell is that?" A trembling voice rang out. "Sorry, little sect leader." Tiger Shadow's gaze flickered down, and he spoke heavily. "I'm confident in my inner power, but every time I channel energy, the jade that absorbs chi resists violently," and he stepped closer. So then, Manhwa took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the gate. "Let me try." Yomi-young stood behind, his gaze pensive. "Perhaps, like in Orthodox clans, I need to channel a specific type of inner chi." He smiled arrogantly, acting as if he understood everything. "Each jade that absorbs chi has its own condition. The left one requires the most destructive demonic chi, while the right demands the purest demonic chi." She stepped up nonchalantly, her voice decisive, showing no hesitation. "I don't know about that other kind, but speaking of the most destructive demonic chi..." Yura lightly placed her hand on the orb, and a dense black, evil chi erupted instantly. It could only be the heavenly demon divine. It seemed to have absorbed enough chi. Excited exclamations rose from behind immediately. Just as expected of the junior sect leader, I knew it. She withdrew her hand, eyes calm, but secretly on guard. "So what is the purest demonic chi then? Is there a cultivation method that yields demonic chi purer than heavenly demon divine?" His gaze dipped slightly, thoughtful. A delicate issue that could shake the reputation of the Jin clan and the heavenly demon. Manhwa forcefully raised his arm. "I'll try once." He stood up, twirling his wrist to get ready, looking arrogant. As for purity of demonic chi, our transcendent seeker society is rather confident. Yomi pondered, his eyes cold but not dismissive. Acknowledging that, he strode forward briskly. I'll start now. He was flung like a sack, smashing to the ground. Behind him, Chion Geology still held his stance, sweat streaming, but his eyes steadfast. If I just push a little more, it'll rebound. At that moment, Bayan instantly pulled his hand back. Yura did the same, her face ashen. Her voice was heavy, tinged with helplessness. Is this all we can do? He lay sprawled on the ground, angry and humiliated that he couldn't meet the requirement. She spoke in a low voice. Can't you unlock the sealing talisman? Manhu bit his lip, his expression pained and choked. I'm truly sorry. I'm too weak to go further. Everyone's eyes turned forward in unison. Yomi slowly pressed his hand onto the right jade orb. His back straightened, his aura calm and steady. Yomi eyes twitched, his expression grave. It seemed the Jin clan's demonic inner chi fit the condition. In fact, it was the Tian Sheng infinite divine skill. Yura immediately objected, unable to hide the defiance in her steady gaze. Impossible! The Tian Ma, Tu La divine skill, is one of our cult's 10 great demonic arts. She stared straight ahead, voice low and questioning. Yet in terms of inner chi purity, it still couldn't surpass heavenly demon divine. Beside her, Bayan also grew bewildered. Could there be something we don't know? Yomi cut in, his face urgent. We must hurry. There's no more time. At that moment, Manhu suddenly cried out in horror. My God, look at this. He immediately drew his sword and, with a straight arm, slashed at a point in midair. The space didn't tremble. There was no echo, no sound returned, no reaction at all. Yomi fell silent, dubious. If it were just an illusion, I'd have heard the sword chi strike the ceiling by now. Sang-ah, alarmed, pointed ahead. This is a space-warping technique even more advanced than the one used in the heavenly demonic hall over there. There's also an altar. The spaces on both sides mirrored each other like two facing mirrors. The space seemed copied in parallel. His eyes widened as if about to pop out. Gold, Yura said coldly, not caring about the astonishment. Retrieve the treasure and wait for the enemy here. Yomi he laughed heartily. Yes, it seems this is the center of the ruins. Manhu suddenly froze, his face going pale. A nearly invisible, transparent veil stood between them and the treasure. It seems there's a transparent wall there. We should slice it open. At that moment, Rangrang's voice came slowly from behind the group. That place is an illusion created to mislead intruders. Her gaze swept over them, calm and indifferent. I never expected anyone to make it this far. Yura instantly grew vigilant. Who are you? Rangrang smiled, her fingertip lightly touching her full red lips, as if teasing. Then let's see if you meet my condition. Her voice stretched, laced with a challenge. Only those under 30 may step onto the altar. Yura frowned and asked, why under 30? The two of them exchanged glances. If you exceed that age, you cannot receive our arrangement. She did not hesitate further and turned to command, we will return. The rest of you wait here. Rangrang's eyes dimmed slightly, a bit surprised. You four passed the Lotus Gate, so I assumed you were all over 30. Yomi frowned at her. Why did Rangrang lower her lashes? If it were a Lotus Gate, you'd probably be a pair. At that moment, Yura and he were stunned and unconsciously turned to look at each other. Both instantly blushed and awkwardly looked away. She squinted, surprised with a hint of regret. Was I wrong? Rangrang's voice softened as if recalling someone. Chion Gij and I used to be a pair. So I assumed the two who inherited our martial arts would be a pair too. She froze as if she couldn't believe her ears. Are you the heavenly mystic maiden Rangrang? Then Chion Gij. Rangrang stood there, a solitary figure in the space. It seemed you arrived without much knowledge. Yes, my epithet is the heavenly mystic maiden, and my other name is Rangrang. She bowed her head, a pale smile on her lips. My real name is Rangrang. Everyone trudged forward, feeling as if someone were squeezing the air from inside them. The last survivor of the Yu clan loyal to the Sky clan turned rebel, Rangrang lowered her body, her feet lightly touching the altar's surface. Yes, She tilted her head slightly, eyes gloomy yet proud. I am the descendant of great disciple Jean, the one who once rebelled against the heavenly demon ancestor. At that, Rangrang's voice recited, Blood Dragama clan, Extreme Blade Pa clan, Demon Heaven Jean clan, Black Gold Saw clan, Heaven Shaking Huan clan, Hidden Shadow, So clan, and Heaven Abiding You clan. My ancestor once said he would establish a lineage by that name. Hearing this, Yura suddenly narrowed her brow and scoffed. She hadn't expected this place to be created by a traitor. Rangrang brightened, raising her hand as if pondering, then remarked, It seems you still haven't heard the truth because you aren't mature enough yet. She then pointed at Youmyang and asked, But as my descendant, why do you seem to know part of the truth? Buy-in, puzzled, cut in. Young Master Jean belongs to the Demon Heaven Jean clan, not the rebel clan that opposed the heavenly way. Hearing that, Rangrang rubbed her hands and smiled. Not the Sa family's daughter, then? You hide a strange shadow inside you. That name, Jean clan. She looked back at Youmyang and commented, But why does he look so frail? At her words, the three girls turned away to stifle their laughs. Then Rangrang continued, Moreover, in this child, I don't sense the domineering aura typical of the Jean clan. But why do I feel the power of the Xian Tian divine skill I once left behind? Youmyang, stunned, carefully asked, Master, is your surname Liu? He thought to himself, So that's it. Powerful enough that you can't just call him an unknown hidden martial artist. What is your connection to the second heavenly demon? Rangrang smiled leisurely and answered, A lover. Then he recounted, I heard you disappeared after being defeated by that person. She calmly replied, Indeed. Hearing that exchange, Yura, puzzled, asked, Youmyang, how do you know about that? Rangrang looked down and asked softly, So do you know about it? That I once served as the third heavenly general of the second heavenly demon. They thought to themselves in surprise, Second heavenly demon? Seeing their confused faces, she asked, On the way here, did you see that mural? She evoked an odd statue and explained that it records their origins. Recalling the image of the flower-lustful lord striding forth, she said there were 10 commanders among them, from Great Heaven Lord to 10th Heaven General, called the 10 Lords. And in this ruin 2 of them have already entered. The 4 others exclaimed in shock. Huh? What did you say? Rangrang drew a sword and said, This arrangement was originally set to counter the Great Heaven Lord and the evil spirit that will be born in the future. At that someone cried out, Evil spirit, imagining a dark entity with blazing red eyes. She continued, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but they say it's the being that will send this world back to the ancient age. The fire in the cave was stoked high, as Rangrang warned. Now those 2 are nearly here, and I don't have much time left. A colored barrier enveloped them, she explained. This is a demonic spirit soul attraction formation. The 4 of them struggled to stand in the black liquid as Rangrang spoke. For a demon kind, this is the greatest chance in a lifetime. They worried inwardly. The demonic chi is suffocatingly strong. She swung the sword before them and added, Of course, only if you can survive it. Youmyang's breathing grew increasingly labored, his mind troubled. As breaths quickened, the power in his body surged tumultuously. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes growing dim. He thought that inside this formation you either die or become strong enough to survive. Rangrang smiled and raised her sword to announce, Now then, let's begin. Sang-ah inside screamed in fear, Wait, I'm not a demon person. From afar a group ran toward the barrier, emitting a dazzling light. They called anxiously, Junior Sect leader. Yura inside shouted, Just as I thought, it's not only them who were sent. Seeing Cheon Geology approaching, she loudly ordered, Don't come here. Perhaps the transparent urn on the right has disappeared. Wait for evil domineering heaven to arrive. Yura's figure gradually fell back. She fell silent. Before the barrier shifted its gaze toward Cheon Geology, she instructed, Then join forces to eliminate the traitors of our sect. The old man's eyes contracted when he heard Yura say, I leave all decisions to you, O protector. A beam of light shone before Cheon Geology, and they vanished. They were transported elsewhere, and the one who thrust at Yomiyoung landed. Yura urgently asked, "Can you deploy the thought formation?" Yomiyoung also asked softly, "Is this okay?" Turning her gaze to Rang Rang, she replied, "The opponent doesn't seem intent on using full power, so there's still a chance. You're the one to worry about." Yomiyoung cast a suspicious glance and said, "You mean there's an oversupply of energy?" Bayan also replied anxiously, "Yes, even as we keep drawing power, it keeps gushing out like it's about to blow." Looking at the sword, radiating great power, she explained, "A formation depends on harmony between members. If you just keep dumping energy, you can't control the power perfect." Yura stepped forward and added, "If that's the case, we could lose ourselves and fall into a state of no self." Her trembling hand gripped the sword tightly as she worried, "Especially if I fall into that state." Yura frowned at the sword, imagining the worst, and said, "My heaven-slaying intent will erupt violently, not distinguishing friend from foe." She warned anxiously, "If that happens, you'll all be hurt." Sangha cut in, trembling, "Why speak so weakly? Aren't you the greatest genius in demonic history?" She looked up, eyes steady and reassuring. "With such talent, you only need to surpass the no-self state." Yura turned, astonished by that remark, then continued, "Unlike righteous people who regain the self in a state of no thought, demonkind merge with the abyss of our wickedness and conquer it. Right?" Sangha tried to smile and offered reassurance. "Then do it. Be the chaste maiden of everything," she added with a wink. Rang Rang smiled in agreement. "Exactly." Elsewhere, the seventh elder rubbed his hands timidly and said, "I want to further drain their power, take a bit more of their strength." Flower Lustful Lord replied cheerfully, "At this rate, they'll grab it first." The elder protested and ordered the second and third orders to come here. Suddenly Flower Lustful Lord said, "By the way, Pal Chongun, I have something to ask." Hearing that, the elder glanced over in confusion. He asked sternly, "I came because I was summoned, but you're an elder. Is it appropriate to leave your post like this?" Hearing that, the elder fell silent, unable to reply, while Flower Lustful Lord shouted impatiently, "Hey!" In another area came labor breaths and a hand, covered in wounds, trying to brace against the wall. Jik San, battered, pushed forward, thinking, "After several skirmishes, the enemy has vanished. At least it's certain this trap wasn't set by my youngest disciple." Recalling Third Phantom's knowing smile, he suspected they wanted to use them to excavate this tomb. Then he also recalled Flower Lustful Lord charging into Yellow Ghost Lord's domain and wondered what on earth was in here that required such all-out effort. Approaching the crowd, pointing at a shaft of light, he reasoned there must be something so valuable that two top-tier demonic masters appeared. "At first I thought it was just treasure or ancient martial manuals," someone shouted from afar, "but now it's different." Looking that way, Jeeksin pondered, "The light is visible now. If the Ikshan notice, I'd surely lose the advantage." Suddenly he froze, pupils dilating as if he'd discovered something. Right before Jeek San was a pile of glittering gold. He thought, "I must get this." Standing before the heap, he remembered. Could it be a massive treasure hoard? Suddenly someone cried, "Great disciple." Jeek San heard it and turned, inwardly relieved. The only bit of luck is, he calculated, looking at the crowded group before him. With such wide space, we can fight freely without fear of being buried. Laughter rose from that direction, and someone said, "Thanks for your hard work." Third Order smiled slyly and said, "GM's senior brother." "No, GM Jeek San. So in the end, this is all we could ever be, right? One of us must die." Hearing that, he fell silent, saying nothing. Immediately Jeek San suddenly laughed loudly in agreement. Indeed. His face then turned fierce as he growled, "The other monks are the same." Jeek San stepped forward, glared, and shouted, "You're ready, aren't you?" "Inyong." Then he sneered, "Look, you've even brought subordinates who've reached extreme demon with you." Hearing this, the seventh elder froze in confusion. He turned and asked bewildered, "Besides them, did you bring any other extreme demons?" From afar a figure rushed up and shouted, "What a surprise to meet you like this, seventh elder." Hearing the familiar voice, he quickly turned to confirm. Seeing that face, he yelled, "Guardian, Qion Geology immediately snapped. Why are you here? He quickly swung a fist at the seventh elder while shouting, the words of a traitor are. A powerful strike slammed in, and he added, no need to answer. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy collided and exploded in the air. Flower lustful lord startled and stepped back several paces, his face paling. Right-hand protector, when did you arrive? A steady, resolute voice rang out from right behind him. I've been here from the start. Qion Geology spun around, his expression immediately darkening. The demon lord, Jixan on the other side, also froze, unable to hide his surprise. An ally. He leapt forward, his momentum erupting, leading celestial warriors and Daka to slaughter the enemy. Over here, the old man also strained and fought, killing them all. In Youmyung's mind, an invisible voice rose, power pouring in like a release. If he didn't want his body to explode, he had to vent it until his mind could no longer bear it. He clenched and endured, breath ragged. How long has it been? The space felt suffocating, black, evil, chi coiling around him as if to snap every vein. 98 days. Rang Rang answered softly, her tone gentle, but with an underlying pressure she couldn't hide. Don't worry, time outside flows differently. Youmyung inhaled sharply, immediately withdrew his sword, a barrier altering the flow of time. Normally impossible. She lowered her voice. I told you. This is a heaven-dealt opportunity. Then Rangrang's gaze shifted elsewhere, her tone sincere. But will she be okay? You can feel the chaotic chi surging back. She's a descendant of the Beck clan, right? Her inner power is starting to reverse. If it continues like this. Youmyung froze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Yura, standing beside him, also glanced over unconsciously, their eyes meeting for a moment, making both of them blush instantly. They looked away at the same time, pretending not to notice. Seeing that, her expression grew meaningfully deep, as if not a pair at all. He tried to compose himself, but his face grew paler. Hurry on, my condition isn't very good right now. The sword slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a dry clack. Youmyung's eyes momentarily sank. He was stunned, his face gone completely pale. It was the early sign of demonic possession from fiery escape. Rang Rang remained standing in a whirl of pitch-black spiritual chi. It's begun, the true trial of the barrier. Youmyung immediately rushed over and caught her before her body collapsed. Was this entire barrier deliberately made to induce demonic possession? She replied calmly, chilling in her composure. Of course, black spiritual chi swirled around Rang Rang. You think merely swinging a sword can break the limit, so that's why you demanded under 30, huh? He steadied himself and said teasingly, deliberately letting them experience early-stage demonic possession while their roots were still weak to reduce backlash. And once they overcame it, they'd woo into a higher realm. She raised her head slightly, her expression shifting. You knew about that too? Could it be? Youmyung curled his lip a little, his gaze carrying confidence and arrogance. My situation is a bit special. You'll have to guide me differently than others. Rang Rang paused briefly, her hand powerless, astonishing, but everyone's bodies were lifted, their spiritual force being churned away uncontrollably. This isn't your first life, is it? She lifted her hand slightly to sense the lingering aura. I'll give you a gift. Rang Rang's sword point aimed straight at him. Withdraw your sword. In her eyes tinged with sorrow, she smiled. I hope you reach a different end than we did. Cut to Youmyung, who sank to her knees on the cold ground, trembling as she hugged her arm. I'll kill you. Yura's gaze was indifferent, her demeanor icy. Qion Yura, immediately an excited voice, declared that from now on the position of junior sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Den cult officially belonged to Qion Taejong's main line. The elders and disciples accepted it calmly, unsurprised. The cult master had put everything into this. She was pulled to her feet, her whole body trembling with resentment. Even though Youmyung was the most talented among the branches, she was completely overwhelmed. I'll get revenge. I'll take that position back. Youmyung screamed, her voice breaking with anger and grievance. I'll take everything back. Taejong nodded gravely, You did well. He walked with measured steps, his gaze deep. But remember, you've only climbed a small hill. You've earned the right to learn the heavenly demon divine, so train relentlessly. Yura bowed her head and replied, her face cold and resolute. Yes, Taejong's shadow fell over her, shining straight into those young but already resolute eyes. Yura, you must become my supreme successor. That's my wish and your mother's. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt until her knuckles went white, but her voice was clear. Yes, Cult Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. In the main hall of the Sa family, Bai-in knelt straight-backed, listening silently. Think about what you can do for our future so that later Bai-in can become the next clan chief. For now, you'll be the junior leader's right hand. When the time comes, you'll marry the person chosen for you. She spoke coldly, someone of the same age, possibly from a Ma clan or the Jin clan. She clenched her fist, her eyes betraying ambition. I've always wanted to ask. Bai-in bowed her head, but her eyes shifted. I'm more talented than my brothers. If I killed them all, would I have a chance too? In the end, she answered herself, in a voice like a reminder. No, that's not right, is it? Yes, mother. Bai-in bowed deeply, her tone firm. For now, I'll focus on gaining the junior leader's trust. I beg you, use me as your hands and feet in return. Be the steps I climb. When Yura heard the last line, she burst out laughing, somewhat amused. I hear your Sa clan tends to produce female leaders. You dream of becoming mother, do you? Her eyes wandered in confusion as she thought. This is a test. Maybe I do want that. She turned away, the corner of her mouth curved with pride. If you're my maid, such ambition is necessary. Bai-in froze. I've never heard anyone say that. Yura still smiled brightly, a rare warm smile in the cold cult. You'll be mother of the Sa clan, and I will be the cult master of the heavenly demon Din cult. She's like the sunlight that touched me for the first time. She gave a slight, rare smile full of pride. Fine, then I'll be the shadow of that sun. As time passed, and after she locked herself in the demon hall to focus solely on cultivating the heavenly demon divine, she began to change. Yura spoke coldly when she saw Bai-in enter. You're here? I'm not finished training yet. She froze for a moment. Too bad I can't do anything. Is she really going to use such a distant tone? Bai-in remained composed and sat down beside her. Yura, what's your ideal type? She replied coldly and arrogantly. He must at least be able to withstand my techniques. She glanced at Yura's serious face and then asked, that ideal type as an immortal disciple, right? At that moment, the image of Yomi-young and Yura unexpectedly locking eyes in the present flashed by like an illusion. And then he appeared. Ji Gyokwon lay collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, her nails dug deep into the cold stone. The entire Nether King squad was wiped out. All the emotions she'd held and built up and choked her voice. No matter where we go, are we just disposable pawns? Ji Gyokwon bowed his head, his body trembling. So my number has come. Suddenly a cold voice cut in. Hey, what are you doing? She turned around in alarm. Suk Gyokwon also froze, his eyes full of turmoil. Senior Bayok. Guchil bowed slightly, his voice steady. Now my name is Guchil. She frowned in confusion. Really? What kind of name is that? God, he immediately darkened. What did you say, kid? Guchil slowly looked around, his tone heavy as if falling into an abyss. I see now. Your subordinates were all killed, but I can tell you trained them well. I even noticed it at the tea house. Ji Gyokwon clenched his fist, his gaze icy. If you came to finish me, then do it. Guchil merely reached out gently, his voice far softer, entirely the opposite. Kid, he calmly persuaded. Surrender. Talk to the nether realm. Young master, he will spare your life. She trembled and stood up with the last of her strength. The only thing keeping me alive is hatred. Guchil frowned, almost objecting. If you keep this up, you'll all die. Don't you see how hopeless this battle is? Ji Gyokwon smiled, chillingly calm. That's precisely why. She quietly pressed the syringe in her arm. Anyone could see this was a fight to the death. So why would anyone give up? His face suddenly changed color, his voice trembling. Don't tell me it's because you still think you have a chance to win? Ji Gyokwon chuckled softly and pushed the syringe into himself. That's right. The person opposite sneered. If senior is here, it means the master has entered this place. Gu Chiel snapped angrily, you brat. Ji Gyoquan curled his lips. So our target has arrived as well then? She reached out and continued, saying that if done well, they could both take revenge and complete the mission. 2 birds with 1 stone. Joining this organization because it offered the highest chance of revenge was the reason. Gu Chiel stammered each word. With you like that in the end, the image of Ji Gyoquan's abnormal body and her voice went cold. This is the power of the gods. She continued with a gruesome laugh. We call it awakening. Gu Chiel looked up and asked, can it be returned to how it was? Ji Gyoquan answered, no, I'm not the right person. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke coldly. This power I want to use on that bastard. Gu Chiel gritted his teeth and said, as someone who was once a comrade, a brother in arms. He jumped in to continue the sentence from the past. Ji Gyoquan's eyes widened with a hint of excitement, the corner of his mouth lifting. He asked if it was possible. No sooner had the words left than a long tail lashed out and knocked Gu Chiel down. The blow made him spit out a mouthful of blood. That long thing swung at him again. Ji Gyoquan spoke with particular meaning. Damn, an assassin like me reduced to this. If the masters over there awakened then. Gu Chiel, quick as lightning, seized the moment and whispered, it's the demonic threefold shadow guard. She turned her head and gritted her teeth. So it's a clone. Ji Gyoquan again directed her leg to strike toward Tien Van, but it made no difference. Seeing him vanish, her face shifted to pain. Another clone. Gu Chiel clung to the wall and called out, I told you it's the demonic threefold shadow guard. He curled his leg, about to do something. Ji Gyoquan's eyes opened wide as she looked back. Gu Chiel was now running up with momentum. One decisive slash neatly severed that writhing appendage in 2. Ji Gyoquan screamed in agony. The tentacle fell, severed to the ground. Gu Chiel looked at the wound on his arm and frowned, thinking that blowing off a head without causing pain might be possible. After all, losing an arm isn't so bad. As he silently checked his wound, a voice rang out. Indeed, Senior Sword Chi is truly perfect. Gu Chiel glanced over. Ji Gyoquan smiled wickedly and said, I told you, this is the power of God. Right then, several tentacles relentlessly lashed at Gu Chiel. He gritted his teeth and blocked the strikes, feeling some worry. At this rate they'll die. Ji Gyoquan continued to issue threats. Hand over your head obediently. Gu Chiel recklessly thought that to live he had no choice but to risk everything. From behind him someone suddenly called Gu Chiel's name. Gu Chiel answered, huh. He absent-mindedly looked over, a little surprised. Suddenly Ji Gyoquan's head flew through the air and passed right by him. Seeing the figure clearly opposite him, Gu Chiel exclaimed in surprise, Young master. Elsewhere, Ji Sen stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? The Yacha, heavenly core, the strongest elite of the 4 great heavens. How could they be slaughtered in a single move? A voice cut through the chaos. Interesting, keep going. The flower lustful lord ground his teeth and spoke each word. Kill them all quickly. I must return to myself, to the beauty I once was. He lamented, this form offends my aesthetics, like wearing armor. Jik San, watching, could only say in wonder, unbelievable, its she couldn't be pierced. He suddenly remembered something. Wait, if the body is like armor, then the power? Then Jik San ran off, leaving the line that the gap to aim for is at the joint seams of the shell. The flower lustful lord, as Jik San ran, helplessly said, knowing that, what can be changed? He complained that before you reach me, your neck will be cut off. Suddenly, a red aura seemed to radiate from within that armor. The soldiers around it seemed to sense it and shouted to withdraw. If they touched that aura, all their internal energy would be drained away. The flower lustful lord surveyed the chaos and smirked complacently. There's a reason I'm called the 10th Heaven General. Even if I'm a low-ranked general, even if thousands of Central Plains insects swarm me, they can't beat me right now. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward in a mocking tone. Impressive display you have there. The flower lustful lord turned his head to look, and she opened her eyes wide with a small exclamation. Seeing 3 girls approaching, her voice changed completely. Is this the arrangement of the heavenly mystic maidens? The Duong family's lone wind suddenly produced three beauties so astonishing they stole attention. That sly voice rose to ask, what are such pretty young ladies doing in a place this filthy? The flower lustful lord, saliva dripping, looked disgusted and said, this place is dangerous. If you step back to a safe spot briefly, I'll hurry over. The two girls heard that and scowled in disdain. The flower lustful lord, seeing their reaction, froze in thought. What? With my looks, this reaction is impossible. Like a mouse caught off guard, she rubbed herself and said, oh no, I forgot I'm in this form. Really just a moment? Wait a bit. I'll explain the misunderstanding right away. High-and-Wall coldly refused. No need. You're about to die anyway. No need to wait. The flower lustful lord coquettishly waved his claw in reply. Can't wait to hug me right now? So you're more lecherous than you look. From behind a rock someone called out, young cult leader, like spider legs moving lightly, and a cheerful voice followed. Young cult leader, have you come to see me? High-and-Wall replied, already discussed it at first meeting. The crab-shaped figure answered, I am Han Muyen, at your service. He swung his pincer forward vigorously and said, the man who wanted to prove his worth to you. High-and-Wall let out a sound of disdain. She looked at him and said, dare to mention great demonic arts without knowing the subject. Jixing glanced across. The young cult leader? Indeed the female hero I saw that time. Contrasting with his calm, the flower lustful lord's eyes widened in surprise. The young cult leader of the demonic cult, just my type. At the same time, the youth spoke quickly and urgently. 10th Heaven General, please give me a chance. Hearing that, the flower lustful lord's expression changed immediately. He ground out each word. Someone like you? A quick-tongued voice warned. If you act personally, she could be seriously injured. So let me subdue her safely and present her to you. Those beside him agreed. Right, if that delicate beauty gets roughed up a bit, I'll be heartbroken. Seeing this, the flower lustful lord had to concede. Fine, you do it. The youth brightened at this, smiling radiantly. Thank you. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Long time no see. How did you end up in such a strange shape? Senior Han. The youth froze, his eyes tracking the source of the voice. You are Beck Sang-ah of the Southern Lotus Sword Flower. She tilted her head at him and flashed a smile. People facing disaster go through 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Saying that, Sang-ah looked straight into the youth's eyes. And right now, I'm at the anger stage. Hearing that, he panicked. What? But I have to fight the young cult leader. She seemed irritated, too noisy. With that said, Sang-ah darted toward the youth. He almost shouted, wait, what happened to your demonic aura? She replied coldly, mostly because of you that I ended up like this. In that instant, a strange bluish gleam flickered in Sang-ah's eyes. She uttered a curse, die. In another scene, Gu Chiel's voice trembled. And master, why have you changed so much? Yomi-young looked annoyed. What now? You idiot. Is this monster the old teammate you once tried to save? He quickly replied, yes. Yomi-young stared at Ji Kyo-kwan, unable to help but exclaimed that beheading her didn't kill her. Her power was truly disgustingly strong, to the point that she could no longer be called human. Gu Chiel looked at her in horror. So what do we do now? Ji Kyo-kwan growled, you'll die. She widened her eyes, hate welling up, and in a chilling voice said, Yomi-young, I will kill you. Yomi-young calmly observed her and questioned, wasn't the one slaughtering the Demon Emperor Phantom Slaughter Squad the Wisdom King? He answered seriously. In fact, the leader was Jin Yomi-young. Therefore, Jin Yomi-young is Ming Wu's enemy. Meanwhile, Ji Kyo-kwan kept muttering, Jin Yomi-young. Demonic gentleman Jin Yomi-young, following Cheon Taejong's orders, participated in founding the Heavenly Mind Hall. During the time Cheon Yura held the greatest power. In other words, to change the future, I must eliminate him. Turning back to Yomi-young, he curiously asked, Gu Chiel, who am I? Gu Chiel answered without hesitation, you are the eldest young master of Demon Heaven Jin clan, Jin Yomi-young, young hero. Then suddenly Yomi-young pointed his sword straight at her. Yes, I am Jin Yomi-young. Taken aback by the unexpected move, Gu Chiel froze for a moment. He curled his lip in a sneer. Facing the 10 lords, this person will make a fine old teacher. Just then, Ji Gyoquan suddenly screamed, and suddenly earth and rocks thundered everywhere, shaking the air. Seeing that, Youmyung coldly ordered, eyes fixed on her. "Stay there." He lightly brandished the sword in his hand. "I might even help you get some revenge." Ji Gyoquan suddenly fell silent. Her eyes trembled without stop. After a while, the bloodlight in Ji Gyoquan's eyes dimmed. At that moment, her body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Youmyung couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Really?" Gu Chiel shouted excitedly. "She's alive." She turned to him with teary eyes. "Thank you, young master. Thank you so much." Hearing this, Youmyung acted nonchalant. "No need to thank me. If you hadn't given information, I would have tortured you anyway. Use your head and know whom to follow, okay? For now, take her to Haidong City." Faced with the sudden order, Gu Chiel hesitated. "No, I'm a subordinate. How could I abandon my master?" He paid no heed and snapped, "Follow orders. With your current condition, how can you fight properly?" He clenched his hand, voice trembling. "Sly one, I'm sorry." Seeing that, Youmyung waved his hand to signal. "Managing prisoners is also a duty. Go on. And if you have time, try to persuade her before interrogation." In another scene, Wang Cheongeology's body was flung against a cliff. Witnessing that, the man burst into loud laughter. "Well then, Wang Cheongeology, with this absolute power, not even the fiercest demonic master can beat me now." He frowned slightly and retorted, "But that doesn't mean there isn't another way to deal with it. It seems the stronger you get, the more your weaknesses show." Cheongeology continued with a hint. "The subtlety of your senses has declined compared to before, and that enhanced power is also waning. It's harder to handle, but if we buy time, there will be a way. Moreover, your transformation form certainly has limits." Saying that, Cheongeology sneered. "Otherwise, you would have finished us off long ago." The man's eyes bulged wide as a huge surge of aura suddenly erupted. He launched a wildly violent technique, roaring as he did so, mouth wide. On the other side, Cheongeology calmly mouthed the command, performing a displacement of form. Meanwhile, the man looked displeased, this weak point and that weak point. As the aura rushed in, he leapt up into the void. The moment the surge of aura arrived, he quickly sprang into the air. Cheongeology silently calculated in his head. As predicted, I'm superior in speed, though it's hard to withstand the blow. If I dodge to stall for time then. Just then, a beam of light slowly moved through the air. At the sight, Cheongeology was briefly stunned, his eyes wide open. Instantly, a ray of light shot straight at Cheongeology. In a flash, his body was slammed against the rock behind him, only to see Cheongeology gape and emit a guttural growl, while the man calmly said, "That red-faced fellow is truly well named. So I'll make you one offer. Join my side." Wang Cheongeology, hearing that, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He continued, "That way you not only keep your life, but also enjoy this absolute power with me." A voice suddenly rang out. "Stop right there, Seventh Elder."